getting stuck down here opens the possibility of like a shoulder ahead and a shoulder that could be all the way. Just kind of show what we're expecting. It to see where, well, pretty bearish for the market, depending, but pretty bearish for the market. This would be the most bullish thing, and then bullish for the market. We talked about the VIX. We talked about what we wanted to see, where more pretty bearish for the market, depending, but pretty bearish for the market. This would be the most bullish thing, and then bullish for the market, or this would be pretty bullish for the market, and then this would be like crazy bullish for the market. I don't know why it would just drop down here though. It definitely seems a little bit weird in that perspective, but still most likely it's going to start here, depending on where Bitcoin goes. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because you just see where it starts and then you can adjust. So talking about this is really only just to kind of give other people the tools, anyone that's watching this, the ability to see and try to discern without coming into my stream. But I stream every day for 7 to 8 hours every day from start to stream. It's just one of those things where otherwise, where right. We got the bounce on the day, so we ended above, I don't know, what did we open at? So 544, we needed 396, I think, and it was on 396. I think this thing is 394, but anyway, 396. So we got our bounce from this. When we look at this, this just looks really ugly, so I'm not really sure what it's going to do. This isn't like, so really once the VIX gets open, like I said in the other video, we'll have a much better idea about what this might do or what this might go, how this might move up. Personally, I think it's much better to see where the VIX starts and where we might start in pre-market to really be able to determine whether we're going to push up and have like an extended push up. On this, it just still looks like it could be pretty, you know, we still have all this kind of stuff here from a horizontal perspective, from a vertical, or from a, my bad, from, I don't know what you'd call this, like, I mean, it's like both, but whatever. From like a trend perspective, and then just looking at it purely on a horizontal level, we can see this resistance here. We can see a trend here that it's going to have to get above. So it just looks really sketchy. Like here, it looks more likely that it would do something here and turn around. I'm not saying it will, but just like the idea of putting myself in the shoes of someone that would be buying here. What do we expect? Do we expect it to get past here? Would it not be a better place to like get in somewhere up here? Possibly. To me, that's what it makes sense. We could also see a lot of selling in this area. It looks really, really, really sketchy. So I guess that's kind of the main point of it. I just wanted to point that out because, you know, I do talk about these levels and how I like to see when we start above. We have bounce. It's up almost $90. It's not really too much. But overall, this really scares me, or it's really sketchy to me. So one thing I might like to see here, I think would be better, is something over the 4 hours. So if we can get something that ends over the 4 hour, which should be at, what's that, 4321? Is that really what it is? 66, 23, 22. So maybe like 19,800. So if we can end the next 4 hour 19,800, the easiest way is just to have like a 500 hole and look at it on the 4 hour. I mean, you could even draw a line more or less because it only changes so much as long as the price is in this area. But I'd like to see something here push up and then from this area maybe strike up. Even this looks really sketchy though. The only thing it really has going for it, in my opinion, is that it's above this because it's still under the majority of this. It's still under this and all of this. So it looks really ugly where we are right now. If you've seen the other video, hopefully you'll have an idea of what I'm talking about with how I think we'd be going into a bull trap, how I think we're already overextended. So for me, it is up here. Bitcoin doesn't determine anything for me when it has to do with the real markets, and it just follows the real markets. So it'll probably continue to do so. But just in the time being, until we see some of this other stuff out, I really don't like where this is. I don't know if it's going to necessarily drop. I just really don't like where it is. So what's actionable is here and here. So right now, essentially, we could look at it this way, is that we're in this channel right here. And I think we just have a lot to beat, even on the current 4 hour, what we did here. Now we hit a lower low, so we kind of broke in I don't know. Let's see on like a shorter term. I can even check the 1 hour. So we can even kind of see here, like this is just really ugly and it looks really weak, and it just looks like it wants to push down to try for more, and we can't really afford to. Anyway, there's a recap, so I didn't have to say it myself. Kind of just do it the easy way. Just have the ideas talk for me at the beginning of the day. Seems to be the easiest way to go about it, and I get a little bit of food in my stomach at the same time. That we just listened to the recap from yesterday. Okay. Let's see what actually happened though. Anyway, like there's nothing for me to really see. Like everything looks bad. The big short is if we were able to come back above here, and just looking from an Apple perspective, it was fine if someone wanted to take a short up here, I believe, because there was all the resistance up here. I would have liked it to stay up here for the day and just kind of sat here, done nothing, and have VIX divergence, or the VIX pushes up and it just sits in a horrible spot, and then we fall out the 1 hour, 30-minute, or we just sit here and then the FOMC stuff gives us like a September 13th again, like the CPI release last time. That would be nice. Otherwise, pretty much right now, since I'm not in, I'm just waiting for us to have a start under here. Or I'll look at the price action as we move around, but for me, 4 hour, under the 4 hour, no good structure coming up because we didn't bounce here, we just did it on this. So really coming under this should push us all the way down, or starting under this should push us all the way down. We have a week time frame, today's Tuesday. Yo, what's up, Smoke Tea? What's up, Smoke Tea? But I just did a quick recap, it's good to see you in here. T101. It's good to see you, man. But yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty bad so far. A lot of bad buying. So, and we got normal selling. We'll see what happens. Like I was saying before, I wanted to see, because I just look at Apple, I wanted to see, everything's going to be pretty sketchy probably today, though. I'd rather seen it stay up here, and then either change to next, start a 4 hour under and then push. But I'm not in, so I think it's still a decent place someone if they wanted to take a short, but I'm waiting for this 4 hour. We should have started under here. We should be able to push down pretty easily. We bounced here really nicely, and now we pushed up without doing anything here. So I do believe if we come down, we'll more likely not to bounce here and struggle there. And then we have, what, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? So technically, yeah, we have 3 full trading days. The CPI thing, and like our week time frame is right here. So if we push down through this, like from a bull perspective, they're going to want to keep it above here, somewhere around, I think, like 150, what is this, 9457, that's what, 6.3, so 6.3, 6.357, that's what, 6.357, is that 22, right, or 23, am I crazy on that? I think it's 23. So 51.23 more or less should be where this next one is. So they want to keep it at least slightly above 51.23 on the week. And if we push down with 3 days left on the week, I mean, there's a very, with nothing really under us besides 146, besides 146, 38, 146.40, there's a very little chance. I mean, this is the only place if we push under this week. If we come down, push under this week, this is the only thing that pushes up. So, I mean, and this is a daytime frame average with bad buying up above. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like it could definitely crash down. It's a lot of time on the week to be able to sell. We started in a bad place on the week, you know, so it just kind of is what it is, more or less. So we'll see what happens with it, but it looks somewhat sketchy so far, but it hasn't hit anything that I want to see yet. I would have rather to come up into here, but I still think this was fine. Huh? Looking at months, this was a week time frame, not months. But so the longer you kind of sit here, the better you'll understand like what I'm talking about. When I talk about these things, I look at certain time frames, right? So let me just kind of explain what last week's kind of perspective was. Is because I got puts up here at 164.10, right? So when we look at this, we want to understand what kind of time frames these larger people might be looking for. and that can actually embolden your shorter trade. You see what I'm saying? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Like, I didn't used to look at stuff like this, so I just started looking at stuff like this in the last 3 months, and it's really changed a lot of stuff. And so and this is just kind of referring to it, but when we think about this, like last week, we essentially, so this is our range from a week time frame. Whoops, 1 second, let me do this. So, 1 second, because this is really good stuff. I really like this. I was always surprised. I think it works this way. For me, anyway, it seems to work out. So, when we look at this from this time frame or this perspective, this is essentially our range from a week time frame. So anyone and this is how I look at it, and this is purely on my averages, and it just seems to work out. So it's like you kind of have to give it some faith, and it works out. So if we look here, this is the week of September 12th. So if we look at Monday last week, we can see on Monday, this is when I had the stream where blah, 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 I wanted it to start here. So we can see on a day perspective now, this is our week range, this is our day range perspective. So from this perspective, it does make more sense for this to go up more than it makes it to go down, because why would someone push it down to support when it's just going to push back up? You know, it's going to gap down, then push up. So it makes sense that they just push this up. But this kind of gets us in the perspective where we've already hit on this day time frame the top of our range. But the top of our range here was also here on the week time frame. And if we look where this is, if we do something like this, we can even see when we go to extended hours what happened in pre-market at the top of this week range, right? And so we pretty much push up. This is where I got in right there. And then so we push up post-market, and then pre-market we push up, hit the top of the week range, right? So technically, pre-market Tuesday, we've hit the top of the week range. And so I then look at it like this in a sense, is that to make something look good, I like to see something start above, relatively somewhat close to it. And kind of with that in mind, when we look at this, what are the chances that bulls are going to be able to keep the price up here? Even if they push it up, what's the likelihood they'll be able to keep it up here for another 4 days of the week, right? And so that's kind of how I look at it. When I look at the smaller time frames, I break it down from the larger kind of time frames and looking at it in this range and kind of this perspective. And so it makes more sense anyway that we're going to get sold down, not just because we're at the top of the range, and a lot of this goes off my double holes and the averages I use. But what I like to see is stuff start above, and they have to keep it in a certain range above here. They have to keep it in a certain range above here for 4 more days. So it just makes more sense in that. And so to me, it's important to understand the overall structure, because other people are like buying and FOMOing here without understanding what's going on at the top. And by understanding the top structure downwards, to me, that's the only way to do smaller trades accurately and kind of have a decent idea of what we really want to kind of see here. So really in the same sense, because we are still in this area with these weeks right here, we started under, so this is inherently bad. So if we get pushed down through here, and this is when then I look at the shorter time frames, right? So I know that there's a big opportunity for a huge drop if we drop down from the week time frame, because one, we started the week under. Two, if we look here, any downwards pressure on the week is a wrecking on a shorter trend. And then if we can break through here, we should push. This is a day time frame. It's not going to be that strong. And so from then there, I look at the 4 hour in this sense. But like if you look at some of my other streams, it kind of makes sense. It's a specific thing that I look at. I think it's very different from what a lot of other people do. I look at Apple for a lot of stuff. Like when we came into here, I wanted to see a 4 hour start under or start above. We had one that started 1 cent above, and then we pushed up. This is only the 4 hours specifically because of that. But what we can do analyzing this is because these are the largest time frame averages, if we want to see a 4 hour start above or under, we need to remember in the beginning of the day, if we push up above this average within 30 minutes to an hour, we still have about 3 hours to 3.5 hours left to maintain that. So it already starts everything off to a bad start, because we don't want to push up. We want to start somewhere. You see what I mean? We want to start above a certain level of resistance. And when we look at it as a thing of starting above a certain level of resistance, it then makes it easier to day trade, because our expectations are we have a bound kind of and you see what I'm saying? So we understand where the week is, we understand where the day is, and then like the 1 hour was up here, the day was slightly above. I think the day at this point in time was at like 150. I think it was 158 right here. So then I wanted to see something start above the day. So this did start above the day. It started quite a bit high. I didn't like it. That's why, we saw with the day and the week at the top how it touched the range very quickly within the week, the first day, and it made sense just to kind of get a put from there. So by looking at it this way, it makes things a little bit easier. We can also see in some of these other days, like here, we push up way too quick, so we come back down. Here, we push up way too quick, so we come back down. Because under the expectation of if we push up too far, we're just hitting targets and it's going to collapse. So we don't want, as a bull, you don't want to see it get pushed up so far. You want to see it consolidate, right? Because you want to see it go up. Because you're not a bull if you don't want good price action. You're just a day trader that's agnostic kind of to the price, right? Or or anything that's just agnostic to the price. So for people that actually kind of like want it to go in a direction, I believe it's good to have good buying and good selling. Or like if you want it to go down, you want bad buying, right? You want buying that doesn't have any kind of legs, no real kind of support, any of that kind of stuff. So that's why I think this is just bad buying right here, because people need to stop buying it here and just let it drop. We need to fill the gap. Otherwise, it doesn't mean, to my opinion, it doesn't mean we're going to come down, but it gives more of a reason for people to want to push it down. Because anyone that can push this to here, it's immediately going to fall through here, right? And then this big thing could impact what happens at a lower level. So, and then also it's like on the other ones. Like I said, if you're ever interested, also I have, you can always check out, I update this daily. And then like every ID updates within this update. So like you can go into some of these and then I'll have other idea updates into these. Okay, I'll check Roblox. Jesus Christ. My alert keeps going off for it. Whatchamacallit. But, we can see from here also from a day time frame perspective what we're looking at. I don't want to go over this too much because I've gone over it a bunch. But we got our day averages here, right? And then boom, boom, boom. So we could be facing a little bit of resistance soon. We'll see what happens. It's in a pretty decent place where it is, though. So we started way up. And this kind of emboldens the day because it shows us stuff. Yeah, Bitcoin looks really sketchy. It did one of the things I wanted to see. I made another update shortly after, though. I think around 9:30. It looked really weak, and also it makes sense from that perspective. But anyway, so if we look at the week real quick, I just want to go over it real quick. We start all the way up here, right? So we started too high here. We pushed into those day averages. We started too low. We want the Goldilocks start right here. We didn't get it. We started too high. If we look at the day time frame also, on Friday we also started too high. So we didn't have a good foundation to push up. It would have been much better if we did something like this earlier. And then just to kind of get off of this, just in a sense, we can see that we started way too high in this. So as we come under it, we can more or less see. And like I said, these are based off of my levels, and I don't think anyone else looking at this is going to see it without these averages. But we can kind of see and have an expectation. This is 9:10. This is 10:10. So right, we're back under the day time frame in 10:10, and we can get a pretty good idea that we're just going to trend up for most of the day. So you kind of see what I'm saying. So I like to look at it from that time frame. I like to look at the VIX and what it's doing right now, and then that gives me a decent idea of the entry kind of day direction that we might go through. So I'm looking at kind of all these kind of things in a sense, and then I like to look at Apple because it's a good representation of other things as well. So, excuse me. I need to drink some water real quick. My throat's a little dry. But yeah, long story short, like by looking at people where they might want to invest, or maybe on like a longer term, I don't know. I think it's a decent. It works out, and it's right most of the time. But I just feel like it makes sense anyway. As long as we know what the longer time frame people want to do, we just like as a day trader, you don't want to step on anybody's toes, right? I think that's kind of the easiest way to say it. You want to be able to get in and get out, and at best, you really want to just follow a trend, And at most, if it's a bull market, you don't really, to an extent, want to be too much of a day trader because it's just going up all the time. You don't want to be one of those people that tries to play the bull market and then you miss out on good opportunities because on a big trend, it's just super going up. What's ES1 again? Let me see.
the same thing as the SPY? 3886. It's delayed for me. That's the only issue with it. Is it just a SPY? It looks like it's just a SPY. I'm assuming it's just a SPY. The only issue is it's delayed for me. The reason why I look at Apple is because it's usually a pretty easy determinant for a lot of these. I don't think the SPY, if you're talking about the S&P or whatever, or SPY, it doesn't, it's under everything. So for me, it's not close enough to have any sort of rejection. If I was to look at this having any sort of impact on the market, or let me show it from this perspective too, just to show this. So we have a week time frame up here, right? So we're kind of already getting pushed down. We have our day time frames here, right? Week pushes us down. Day time frame August 26th, September 12th, right? So the days here, the weeks up above, the 4 hours right here, the 2 hours like way above us. I think only the 30 minutes under us, and I don't really, even the 30 minutes above us. So everything's above us. So to me, specifically for SPY, I don't. There's nothing that's going to kind of give me direction on it. I don't think it looks good at all. But that's why I just usually look at Apple and just kind of see what that looks like. So in a sense, I'm not exactly sure what the kind of game plan or goal on it is. It just looks bad. But I don't have any signals because it's pushed so far down. Maybe there's like a 5 minute. I don't really want to look at a 5 minute. So I just kind of look at where Apple is, and that's the easiest in that sense. But it's also because of this. I did refer to this at some of these other places, like September 1. We had a pretty good bounce right there on the 4 hour, which we couldn't see until we saw like a nice turnover on Apple. So right here was where the SPY hit. We could kind of see this, and then it pushes up. And so this looked nice, kind of joining with Apple. But there wasn't much once this was under to show for Apple. So in those senses, I'll refer to it. Overall, like I translate generally the overall sentiment of this. We started down here, which is pretty weak. This is where this is where the strength is, and this is where the resistance is. So we need to either get into here, because this is the only averages that we really have around us. That's why I also say this. Our 2 hours are way above us. The 1 hours are above here. The 30s might be here. I don't really care. Yeah, the 30s are here, but I don't care. But so this is also why I'm looking at the 4 hour, right? The week, we know it's here. We know it's here. The day, we know it's all the way up here and all the way down there. The 2 hours nowhere to be seen. It's way high up. It's way high up. So this is why we're kind of just checking the 4 hour right now. So from a 4 hour perspective, preferably, I'd like to see something start in here. So it's going to be, I think, a little difficult for where this is right now because it's kind of in limbo. And people that don't see this stuff, it's they're just not going to see it. And so really, we aren't doing much. We have to do something significant here, and at the same time, this is our main support to try to push up, which we did respect we respected this one for 5 minutes and this one for a little bit. But the thing is that there's just a lot against them because there's a big reason for them to try to push it down, and there's not a lot of a reason to push it up here. It's not that it won't go up, but there's just not a huge reason to push it up. So the overall sentiment of this, in my mind, is horrible, and that should be translating over to everything else. Because we needed at best, if we wanted to try to push up, we needed to start into here in the pre-market to actually get to start a 4 hour here when the day started, to get locked into this area. And because of that, it's just really risky because they have to push into huge resistance and keep it here. Remember, we don't need to just get here. This is the 4 hours, so we need to end a 4 hour here. We're 11 minutes into the market, so that means we have another the 4 hours, 3 hours, and 59 minutes or 51 minutes, something like that, or 49 minutes, 3 hours and 49 minutes. So this not only has to push up, it has to end here by 1:30, whatever, on the 4 hour change. So the thing is like there's no real reason to try to push it up now because you have resistance above, but you also have to maintain it there for a while. So we'll see what happens. It's just really ugly. For me, I'd like to see like a 4 hour start under for us to kind of crash down because this is just one of the key levels. So I'm kind of agnostic, but for a lot of other things in the market, it should look pretty ugly. And also, like I said, for the VIX, the other issue is, what we were talking about the other day, possibility of like having a head and shoulder. This easily getting back up here now with this bounce. Like the week wasn't the best start that we wanted because we started so far up, but we did come down nicely, and we came down with a mixture of overbuying in the market. You see what I'm saying? So if the VIX gets past these, technically we'll see what happens. The worst thing for the market, and like I said, I'll get positions based on Apple, but possibly on this anyway. We'll see what happens. But if we trend up here, okay, so I'll put it this way: we might not have a lot of time. So the worst thing that could happen probably for the market is it doesn't go down too much today. We actually just kind of sit in some of these ranges. Everything looks bad. Like maybe we end somewhere here, and if it starts here at like 310, the market's probably going to be crushed like it was September 13th when it started. This is like big potential, pretty much like what we had when we did a reversal here. This is September 12th. We had the divergence, overbuying, and then boom. So really, if this can get through, it can be pretty crazy. Hopefully, it doesn't push too much is what I'm hoping. And I'd like this to just sit here or here, and then tomorrow start in this range. Then we'll have had our week time frame support, which isn't the best because we didn't start there, but we did come down to it. And then we'd be pushing off of it. And this is what we really need for the days right now. And if we can just see kind of, the importance of the days, it's very important. This isn't something, that's just a line that's just coming through one thing. This is something that's significantly at least kept the VIX down for at least 2 weeks, So this is definitely also a big area. So the hope is that we can see good buying also with the VIX and good movements. But for me, I'm pretty much just looking in the short term. If we see something on the day, I'm just looking for the 4 hour. And that's specifically because they're the only averages that we actually have around here. So if I wanted to mess with something else, I probably could, depending on what it looks like, because overall this is really bad. The VIX is pushing up. The VIX got its perfect bounce. It has its chance for its head and shoulders, which easily could extend past that. This either pushes into resistance and probably gets pushed down, especially the quicker it does it in the morning, or it pushes down and runs a huge risk of breaking any trend that it had here and then collapsing under here. And then if we sit in here and start a 4 hour right here, most likely for the rest of the day it's going to collapse. It's possible the CPI brings this up if it's slightly better, but I highly doubt it because the structure itself is bad. Just like over here, I wasn't too worried about the CPI because the structure itself was bad. You see what I'm saying? And so that's kind of like the big issue here, is it's creating a bad structure where it's not exactly the same as what we had on the day with such a big gap, but it's still pretty bad. And because we started under that week, if we do collapse on our current structure, there's a huge incentive to break it down through here, to have it hit at least here, and maybe it bounces on the day. It's tough to say whether it actually will or not, which to me makes anything that's collapsing down through these areas even worse, or increases the reason that we would actually want to, it's more attractive for shorters and put buyers and stuff like that, right, and call sellers, because there's other trends that we can break on the way down. It's not like, oh, we're just going through here. It's like, well, this is our significant area we started under. We can easily break past this, and then it looks pretty reasonable to break past this, or at least we get a bounce that ends somewhere that could then push down, because we'll have like maybe 2.5, 3 days, depending when we engage in this. So it's kind of like a similar thing when I was looking at Bitcoin yesterday, where like we can see what the average is, and technically like I was spot on with this too, so there's no, I guess, need to rush. It's always fortunate too. You never know when things are like really bad. But so we do get the start. But if we were to look at where it was the other day when I was talking about it, it had like a nice bounce here, but right, we have this and we have this. So really, regardless of the double hole, like not even looking at it, because I don't just specifically look at it, it's very attractive when the price of Bitcoin was still up here to just give it a little push, right? Because then we break here. There's a high chance people here have stopped somewhere around here. This is also just a strong area in itself. So I just kind of look at it in that way. So, but I need to see something. Otherwise, like if I don't see a 4 hour break or whatever, I'm not on Apple. I'm not really going to get into something. Now I could mess with something, some altcoin or whatever, but I just use Apple as my main determinant. So if Apple somehow does, because it's not horrible or bad yet, like there's no confirmation of us going down, but there's no confirmation of us going up, even though it looks more likely for us to go down currently. Because to have a reversal for any of these time frames, we need to start up here. It's not a reversal to me, really, if we push up and then turn around. Like it does turn around, but I don't consider that as like a reversal. I consider reversal maybe usually kind of something like this. We end and then do something like that, where we at least exist in there for some sort of candle end or start, more or less. and then I can kind of consider it that way. So we'll see. It's not that bad yet. That's why I haven't gotten anything. That's why I said if we started up here, I would like to see it crash through. We do have a 4-hour here, so if we do have a 4-hour start up here, somehow on 130, it will be, I think it still looks pretty fine. Honestly, I still hope we do something like this personally, because if we can get up here and the CPI is slightly bad, we'll then get something that ends in here, and then we'll get something that starts out. And I like to enter at this range, and it should collapse down from here and collapse through here and then push us down. But other than that, we're really just in between this range right now, and so I'd like to see a start under this range if I was really going to enter something for a short or a put, my bad. Either of them, but specifically a put right now just seems more attractive on a lot of this stuff. So I'm not going to get juked out by these things. I'm not going to get messed up by these things. We can also see, remember with the VIX, it also pushed up to the top, right? We want to see something either end up here preferably and something start up here, but we don't want the VIX to push up too much. We don't want it to hit the targets too quick. So for me personally, that's a huge thing going on right now, is that there's a lot of buying by like big people with a lot of money, like millions, like tens of millions of dollars, almost hundreds of millions, or almost like $100 million, right? Because we had someone get 80. There's a guy that got like 20 million worth of SPY calls or something, and then someone else got a 80 million worth of SPY calls at the top, right on this one last day. So, there's a lot of big money still throwing their stuff in here. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. This is what we'll see what happens really right here. I need to check Roblox. I don't know why, but I had an alert on it for something. Something got delisted. Oh, CFVI got delisted. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, let me check Roblox real quick. And generally, like, if we're looking for this to, like, when I look at this and, like, in a sense of the overall sentiment, just kind of keep in mind for the overall market, though this is pushing up, it's not really that bad, but if we look at this from what I consider good, we have no structure here. So for me to interpret this to other things, I don't think other things are good because we don't have a lot of structure here. To me, this shows weakness. Now, a lot of this stuff is also probably getting wrecked because the VIX bounced at a really nice place. But if we see something like start under here, it should be really sketchy. But if we see something start above here, we could see like a huge kind of turnaround in the market, even on the short term. I think all of this looks pretty sketchy, and it looks pretty weak, and it looks really easy to just continue a bull trap in this area, even if we do start up here, because then we'll need to start a day up here above this 4-hour that we see here, and then this is like the really attractive place here, where it's just easy. This is like an easy 600 on any call, right? So I mean, you'd easily get calls here near the end of the week and make $600 and like per call on calls that cost like $100 to $300 in like 1 day, 2 days. It's not it's not that difficult once we understand kind of the time component here. So we'll see what happens since we've really touched the 4-hour here. I don't think there's any. I mean, this is a decent short spot if someone wants to enter, if it's going to turn around. But I don't feel any specific type of way that we're going to go one way or another right now. So it looks a lot more bearish just because even if we do come up here, we're going to have to hold up here. And the more we push up into here, kind of the sketchier it's going to be. But we'll just have to kind of see with that. But let me check Roblox real quick. Where's Roblox? I don't know why I put an alert here. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I was wondering if we would start above this or get anything above this, but I didn't check it since yesterday. Man, it looks really bad. Holy shit. That looks really bad on Roblox. Roblox. Damn. 30. Man, it's crazy. Like, it's not incredibly surprising with all the buying up we had, but Twitter somehow still holds itself up here, no matter how bad it looks. Netflix still making a little bit of gains. Let's see. IBM still looks like trash. It's kind of crazy with IBM, how trashy it is. Like, just like a quick mention on IBM. I'm like really surprised how trashy IBM is because it gives such great dividends. It's like 4.8% or something like that. I would have figured, especially during these times, IBM would have been one of the most desirable ones, just from like a fundamental perspective, because it gives such high dividend yields. I would have thought people would flock to it. Now, everything about it looks bad, or a lot about it looks bad. Um, you know, but I'm not gonna get into it too much about that. But it's just kind of something that's always surprised me. See, Cisco's under a lot. I think there was a line I used to have here that was like pretty big, about like 44 something. This looks like something that could just crack through. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Any push under this, and this is going to crash through. A lot of stuff looks like it's set up pretty nice. Let's see what's going on. 1.3, off a cliff. Fix at 2713. Dow Jones is already off a cliff on everything too as well. So if SPY and NASDAQ are off a cliff, this is already off a cliff. Like we look at these. Excuse me. Let's see. Where's NASDAQ? Is it off a cliff yet? No, so we still have the 4 hour here. Okay, let me see this real quick. So I do think it's a little interesting in a sense. I mean, we'll have to see. One second. I mean, with the VIX, everything looks bad. I do think it's interesting a little bit how, well, I guess from the VIX standpoint, the indices could be worse. We really have to see what happens. The VIX could stay around up here all day and could just blast up. I think it's a little bit interesting how much, oh, okay, no, we're pulling back. Okay, so we never pushed in. Yeah. So this is one of the really bad places. The kind of the issue here, more or less, right? On the week, this is our range. On the day, this is our range around here. But on our current 4 hour, this is the range, right? So if we do push down from here, I don't think there's anything specifically to say we will push down from here right now, like right now. But it's definitely like a really safe spot considering the range right above us is this. So from this perspective, we're looking at it. We have what? 0.3% if we push up into this area, maybe 0.44%. And from a push down perspective, we have about 2%. So we'll see what happens. They can push it up if they want. It really doesn't matter to me. Like I said, I'm not in a rush right now. I'm not in a rush for anything. So, and for some reason, like like I said, the main thing is I'd really prefer to see Apple push up here, and the rest of the market could get a little bit of legs if it does push up here. And I want it to push up here because I think it looks pretty obvious with the CPI and other stuff, and just the structure for it to then start down here and then push down to here and then push down. And it would be nice to just get weak puts, because these were like weak puts that I got. Weak puts. I sold them out really early. I should have left them. So I will admit, like, I'm not like the most perfect person in the world. You know, I'm not gonna say specifics, but I got some for 300, and then I sold them for 600, or maybe it was like 290 something. But I think they were like 1,400 at the end of the week, something like that. Something pretty wild. So something at least 1,500 a piece, pretty crazy in hindsight. But I've done the same thing before. It is what it is. But if we look here, and we have Wednesday, or at least half of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we could be looking at least $800 if we do get a reversal here. So any put that's all the way down at 140, I think it's 140, once you get that low, it's 147, 146. So you get like a 147 here, which isn't that bad, and 147s at that point in the week shouldn't cost more than like 20 cents. And you're looking at something in 2 days going from about 20 cents to $200 to $300, right? So, you know, so we'll see what happens, but, yeah, and we'll just wait and we'll see. Alright, well, I'm glad that the VIX got some strength where it was. I was really glad to see that. If that's something they want me to look at specifically, just let me know. Until the meantime, I'm just pretty agnostic, so. Like I said, I'd like to see it push up here. I really would. Technically, I'd like everything bullish at the end, but I just want to enter. just enter a small range, and let's try to have a repeat of what we literally had on last Tuesday. I don't know if it will get past this though, but we'll see. Looks like they want to anyway, in a sense. So I don't even know if there's really anything. It's just buying, 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 buying. Oh well, we did that week. I don't like looking at short-term averages, but I mean we do come down here, so it kind of is what it is. Not really something I care about though. Let's see, 15. Looks okay from like a short-term perspective. Still got the 4 hour here though, so. Okay. If we don't have any questions for a second, I'm just gonna take a look at Twitter or something real quick. Let me do this. Let's see. Because for me, there's not like I'm just kind of agnostic to a lot of this stuff. If this pushes up and is able to get in here, a lot of the rest of the market should be okay for where it is. And I think it has a pretty. Well, we'll see. I guess technically, like being fair, the farther this pushes up, the quicker, the more likely. If this does hit up here, it looks pretty likely to turn around. I could get a put. I don't really care though. I'm gonna be like completely honest. I don't really care about playing anything in here, or like yeah, I don't care about playing anything in here. I just want to get in here because it's a tight range. I could easily turn around. I don't really care about playing anything here either, because there's also a reason to kind of push it up a little bit more, keep the market structure bad, and then knock it down on Monday. So for me, it's good for bears to have it up here. I think it's actually much better for bears to have it up here. So, you know, and then up here is a small range too as well, coming from this, which has the daytime frame, which easily could just wreck this stuff down also as well. But we'll have to see, because the CPI would have to come out by then. So, but anyway, we can just kind of see some of these areas. It's pretty straightforward, I feel like, for what it is. The VIX is pretty overloaded, but it's in this area, which is nice. So it hasn't ended anything up here. So possibly maybe at 10:10, something like that, we could see something on this 1 hour. We do see some resistance above. I would like to see a one, like, so this will be 10:10 because it opens at 3:10 for the VIX I look at. So I do think a turnover here on the 1 hour could have a decent chance of pushing up here, so maybe we'll see something around 10:10. But for me, I'm still like defensive, so you know, still defensive, still agnostic. It's all bad buying to me, so I don't. It's not like I see this and I'm like, we're gonna shoot up crazy. Like I don't feel that whatsoever at all. If anything, it's what I feel is kind of. It's not the same, like with regards to Apple that I like to look at, because Apple is like such a big weight. So if Apple cracks down, everything really cracks down because it's such a big percentage of all the indices and ETFs. But Apple just looks like it has bad buying, even now while the VIX still wants to push up. So for me, in this perspective, there is a big divergence here. For the rest of the market, there isn't as much. But maybe we could say there's a little bit, because the VIX is up 5% from yesterday, and the market's only down about 1%. So that could be considered a little bit of a divergence. I don't remember how much it does for each of those days. So, you know, so we'll see what happens here. We'll just let them do their thing. Like that's my thing. We'll just let them do their thing. I just want the big play again. I just want something like this where I can get straightforward, easy money. Don't have to worry about it. Otherwise, I would have entered here. If we came down here, I would have just entered here. I could have bought in the morning here, but I would have just gotten a small position. Now, it would have been pretty nice for whatever it was, because it would have been at least like $200, I suppose, at this point. But I might have sold it off in the morning, to be honest. I would have had to have seen. I might have referred to the 5 probably in the morning, and then because it did this here, and if we ended under, I probably would have gotten out. But I would never have bought more than like one call with like a super expectation that it was really going to go up. So, because for me, what I wanted to see, the same kind of thing I wanted to see is from here, I was like, hey, we come up to test. The VIX looked like it was in a bad place. So we come up to test, that pushes the market up. The VIX looks like it's a bad place. That pushes it down a little bit, and it's already in a weak spot. So then we extend. But for me, really, I really wanted to enter somewhere up here or up there. I don't want to mess with anything that comes here. And like we can kind of see why I might have done this, right? Also from this perspective, but I don't care. This doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's strong. We can see some nice stuff with this on the day and maybe like a little farther out. But we just didn't have the kind of bouncing that I really liked on this recently, so that's also why I don't really value this. I was not surprised, and I said yesterday this would probably push up because of this, but there's also a reason, right? Bears don't really want to, but not even just bears. Like, we could also say, like, people that top bot, or in a sense, are bears. That people that top bot that want to take profit are bears too, right? And so if we look at it in that sense, or like top buyers, they don't want to. Why would they want to sell it here? Unless it looks bad to go down, they're just going to keep letting it go up because they want to recover as much as they lost as possible. So, but yeah. So let me see. I can. I mean, I can guess. I can just take a look. I don't know if I'll be able to see anything in the short term. We have anything near us? I don't know if any of this stuff is really gonna like apply in a sense, to be honest, with what's going on. If I look at this on a short term, I mean, this is kind of nice. This is tragic. I mean, I don't know what happened these days, so, or like, I wasn't looking at these days. I'd have to look back at Apple, and that's a lot of work. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the Apple's still going up, pushing up, and the VIX is just unyielding. It is definitely pretty wild. I like this. This is going to be really nice, I think, for tomorrow. I'm really interested to see where we end the 4 hour today. The first 4 hour, 130. Or obviously, we only have one new 4 hour that'll form from the start of the day. Yeah, because everything else is so high. NASDAQ. Okay. Also, one thing to note, we are above the first 4 hour. So we haven't started anything here, but we are in here, so I would be surprised if some stuff starts to push in. I wouldn't really, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it holds in here. I think the scariest thing for it would be to hit 155.57 to 155.40. Maybe not, but I personally, I would be a little bit sketched. Like I said, I still have a lot of hope that it just ends in here. That way it's easy to say, okay, boom, are we out of it, or are we under? And just take a position kind of from there. But, so I'm not completely sure about this, but it's definitely possible that if we do hit this, especially too early, that we could just come all the way down and push down. I'm still not a big fan of that, like because what I said before, but that is always a possibility. So, and in the same sense, I think the more it stays in this area without touching the top, or like the the higher end targets that bots or people might be looking at, it does make sense that it would stay there a little bit longer, just from a target perspective. So, all right, let me see what happened. What's going on with let's see what's on like the news or whatever. 'Cause I'm kind of bored. Oops. You get rid of Streamlabs. Unpin. Executing good vibes protocol. Okay, now we're seeing, now it's in a little bit of a safe zone. We're seeing some of this stuff come up. Okay, let me do this. Put this, let's put this here. Where is it? Window capture. Oh, that's big. No copyright Lofi. Huh? I don't know who's marks the. Oh, okay. State chief, editor. Okay, editor in chief of state-funded RT News. Okay, I was wondering who made the saying. They're really angry about this stuff. Wait, what? Oh, I thought this was like some of the... Wait, what? They said Martha's Vineyard, but they're saying Florida here. Oh, from Florida to Martha's Vineyard, okay. But they're saying from Florida to Martha's Vineyard. But then they're saying here, they're talking about something in Texas. To go to Florida. So what are we talking about? People going from Texas to Florida to Martha's Vineyard? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that is exactly what they're saying. Dude, pretty wild. I saw this one dude interviewing him, and some of these people are saying they think the border's open. It's pretty wild. Anyway. No, people shower together to save energy. Jesus, could turn off the computer when you don't need it. Do these people know what they're talking about? They could just tell you to put your computer in sleep mode or hibernate if you don't want to lose anything. So they don't even know what they're talking about. Shower together, that's wild. I'm not like one of those people, but I'm really skeptical that these people also take quick showers. Very skeptical. I hate these people that think they're somehow morally superior to others. I don't hate them, but strong dislike. Wow, 1%. Record 1%, wow. Or whatever, 100 basis point. I think all this, let's see, wow. Oh, what's oil? Crap, I forgot. I wonder what oil and natural gas are at. Let's construct new warehouses in Spain. Let's see. Let's get out of this. What's going on? Yo, what's up, Vertigo? Yo, what's up, Grab? It's good to see you in here. Yeah. Hey, man, I'd do it if they did it, to be honest. I mean, to me, that's the best thing. Just set an example, right? But you know them. They're taking their long showers probably. They're taking everything to the dry cleaners. You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. They might drive electric vehicles, but they have the money to purchase a brand new electric vehicle. But yeah, more into you guys. Good to see you in here. Let me just make sure this is off. Okay, good. God knows I don't need to. Well, not just him. Everybody knows I don't need to leave my thing up. Jesus Christ. Whatchamacallit? What am I doing? Oh, yeah, oil. Where are we at? 83. Ugh, finally. Did we start the day under? What is that, a 4 hour I was looking at? Yeah, it was. Okay, yeah. So we never pushed under. Okay. Did we actually start under wherever this is? Finally. Finally a day starts under this. Jesus Christ. Why is it so much to ask? Maybe now we can actually come down to the area that we need to. Where is everything? They're over here. Okay, finally. This will be interesting. Honestly, I do kind of feel like oil will just drop through from a more fundamental perspective, but this will be really interesting to see because any like bounce and like base, anything that turns up here is strong. Any like bounce that we can see here is just going to look really strong. I do somewhat question after with everything going on. But would oil go down? Because we read that one thing about one place not having enough oil, and oil production is still crazy. I mean, could this be? It's wild because the assumption is, what's up? Yeah, I try to look a little bit better so it's a little bit more presentable. So I got some of my old, not old, but clothes I haven't worn in a long time. I mean, I would do this when I went out to places, to like try to like fix like a networking thing here or there, like UPS not working, whatever crap like that. But most of I did was work at home, so I haven't really worn these ever since, or really besides that. But yeah, someone gave it to me. I can't remember who. Some regular. Maybe it was Persifying. I feel like it was Persifying. Let me see. A while ago. I don't know why it matters, but yeah, Persifying. Yeah, he had it in Discord, and I just ripped it from him. Buy stocks. Your portfolio. Your savings. Your 401k. And so on and so on. I used to do a little bit of that. I don't do that, but I used to do a little bit of it. So, but the thing is, I worked at like a smaller MSP. I was just kind of getting into some of this stuff. I mean, I don't know how much I really retain at this point, but I mean, I can mess with like firewalls, setting stuff up, VPNs, profiles on it, just kind of looking at data that would come from it, like packet loss, things like that. Just like general like status inspection. I never mess with fiber, so I'm not like a networking guy. I don't know how to do any of the fiber, like whatever you call it, reterminations or whatever. So I'm not like a fiber guy whatsoever at all. But with anything else, I mean, it's like base level. So, you know what I mean? It's nothing like super, super crazy. But it was a pretty small company, and the cool thing is that I was able to get experience with a lot of other things doing that kind of stuff, so it was really nice. So I would call myself a computer networking per se, but like it was something I guess I was doing computer networking, but it wasn't like on like a senior level or anything like that. So it was like on a baseline tier 2 level, more or less, to be honest. What I really actually enjoyed though was if I went back to it, I actually don't really want to. I mean, for MSP, you got to know a lot of different stuff, but I actually really enjoyed Microsoft 365 products. So I don't understand crap about Microsoft Dynamics, their customer resource management manager or whatever. I don't really understand. That was so goddamn confusing when I looked at it. But I really did like SharePoint was awesome. I guess SharePoint's like part of everything, but SharePoint was so cool. I actually also got some experience with an on-prem. One of the companies had an on-prem Office. What is it? Man, it's been so long. Outlook. They had their Outlook 2013, not even fully updated. It was on like V6 instead of V9. It was crazy. I didn't do the migration. I don't even remember what his title was. I remember his name. But like our highest level technician did it. Our tier 3 did it. But it was kind of cool seeing that and seeing everything. And because it was a smaller company, like some mistakes were made here and there. It was a really good learning experience. I really would like to get back into it, but at the same time, MSPs are like, you got to find a good one. You got to find one where you know what you need to know what you're doing. You need to specialize, but you also need so you have like leverage. You need to not be micromanaged, and I wasn't super micromanaged, which is something that I definitely enjoyed quite a bit. So, but then again, I mean, it was hectic. It was hectic. Like we'd be having a meeting, and then someone would call in saying that some of their, what was it? Like without using the specific word for the application. There's just some database management software that was hosted on one of the servers. So like a server would go down, or there'd be like a memory issue with it that needed to be fixed that just wasn't taken. You know, like it's MSP. It's not a full dedicated IT. So kind of get to stuff as you get to stuff, and projects are a little difficult. But I'd be the one like as like a level 1 doing L2 stuff also there. I would be getting off. I'd be talking to these people and all this other stuff. Like the amount of work I was doing there was wild. I think that's why I started having blood pressure issues at the end of the day, because I was taking on a lot of stuff I didn't know how to do. Seemed like things were kind of crumbling around me. You know, and wherever the company is now, it is where it is now. I don't want to say too much about it. I don't even know really what they're doing. I feel bad a little bit for some of the customers when I left, but it kind of is what it was. So it was really great for like the experience and everything. I really enjoyed it. When I first got hired, they said I'd do like password resets and things like that, and then it's like I'm adding people. I'm teaching one of the IT people how to do basic stuff because he can't even delete users. Like this guy deleted users. So like for one of the companies, they had an Active Directory sync with their on-prem to the cloud, of course, and then this guy would like delete users out of the Active Directory, like the on-prem Active Directory. I think he did that a couple times, like without just moving them to like a to be deleted kind of area and whatever, and just I don't remember what all the stuff is. Like there's a process, right? Like you have to make sure that, and it evolved. You have to make sure you go into SharePoint so that they don't have anything linked to them, and so that their global address doesn't show up. And then you have to do a couple other things. But I mean, from the on-prem thing, you pretty much do everything there. But he was like deleting people, and it was like, what are you doing? Don't delete people. So it was. I learned so much, and it's crazy. But like I would never go back to work anywhere. Like if I had to, I would just go study for my Net Plus real quick, just finish that out. I would just go study for a SharePoint and finish that both in like 2 months or like 1 month. Shouldn't take more than that, and then I wouldn't work anywhere for like 65 less 70K for like maybe 1 year. It was nice though. Like I did so much, like the amount of management I had to do. At one point, I was buying laptops and talking. Yeah, SharePoint's it's a beast on its own. It's crazy. It's so powerful, but it's because it's like part of everything. But it's your God, SharePoint. You have SharePoint, and that's also the back end for Outlook, and then also that's the back end for God, I can't even remember their other applications. What's the one where people have their own file storage? OneDrive, so it's the back end of OneDrive, and it just links to so many things. It's crazy. And you can break things so easily. It's wild. But it was fun at the end of the day. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I really did. Like it was so much more than I ever could have asked for. It wasn't just a paycheck. It was experience, at least. You know what I mean? So that I never work for like cheap doing that stuff ever again. So, or relative to what I was doing, like I was doing the work of someone that would get paid 65, and I was getting paid like 42.5, right? So now as an entry level, it is what it is, but still, it was fun. So, but I'm also the kind of guy like I would go into work, I would do that, I would get off, and I'd stay like an hour late, and then I'd study when I got off. So. Yeah, SharePoint's really, it's like I see how people can just be SharePoint administrators and make 90 to 100,000 just doing that. Like it makes so much sense. It's insane. It really is insane. Man, they're really fighting for this up here. There's a whole lot of nothing going on right now. But I mean, it kind of makes sense because, right, they need to end a 4-hour above here. So we'll kind of see what happens. We're not even an hour into the day. Oh, man. Getting dehydrated quicker today than normal, I feel like. Man, I messed up my wrist. It was hurting the other day. I got to take it easy, and it sucks because I want to work out today because my bis and tris feel like they're... Maybe another day actually is fine. I can't tell. My buys and tries feel good. It feels like they recovered in only 2 days, which is the quickest so far. But I feel like I can still feel some in my arm. But long story short, I was like pulling weeds, doing gardening the other day, over at the neighbor's house. I was finishing up some edging, and I was just like pulling stuff out. And I think just the act like there was some of these things were like 3 feet long, weeds just into the ground. It was actually insane. And I didn't feel anything then, but I have a little bit of pain right here in my, like right here in my forearm now. So I'm just kind of taking it easy for that. I started doing squats. DXY breaks 111. It's going to wreck the entire market on HFT or HTF. Oh, higher time frame. Uh, yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. I would say it like this. Yo, what's up? What's up, Tethys? Or okay, I'm like 8 feet away from my screen. Yeah, Tethys. Yo, what's up, Tethys 6? Wait, bro, what? You guys see my chat? They need to fix their chat. Check this out. I don't know if you guys can look at this. I literally expanded my chat and then made it small. There we go. Okay, my chat magically reappeared. Thank God. Okay. Jeez. Okay, there we go. I definitely think it's possible. For me right now, the market does look like it's on a cliff, and we look pretty bull trappy. And if we actually do turn around, kind of keep up what we're doing, and then turn around on any of these specific things, I definitely agree. So my thing is like, it's like I kind of agree and disagree. So I think we're gonna see at this. Let me check the DXY though. From what you're saying and just taking it at face value, I feel like we're going to see the market falling off a cliff similar to when we break 111. So I don't necessarily know if it's going to be the DXY pulling everything and wrecking the market necessarily, as it's like the DXY is still just pushing up, looks attractive, and the market also looks bad. But like to say that DXY hasn't this whole time been an attractive alternative to the market is like that's how I kind of look at it. I don't know if 111 will be the catalyst because the market also looks horrible, but I think it, like more than not, it seems more obvious than not that the DXY has been like it's been doing so well in such a long term. Like it's for me, it's like the DXY looks amazing here, looks amazing here. Like so from like the 21st, it's just been a great alternative, and I think it's been I think it's been just a huge reason that everything's been going down as much and as steady as it is. Obviously, everything's horrible too, but I mean, it's just been on such a long term. It's been such an attractive alternative to the market. Like the trends on it are just insane. So to say, will the DXY kind of do it? I don't know per se, but we should see the market also cracking down at the same time. Because this is probably what, September 12th and 13th. So one of the things I've been enjoying looking at that's made it a lot easier for me, but I look at it with these averages, and mainly a lot of it in the mid-interim is a double hole. But we can just kind of see here, September 12th and 13th from the VIX is, right, so this is September 9th on Friday, and then this looks like we're going to go up. More likely than not, this looks like, from this perspective, it looks like the VIX is going to go down, the market's going to go up. But at the start, the VIX starts here. At the start of Monday, VIX starts here at like 310. And then, the market pushes up too much, and then we have this here. So I think we're going to see things line up also as well. I don't think it's, like I would never look at the DXY just to say we break this, the market is going to collapse. But I think it might work out just because it seems like a lot of the bearishness on the market and the DXY going up are just so closely correlated. But I would personally prefer to look at two. So we can kind of see even from here. We have our week time frame averages here. We can see we've been wrecked down. We started up too high in these two times, but we can see we started this week too high. But what we've done here are like these are the weak lines are just so we have an idea of. Well, I guess technically this can come up a little bit. 1 second. This is what 25. 1 sec, I think that doesn't. Well, it's literally not a huge deal. I think one of these is adjusted. Anyway, so we can just look at it from here. So these are those two lines. Actually, let's do it like this, right? This might be a better way to represent it. kind of in a sense. Maybe not. But like, maybe this isn't the better way to look at it. I like it like this preferably. But yeah, we can see here, like, right, so we can kind of expect, like I was saying yesterday, we have three things that really happen around here. It makes sense, to, especially I was saying, depending on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin looked ugly, it turned around, so it helped the VIX manage to stay up here. But there's like three things. We either start here, here, or here. The market shoots up, which is very unlikely of this happening here. And then this would be like the market has a chance of actually breaking and not being a bull trap. For this, I think it's just pushing up, and we're going to see a little bit of divergence today, just like we were seeing here. So where we are right now isn't as good because this came back into this area, and what might happen for the VIX soon is more of a 1-2, which is really scary because it's a lot harder to really plan for in a sense. So because if the VIX holds its price somewhere all the way up here, and the VIX starts up here tomorrow, and then the CPI stuff or the Fed stuff is bad, we're going to shoot down probably like crazy tomorrow. Similarly, this was the Tuesday, so this was easier to see because we had more of a baseline. This kind of is we get past two of these levels and start up here, so it's harder. It's a lot harder to position. You kind of have to just guess for this before, or like it depends where the market opens. It's a kind of thing because if we look at this other day in a sense, because the VIX opened so early, if you didn't get in at the top here, you really only have a choice to get in here. So it looks like it'll probably be one of those kind of things again. Though it seemed a lot easier to position here than it would be for here, because we aren't under anything, we're already above it, and this is kind of with the expectation that we come above it. So it depends kind of what we do. You know, every day it becomes a little bit fairly straightforward just looking at the VIX. What our kind of initial movements will be for some of this, but this looks really good even from this perspective, and if we can get up here, it should push up past all this and then invalidate any sort of head and shoulders. We already have like a higher low or higher base over here, not base but a higher low over than here, so all we need is something to get above this and we should shoot up. So relatively soon I believe we'll see something like that. So we'll have to see what happens today, but that's kind of like the gist. My bad, Biden shooting the economy, yeah. But yeah, pretty much that. So I'm just letting them fight. There's not really anything to do. So, I mean, maybe take a position in the morning. I don't like this though. Like I wouldn't have bought from here. Like I'm not surprised this pushed up yesterday, but to me this, well, neither option is really good. Like if we look at it like this is our range. Up here, it's easy to say with this that like, okay, do we go down to bounce and just push up or not? This already looks super weak. If this pushed down, maybe this had a chance, but it still looks really bad. And this doesn't look much better either because it's still just pushing up on nothing. Like if we ever come back under here, it's just going to get shreked. Though I'd still like to, I'm hoping we do start something within these 4 hours, and I do hope that we do. Arguably what might happen is that we do push up and end somewhere around here, and then depending, the best thing would be if we start down here, but it's possible that we just start like under a 4 hour over here or something. It just depends. I don't know when the announcement comes out. The announcement comes out midday. I'd be really happy about it. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like a morning number thing. Yeah, what's up, Liquid? It's good to see you in here, man. Hands up. Preach, preach. It's good to see you back in here. So, oh man, I don't usually get this whatchamacallit. It's not like dehydrated. I don't know what it is. It's kind of dehydrated, but not like dehydrated. Ugh, can't wait for my forearm to stop hurting. I'm never doing gardening again, or not gardening, weed pulling. Or not that. It's not that I was doing weed pulling. It's like I was pulling on these things. I'm not doing that again. Or I'm not doing that the same day I work out. I've been doing squats for like the first time ever. I've always been like naturally kind of athletic, and I used to do rock climbing, mainly indoor rock climbing. But and then like outside a little bit of bouldering. But I've never done squats in my life intentionally. If I've ever done squats, it's with no weight, and I never really did. I don't know if I've ever done a set or like more than I don't remember ever doing a set of squats, even like 2 or 3 sets of squats. And so it's crazy. I've been doing squats, and now like my butt hurts, or like the muscles of my butt hurt, and it's kind of weird. So it's not like that. It's like all my quads and my legs and everything, but it's just like I've never had my butt muscles hurt before, and it's kind of weird. Good thing Persifying's not in here. He'd make some comment about that. Excuse me. Okay. I guess we just check what's going on with the market real quick. Oh, I wonder what. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what are we doing here. Still pushing up. Very impressive what it's been doing. Now, of course, this is kind of just like free space a little bit, maybe a little bit farther up here. And it looks pretty sketchy, but I still like what it's done so far. Obviously, it's been. Hold on. Wait, are these the same? No, they're not the same. I guess they just have 1309. This 1309. Feels like Bitcoin's just skating the bottom, flirting with disaster. I love how nervous Microsailor is right now. I read they bought 6 million worth of Bitcoin this morning. Seems so small now. Yeah, it really is. I mean, 6 million. I mean, even $1 billion of Bitcoin isn't a lot. Like when you think about it from the perspective that it generally seems, I don't know how far back, but I can say at least from like November last year, it just follows the market. Probably maybe a little before, but because it just follows the market, even like buying 20 billion of Bitcoin isn't a lot, even 100 billion. Because if it just keeps following the market, people are going to be more than obliged to just sell out. You see what I'm saying? And no one's going to buy 100 billion up, right? They're just going to be buying. But like more than enough people, if the market are crashing, are just going to sell. All the bots are just going to sell. You know, so I don't even like maybe 100 billion is a little over an exaggeration, but you kind of see what I'm saying. Like when it goes with the market and the market just looks so sketchy, I don't know if anything is going to turn Bitcoin around. You know, that's kind of how I feel about it anyway. So I feel like almost in a sense they're going about it the wrong way. They should be trying to manipulate the market, which is like not possible because the stock market is just so much larger. Well, maybe. But $6 million isn't going to help you manipulate anything in the market, so. And even that, I don't know. I don't know how much money someone would need. It would be a god awful amount. I know that much at least. Whatever it is, it's a god awful amount of money. But yeah, I feel pretty bad for him. I actually have dreams now and then of Bitcoin hitting zero. I'm gonna be honest. I have dreams of it just dropping to zero. It does pop back up. I have like in my dreams it does pop back up to like 10 or 20K. But I have had some dreams recently of it popping to zero, which is always like it's a weird thing. It's definitely like a weird kind of thing. Trying to think about this. No, I don't see how anything changes. I don't really like. I'm trying to think of the value of this line. I don't think anything really changes too much from it. It's just an average that goes through a lot of these things. So, because on the day time frame, I do put a little bit more weight on this, but I still don't. It's still not that impressive. At the end of the day, I don't really care because this looks reasonable and we should then be able to fight up for here. If it's going to, so. But it still looks horrible. Like, I mean, it's like essentially looking at this. Does this outweigh anything with the 4 hours that are around? I just don't think so. Like, I don't weigh this as anything on the 4 hour. I couldn't care less. Honestly, I really couldn't. So, which is generally what I've been looking at. So, I don't think anything changes for me. But yeah, Bitcoin skirting is definitely... it's done its first kind of like, My macro outlooks were probably, I think, we're dropping. I actually think what we're doing right now is just another bull trap to get wrecked back down. That's what I see. I mean, from a macro outlook, if we fall down from here, like we're set up in a really nice place down here, in my opinion. Um, to if we do fail this on Wednesday, then or we do get significant pushing down, we can push through here. Easy target right here to push down through. Like days like this, that you have such a big trend kind of forming on the reversal. So anything that pulls us down here should just shoot back down. Bitcoin, yeah, I'm thinking Bitcoin. Just sticking to my shift pitch work, I could definitely see like a 13.9 maybe. I think more or less just following the shift pitch for Bitcoin to about 11K. I think is where it is right now. I don't think Apple's necessarily going to drop all the way down here. The first place I would expect is like 142, but 142 I don't think will hold too well. So ultimately, I would probably say Apple probably at around 122 with the Dow Jones down to like if we look at some of the previous days that extended under, we did get to see a nice reversal on it, which was really cool. Maybe we'll see something like this again. But if we do expect something similar to COVID that extends under it, let's just take this maybe. It's like a 12% extension. I don't know, 12% seems like a lot, but 12%, I mean, maybe we see something all the way down here. I think I have something that's a little more representative. Where's this here? Is 12% here? I could really see it anywhere in these places. It was a really nice bounce to where it went before, and this is something I had from 2018. It's nothing crazy though. It's just from down here to all the way up here, and then we had this come all the way down here and look really nice. So macro, everything looks horrible. Like I think everything looks horrible, and everything getting pushed up right now is getting pushed up very weak. It feels very bearish, and the buying up just feels like a bull trap for everything. Nothing seems really that strong at all. I use Apple as a determinant, and it is pushing up, but to me, it's not like just because it's pushing up without legs. So like the key places for me are here and here. I think if we are able to stick in here, tomorrow we'll probably start under. We'll have a reversal, just like a typical bull trap thing, and then everything will most likely collapse down. Everything else looks bad, and I'm not surprised everything else looks bad. Maybe things can turn around if we start in here, but I just don't think this holding here doesn't look good to me. Even in this area doesn't look good to me. For Apple, like the only thing I think that looks good to say that, hey, we look good on the market is maybe this area and mainly this area, which is really far away. The chances of us getting there seem pretty low so far before the Fed meets. So we'll see what happens. But if we're going to expect like anything to like turn around and shoot up, I would expect it somewhere around here. All these other places look pretty simple to get wrecked at because no matter where we end in this area, it's so close. So like even if we like started here and we pushed up into like here or something and ended here, if there's some bad stuff in the morning, we could come back here. Anything that turns around at any of these places is going to get tracked down. So us finally coming into this and holding here at least for like a 4 hour will then give us a position, and then we can see a reversal if we're going to have one. And any sort of coming down should come here and then should just push down. And if we have 2 days left, the next bounce target's down here. There's a high chance we can just pass through it because we have this really close trend that looks reasonable to beat. So even if we do come back up, maybe we come back up to 148, but on a week time frame, it's all really ugly. And this should be NASDAQ coming down like 20% and everything else coming down pretty far. NASDAQ I have down at, like, and it's not like anything specific, it's just everything's above us, right? So the month is all the way down there, the week I have one all the way down there, and there's nothing else, right? We have a 4 hour under us. That's about it for the NASDAQ right now. It's a 4 hour under us. So, Exactly. That's what I'm doing right now. Exactly. I'm just waiting for it. Just like the 164.10 on Apple. It doesn't feel like it, but just last week, right? So it's. But I mean, we'll really see because like everything's just so horrible, and we haven't come to winter, and we do have that whole energy crisis, and there's so much real things going on. like I could see stuff being so much worse. Now there's nothing that I'm gonna say that I think anyone should ever trade on, and I'll never trade on it. But things could be so much worse than a 20% drop. I could see a 30, 40, 50% drop. I'm gonna be honest with some of these things because there's no real data besides fib levels. And depending on where you're starting a fib, like once we fall under some of these places, if we ever do. Okay, so I'll show a couple things first real quick. So one of the first things is like the Hang Seng. So just checking out the Hang Seng real quick, we can just check on the month time frame. It's had a big one here. Almost hit if we have more data. We had our bounce here. You know, that's how we were able to see we're going to get a bounce here as well. But we've never, did I get rid of it? There we go. We've never had no long-term averages below here, and we've never had anything end to under here. So this is actually incredibly scary for something like the Hang Seng Index. And in the same respect, this same thing, even though we're much farther away from it on most of the normal market, so I guess the SPY does have something here. But since this is formed, it's never, well, let me see. Because what I'm trying to say is for a lot of these, there's not a lot of data under it besides a fib, right? So if we did find, like, I mean, it's even the same thing here. Well, let me just go to the Dow Jones. So with some of these things, what's the last time we came under this? So 1942 was the last time this ended under, I think. It looks like. So the last time this actually ended under was 1942. And I'm not saying it's going to be something like here, blah, 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 whatever. But my point is like when we do come under these things and we don't have a lot of data being under it, especially for a long time, in my opinion, the only thing I can return to is a fib. And the fib just really depends where you started it from, right? So, and my point is when fib depends on where you started from and you're a million feet in the sky, right? Like your 0.25 is going to be here, your 0.5 is going to be here, your 0.75 is probably going to be here. I mean, even these are like huge drops. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying like when we lose all sorts of averages or whatever, right? The only thing to turn to is a fib on a relatively higher time frame. And we're just so far up. So we'll see what happens. But that's not something that would matter until like for the Dow, it'd have to be at like 14K, right? So, you know, it's like a big thing. For the NASDAQ, it would have to be at 4,000. So if that ever was an issue, it's like you got way bigger issues at that point. So, you know. But it's just something I keep in the back of my mind because like everything just looks really bad, and at the same time, not like the chart, like technicals, anything can happen. That people don't want to really pay attention to real life, but every once in a while, I feel like real life has to hit. And the energy crisis is a big thing. Social unrest is a big thing. You know, the idea that you can't maintain your old life anymore, I think, is really the big shift in all of this. So I don't know when that would happen. We need more societal unrest. It's a lot easier to see that coming in the winter. Well, we'll see what happens. So I have little faith for the future, but I don't trade based on what could happen that far down. I just trade off what I think could happen. Or like anything, that stuff would be, it's so far down the line that it's just not actionable, right? There's nothing, like I'm not going to get a short now because I think that, or like I'm not going to short or get a put now because I think, whatchamacallit, everything's going to crap at some unknown time in the future. So. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. There we go. We're just chilling, you know? Oh, excuse me. Qatar. Is it Qatar? Don't they say Qatar? Qatar. Let's see, I don't think there's any new news. That's crazy. Ford expects an extra $1 billion in costs during Q3 due to inflation and supply chain issues. Probably most of it's supply chain issues, maybe shipping stuff. Let's see. Let me bring this up. get rid of this too for now. Let me get rid of this too. Yeah, negotiations with a supplier. Didn't China just have some? I remember seeing some article about China coming through with there's some storm. I don't know. Hurricane, typhoon, China container port. There we go. Shanghai port halts operations. This is like a week ago. I remember seeing this. So, Typhoon Muifa. It's annoying. I don't know why they. Oh, go away, man. Oh, come on. Come on, Bloomberg. You know I'm not paying for it. Anyway, I don't really care. I just wanted to make confirm that something like that was happening. I don't actually want to read the article. I would have taken a quick look, but ooh. Time is it? 10:45. Okay. Might have to get like some fruit or something to eat real quick. Take a quick like 5-10 minute. Come back. Oh, whoops! I got yogurt here. I just have sitting out. Let me finish this. Kind of interesting. I never looked at any of this stuff from this perspective. It's interesting that they mentioned this because I feel like there's an article like this. Lost something. I feel like I saw something like this. I saw something in like the last week or 2 weeks. Oh wow. Maybe I saw it in zero hedge. Whoops. Yeah, here we go. I don't know if I really like read it, but I remember seeing this. Oh, 2023 is what they're saying. First operating loss since 1915. So I think that was interesting, just seeing that other article because it kind of coincides with what this one was talking about. This is why it's nice to remember, kind of, to be able to Google and remember what I was looking at instead of the specifics. Buffett indicators. Why, I don't know why they, oh, it's still pretty bad, whatever, it's still pretty low quality. I don't know why all these are such low quality pictures. Like, they couldn't, like, I don't understand why, there's no way. Like, how are these so low quality? Like, I don't know what the pixel count on here is, but it's really, really, really small. Okay, that's enough of that, so it's kind of whatever. Oh, man. Okay, Apple. Just send your 4-hour in here. I think this is somewhat of a reasonable place to get a put if someone wants to mess around. Personally, I don't really care, to be honest, because I'd like to see a reversal, but it seems like a pretty decent spot. I don't trust any of this stuff till I see a reversal, though. I need to see something start and then start out, or start and then start up. What's the VIX at? It pushed up pretty quick. Yeah, it's no surprise. With this, into this, I think we have a decent amount more juice left on the VIX. Be interesting to see what they do with it. We got what, another hour and a half's gone through out of 4, so we have what, another 2.5 hours. Man, it's a long time. So this next four whatchamacallit. Like, I could actually, we'll see what happens. I could see this. I don't feel the same start. Like, I really just want to see something start a 4-hour in here. I'd prefer it to end in here and then have something start. We'll see what happens, though. Like, some part of me, like, I think this is a really great put or short spot, but something about this still makes me feel like it could stay in here. Like, my biggest kind of concern would be, like, if I was to get a put here, well, I wouldn't want to get it necessarily, well, even if it came back up, right now, I don't think it would be horrible. There's not, I don't think it's, how much is there to gain if they can have it start here? It's actually quite a bit to gain if they could get it to start here. As unlikely it is, I'm just trying to, like, think about this in a sense. How likely is it that we could go up? Man, I'd still like to see a day start above the day 375. It gets really interesting. Like, it's incredibly reasonable if we have a 4 that starts to go for this area to start getting in somewhat of a bullish position. The chances of happening are pretty unlikely. I'm just trying to think about what happens if it does do that. I most likely expect it to just finish in this area or finish under. But I'm just trying to think of, like, what if it does up here this quickly. I mean, because if it turns around, of course, you know, if we see any kind of reversal under, Like whether this is here or here, if we see anything at any point, start back here, we're turning around. But just thinking. Because if they can push it up this much, and if people are that bearish, it feels incredibly reasonable for this area right now. Like I don't care before it starts. Like none of this matters before it's like I don't like if this pushes up here on this 4 hour here. I don't care. Like I literally don't care. I want to see a 4 hour start somewhere around here. I'm actually would be incredibly worried if this somehow for some reason pushes all the way up here because then it's way overextended. Then we're going to most likely have a high wick and just start down here. I don't know if it's I don't know if I really care right now, to be honest. It's like I can think about it, and it's like it's kind of hard to quantify at the moment. But we have another 2.5 hours, so I don't really know why I should care until any kind of confirmation would kind of be set up. So I don't know if it's worth it for me to use any sort of brain power kind of thinking about it. And the VIX is still lower high on an upwards trend. And we have a left shoulder this high up. So, I mean, if anyone wanted to maintain a head and shoulders, they could allow it to come all the way up to here. And if the VIX is able to come up to here, it should be extending and pushing past here. So, like, for me, the only way that if someone wants to keep this bullish from a VIX perspective, they can't allow it to pass through here. Or at least start a day up here. So I do think if it does, well, we'll see what happens with it. Let's see what happens. I can make a lot of guesses, but it like really doesn't. It doesn't matter until we see like a 4 hour change and some other things like that. Alright, let me see. Board. Let's see Wall Street. Let's put this here. Uh, 10% maybe, if even. Like to me, the fundamentals of like if you're messing with, it depends what you're messing with. So, like if you're looking at indices, like it depends what kind of fundamentals you're looking with. Like, are you looking at like macro market stuff? Are you looking at like there's certain fundamentals of the way the market itself works, and there's like fundamentals of the way like what's going on with the world, and then there's like fundamentals, in my opinion, in regards to the actual company or the underlying asset that you're trading. So to me, it kind of depends on all of those. Like the market could look great, things could look nice, and your own company could get crapped on, right? If you're just trading like an individual stock. So I think it just kind of depends in a way like that. But for me, as long as like if you're trading Apple or something nice, like what bad fundamentals are you going to really run into? It's already a pretty steady company, right? It's the largest, I think it's the largest or the largest market cap company in the world. So it's just one of those things where, like I think fundamentals matters, but it just depends what you're messing with to make fundamentals matter. To an extent, like the world already looks like crap. We have the whole Ukraine crisis. Nothing looks better. So I'd say that at the end of the day, it's not super high, but it's not like I don't think about it. It's just, like I said, it's very situational depending on what you're doing or what you're messing with. And then there's also the idea that a lot of these fundamentals don't seem to matter. They only seem to matter to a certain extent. And I like to look at technical analysis in a sense, the way I do it anyway, as looking at what these people are trying to do or what they're trying to go for. Because anyone trading off of fundamentals, I'm gonna see it, right? I think people with a decent amount of money generally trade off technicals and long terms and fundamentals. So like if you're doing like momentum or like swing trading on longer time frames, you're probably choosing something with decent fundamentals, or you're doing something on a cyclical, um, from like a cyclical perspective, right? Which I think also in a sense, I don't know if that's considered technicals. I feel like that could be fundamentals also as well. Um, so like I see myself looking at these things from like a large perspective and already on the side of people that would be going in that manner. So I don't know. It's a hard like percentage to kind of put on it, but I think technicals are shaped in a large fact or in a large sense by fundamentals. You just can't always tell specifically. But as long as you assume there's a decent amount of people that trade on fundamentals, then once you find out where these big areas are, like smart money, I think it just makes sense to kind of go in that direction, or you'll see somewhat of a representation on your chart of that direction. That's how I feel about it anyway. So it's probably more than 10%. Like everything looks horrible, but everything looking horrible is like doesn't mean like we're gonna sell out. Because why sell out if everything looks horrible? From a fundamental perspective, nothing looks bad from a technical perspective. At that point, if I was advising someone, I'd say, okay, when we get to the next like technical place to sell off, or let's start deleveraging, and then where would we? So like in a sense, maybe fund's kind of an extension of that. That's how I imagine most people do it in that manner. So, I mean, for me, I guess it's I don't know. I don't think about it in any specific way. So, I feel like if you look at the long time frames, like I go month, week, day, and I try to look at the longest stuff when I move in. So, um, that's just kind of what I think about anyway. Now, like with smaller companies, or like I don't know, you're messing with like it's tough. We look at something like Lordstown Motors. Let's look at Ride for a second. Like right, they've had a lot of issues. So when you have smaller companies like that, or if you're messing with something like Neo, maybe I don't really know a lot about Neo, but there's some of these like smaller companies, these EV companies. I think you're more likely to need fundamentals for that stuff, or actually have a decent idea of the underlying fundamentals of it. Where the heck is Ride? Like Lordstown Motors, I mean, they had like a lot of issues. Now we could probably see something. I don't know if we could see anything, but Lordstown Motors has a lot of issues. These guys are lying about stuff, and I think their production amounts and other kind of crap. I don't remember. I really don't. But let me look it up. Let me look it up. I hope. Okay, good. I don't have to. Okay, let me do this. Lordstown Motors drama issues. So they lost GM as an investor March 22nd. I feel like they were lying. Let's do this. Lying production issues. Let me see. Yeah, the Lordstown Motors Mirage. Fake orders. Here, I'll bring it up. Right? Like Lordstown Motors Mirage. Fake orders, undisclosed production hurdles, and a prototype Inferno. This was like last year. So like with some of these, and an electric vehicle pack, so maybe that's also. So for some of these things, it does matter, right? But then we can even check. I don't remember for Lordstown specifically if there's a technical perspective we might have been able to see this from. There's no week. Can't really see anything from a day perspective here. I don't really see. I mean, there's almost nothing. I mean, from here, I guess if we lose the 200 that we were looking at here when it forms, it's not bad. And then we can see that we're finally under it. We come back up to it. We come back up to it. So from this perspective, with a 200 smooth, we could kind of see it. But we're not going to see any of the big. Well, we might see it on a short frame. But for me, like the number one thing is like, do we respect averages? And then if long term looks bad, then I question that stuff. And we can kind of look at Meta for that also in a sense, to where like Meta is an easy example of this because I just remember this one. So if we look on, I think it's the week time frame for Meta. So if we look at a week time frame for Meta, we can just see what it performs. A little sketchy, but you see how we start right under it, push down. See how we come up, push, 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 and you see how we just come under. So technically right here is already on a long-term SOS. And there's not really a lot of time because I think this thing shot up from here. But for me, I like to see stuff hold its price. But we can kind of see in the same sense that this just collapse, but it did collapse on a long-term average that just looked horrible. Was it above it? Yes, but it didn't. There's no confirmation because we didn't start above it. We were still just pushing up, you know, trying to prove this is what it's worth. So I think some of these things can kind of be seen for it. I think maybe, I don't remember if Foot Locker showed the same thing. I know Foot Locker had a big drop. I don't remember all of them specifically, but I know Foot Locker had a big drop, so we can just see with this one in a sense. I don't think they have a month data, do they? Nope. They do. Where was the big drop from Foot Locker? Was it here? I think it was here on the big drop from Foot Locker. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So the big drop from Foot Locker, right? So we can even see here on the month. Whoops. Well, let me just delete it this way. Right, so we can still see this. So this is actually tragic for this, kind of what it did for shorters or anything like that. But we do see that we hit this, and then maybe there's, I don't really care to look. There's most likely something here that we could see on a, we can even check. Why not, just to see. And I'll just remember this for the future. So let's go to like a day real quick, and let's see. So this would have been the average for the month. So yeah, I mean, we can even more or less kind of see here when the month first starts. Come under here, and then we push up. We can see on the day time frame here and here as well. So that's that up there. So we can get a pretty decent idea for that month when it came down. It would have been a little bit higher actually for this other one. It would only apply to this one. I'm too lazy to check for whatever this was over here, but we could see something here on it when it came under to kind of see how we push down on a longer term, or how we could have, how we do have long-term resistance above us at that point once we push under. We can just kind of see it dying off, right, and then it really falls down. We can also see it on the week time frame, right, under all the comes, boom, comes under, and then we finally get our first. Well, actually, we do get a start under here, which is pretty surprising. It didn't fall off. A little bit of a drop, though. Looks like 4118 to looks like maybe 5%. But then we do get this push up, and then we get a reversal back down. So even from this, if you weren't looking at fundamentals and just looking at, I mean, it's not TA, it's the doubles, and it's like it's the average I look at specifically. But looking at it in this way, we can kind of avoid this without even seeing. I mean, what was this drop, right? This wasn't a drop when the market was open. This was just like meta, where it went from here to here. So it just looked bad. And it's supposed to be like some big investor sold out or something like that. You know. So, because like even if you don't like the fundamentals, I feel like there's a decent like thing where we gotta, man, they're really pushing this stuff. I feel like there's this decent level to where, yeah, the VIX isn't really pushing down too much. But I feel like there's this decent thing where, like, if you don't like the fundamentals, you don't like the fundamentals. But if you're in something, I don't know if someone really wants to sell out if they're in something. Like even if the fundamentals look bad, does it mean just sell out, or does it mean, like, when can then we sell out? So, like, okay, now I want to sell out. Should I just sell out everything here? Or does it make more sense to just, like, I don't know. I can see people having copium and hoping it goes up. Maybe they don't look at, oops, my other mouse got moved. Maybe it's like copium that they want to go up, or they're just going to sell it at places that make sense. So we kind of just go back real quick to Foot Locker. Maybe that explains why we fall into some of these things where they just look so incredibly bearish on them. It's like when we go to the week time frame, maybe the fundamentals of it were already bad, and that's why people just kept selling here. And that's what forced it to push down. Right? So, kind of how I look at it anyway, in a sense. I like to think that I could see what people look at, in a sense, with fundamentals. So, they're pushing this up pretty high. It's pretty wild. So we haven't even started a 4 hour in any of these places. I do find it interesting, though, that I mean, we could keep, it's definitely possible we keep going up. They just need to make sure that the VIX doesn't, the news tomorrow isn't recede bad, and that the VIX doesn't, like, start above the day. Because where we are right now, well, technically, I guess the market's down a little bit. The VIX is just kind of like an inverse of the S&P. But considering where some of the stuff is, as long as this isn't assumed to be some crazy flight to Apple, which I don't think it is, like everyone's selling everything else and literally just buying Apple, whatchamacallit, we still are seeing kind of this divergence here anyway, as long as this trend on the VIX doesn't break. Really all it needs is to start up here. Ending anywhere up here is really good, but starting up here tomorrow, and most things should crack. So, maybe possibly even if it can do it here, but up top would be the best. So, they're really pushed up on this, like very aggressively pushed up. I'm not incredibly surprised when I think about today of it passing through here, as I was thinking before, but we'll see if it maintains. We still have another 2 hours and 17 minutes for this to maintain. I don't think that I really don't think they want it to hit the day, because then they have to keep it here for around here for the rest of the day, which seems incredibly unlikely. And then to come back down to any of these 4 hours, so like we had to keep it above here for the rest of the day, but on the next 4-hour change, all of our support's down here. Well, we are running into, let me see, we should be running into the 2s and the 1s also as well. Yeah, the 2's near there, where's the 1? 2's there, 1's, yeah, so like a lot of it's up there, so I don't really know how much more there is to gain on this just pushing up. Now, it's possible a bunch of idiots were just like completely short, and all of this stuff, I don't know why. It's possible, definitely. But they're definitely extending this up quite a bit. Like we just saw, I mean, like the lower time frame averages are above us, so it's not like, besides like a 30-minute being under us, so it's not as if this gets better the farther we push up on this 1 4-hour candle. We got a day above us, we got a 2 hour above us, we got a 1 hour above us, and then we got the 4 hours under us, so the farther we push away from the 4s, more likely we come back down to those to test, and the more likely that this looks ugly. And that it's weak and it has a lot of places it could come down through. So I don't think it's horrible if it can start a 4-hour here, but I don't think it helps it anything whatsoever to go up here and do anything around here. It's just not whatsoever at all. So now anybody that did their stuff up here doesn't care, right? So, but. Excuse me. But yeah, so we'll kind of see what happens. Got a long time until this 4-hour comes up. The SPY is only reacting so much. Like the Nasdaq seems to react the most. It's interesting to see the Dow is still. Well, I wonder how much Apple's weighted on each of these comparatively. I feel like it's weighted at least about the SPY. Maybe FedEx or something's getting wrecked to that. Especially with the SPY, I don't know. Let me see. Kind of interested. I don't really care, but products, screeners, stock. What are we looking at? Filters. Let's exchanges, index. God dang it. There we go. Oh, I'm not doing that. Let's do this. Huh? Let's try 1 hour. I don't get it. Unless this is calculating the 4-hour from yesterday, I don't understand this. Because it goes like, this makes sense to us, like, right, 110, 14, 18, 87, 84. I don't get what the 4-hour goes. 49, 36, 13, 84, 4? Like, what? There's no, it's kind of weird. They might need to fix this or something. Not really sure what's going on with that. Kind of sucks I can't see the whole day, but what's up here that's getting wrecked? Phillips. It's fairly large. Netflix. It's fairly large. He's fairly large. It's just interesting to see the SPY down 1%. It doesn't seem to be that bad, to be honest. Oh, change percent. We have a change. So this is like the daily change percent. My bad. I didn't see this. Ford's down. Okay, here we go. Ford's down 9%. Okay, this started to make some sense. Ford's down 9%. GM's down 5%. Frickin' Work's down. What's Work? WestRock? I don't even know what the heck WestRock is, to be honest. But this would make sense why Dow's also taking a hit. 9 and 5%. Check Ford out in a second. That's pretty wild. I think he's not down too much. Oh, that's 1 month. I don't care about 1 month. Packaging. Newell. I don't know how big they are. I'm pretty sure Newell's fairly large, though. Oh, so Nike's down 3.5%. I didn't know Best Buy was up here. Target's 2.5. PayPal's down 2.52. And there's a lot of things. When do we hit 1%? Wow, that's pretty wild. Okay, how many items do we have? So can we filter by... I've never messed with this. Volume, change. We'll do change here. No, where's change? See, I don't get this. It says change percent. Right? So we have change, and then we go here, we have change 1 minute, 15, 4 hour. Why it's... Wait, what? Or is it the 1 week I was like clicked on? Am I crazy? Maybe it just wasn't large. I swear to God there was... Am I going crazy? I just want to make sure that when I look at the week, this is what I swear I clicked on. Yeah, change percent. So I just want to check by change percent. Where's change percent? Oh, change from open. Okay, sweet. Okay, so this is, I'll take this. Below, so we want above or equal to 1. Let's do 1.00. Kind of a weird way to say it, but okay, sweet. Let me just make sure. Because if this is right, is this right? Because if we're looking at the S&P 500, yeah, but this is what? It's whatever. What a crappy filter. All I wanted to see is it's like, I wanted to see if it would tell me the ticker matches. So I was interested to see if like I filter this down. I wanted to see how many things on the S&P 500 might have actually have been down 1% or more. I just kind of interested on that, but man, this is crazy. They're still just pushing this up, and the VIX is not relenting whatsoever at all. Actually wild to see this. It feels very similar to September 12th, or it feels very similar to this day, like very similar. Now this day just didn't need to move; it just needed to sit here. But today feels very similar to last Monday, where we're just pushing up a lot, and it looks reasonable for the VIX to keep continuing. There's so much from a VIX perspective for this to gain. We'll see what happens, but man, it's pretty wild. I mean, I was a little bit surprised with it here too, but because they're really pushing this up, they're pushing it towards the day, so better hope they start above here. I better hope because the VIX starts before, and so if the VIX starts up here, I doubt that whatever happens the rest of the day, we're going to start the next day up here. If the VIX starts up here, and then we end up not starting above here, we should be just turning around. And this is like just full blast, full stop. So we'll see what happens. We have the 4 hour here kind of just sit up, so maybe we'll see something similar. Excuse me. This is what I was thinking about earlier. I was like, pretty attractive place. Like, because we're so close to this here. Like, I really feel like this was possible. I'm still waiting for the 4 hours, so I don't really care. If this was pushing down, I'd be like a lot more worried, but I mean, it could come down a little bit. We'll see what happens with it, but overall, we got our 10-10 hit, 10-10 switch, 10-10 hit. We're still fighting here. More people, I guess, that are still in their shorts. I don't know what their goal was, or their goal is, or anyone that might have still been in one from like here. Let me see if there's any news or a little bored. Honestly, until the 4 hour change, I don't really care. Like, am I surprised that it pushed up? No, but besides any red, like the beginning of the day, maybe would I've gotten like a smaller position for long. That's like a call. That's about it. I don't really trust any of this whatsoever at all. Putin to give major speech on Ukraine referendums, possible national war mobilization. It's always something great to have in the back of your minds as Apple pushes up with no real support. So Tuesday evening, isn't it today Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday evening Moscow time. And we saw the article earlier. I'll bring it up. We saw the article earlier too where, we'll do this. Let's do this. Saw the article earlier too where they're talking about declaring certain places in Ukraine part of Russia, or like the people in those occupying those areas, I guess Donetsk and some other places, saying, oh, we're part of Russia now. Like, which is going to go over well considering Ukraine wants Crimea back. Like, Ukraine doesn't even want to give up. To my knowledge, Ukraine doesn't even want to give up. At the end, they're not satisfied until, well, somewhat reasonably, but they're not satisfied until they're not satisfied until they get Crimea back. So yeah, that's kind of something right there. Not happy until they get Crimea back. Kind of far away from that, but I don't see. I don't know what you call it. I don't see how that. I don't see how that happens. But if that's like what they want, I don't see how they find any sort of resolution. So let me just kind of get this up here. Oh, this is an update maybe, I guess, of the other one that we just had a little bit ago, I think. These are Russian territories. Now we must go in to help them. Good Lord. Donetsk People's Republic, Bennett Pushilin. Now, I don't know if these are really Ukrainian gains specifically, as much as it is from what some of this might seem like just foreign fighters in Ukraine, but still, No, I'm pretty sure, like, not, this isn't like pro-Russia talk, but just from some of the recent stuff, I'm not really like, I'm not really either side to be honest, but I'm obviously more Ukraine than Russia because they're aggressors and they already took, I mean, they took your Crimea, right? So I mean, obviously all this stuff's going to start when you just go and you annex something. And Georgia's like what, right over here or something that they messed with earlier. Was that like 2007, 2008 or something like that? So it's not like this is anything new. But Ukraine even said themselves, like they took over a decent amount, but they can't hold it. So I think what might be the goal here, if they're going to try to do an offensive, is to quickly regain this before Ukraine or any like foreign fighters helping them can really establish any sort of defenses. That's what I would imagine, and be able to maintain any of the ground that they actually took. And I'm just basing that off of kind of Ukrainians themselves. I think even Zelensky mentioned it was going to be, he's not like a commander indicated that it was going to be difficult to hold the areas that they took. So, um, so it's just crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. None of this looks good. I mean, geez, the CPI stuff is CPI stuff, or the Fed stuff's the Fed stuff. But geez, this also looks pretty bad. Yeah, we saw this earlier. Wow, wild stuff, man. God damn. There we go. It's not a recession. Plus 0.03%. Oh, oh yeah, we have negative GDP growth. What am I talking about? Even though this isn't like negative, it's down from before. Okay. Right? Or maybe I'm crazy. 25 September 15th. What? I'd have to see the numbers before this. Where are we at? Just one. I had to see it on a longer time frame than this. Doesn't tell me anything. 920. So they do this every. I don't really understand what determines what I imagine they get. This is like a kind of confusing graph. I kind of get it, but like what determines what? Like this is residential investment. Why do I not see any residential investment up or down on like the majority of these? And the vice versa for some of these other ones. Some of these don't have consumer spending. Does that mean it changed nothing at all? I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's how they have it. I feel like I should see a little bit on each of them, even if it's barely anything. It's not a recession, it's a special economic operation. Whoa! My button works? Oh, never mind. My forward and backwards button don't work. Oh well. Alright, let's see what's going on. We're still just like shooting up on Apple. Okay. Still got the SPY, man. Let's check Ford. I remember saying I was going to check for Ford earlier. Let's do this. That's wild. I mean, yeah, we pushed up here and ended, but still. Are we on long term? Should have a month, I feel like. Nice bounce up from here in June, July. Holy shit. I haven't looked at Ford in a long time. God damn. Jesus. I mean, July, obviously, we had, like, the up month, but still, like, Jesus. That's wild. Man. And then, yeah, we get a confirmation on the week here, July 18th. Looks nice, just pops through. So, no confirmation on a week there. Come back in on the day. No hit. What's this at? God, Ford looks so bad. We'll see what happens. Wow. Because, like, we have to, like, there's no point in me, like, thinking about what might happen in the interim for this, because if the market has issues, this is going to have big issues. It's just wild to see it. I'm not going to think anything more of it. I mean, we could be down here by the end of the week or something, depending. But wow. That's actually wild. What was the other one? Ford. Was it change percent? 19% down? I don't even know what West Rock is. Let's go check GM. It's a big one. Where is? There we go. Oh, really down that much? Oh, because we pushed off, so we came from 40. Okay. Okay. That's super unfortunate. Oh, September 12th. Okay. I was going to say on the 4 hour this looked nice, but this was also that September 12th day. So, okay, we come under and then we come back up. And then they just, it looks like they just pretty much. Okay. It looks fine where it is, though. I don't know how much this matters, like what I was saying before, because of the market. I have no idea what this line through is. Maybe this was supposed to be. Oh, okay, week time frame 200. So we got a little bit of a bounce there. What are we doing this week? That we just came down here, right? Yeah. No. Okay, so we started what? 39.45. So this. That's wild. So this actually started the week right here, right near it, and then actually pushed all the way up, and then we just ended right back down here. Wow. This will be interesting to see. I don't know how the rest of the week's going to go specifically. Like, if we do have a huge drop, I mean, the worst things for things like these, in my opinion, are like we'll have this, and then so it's really just kind of ending a week around here because we have a week time frame here, and we also we just don't want to go too far away. But it's hard for me to imagine if we do collapse tomorrow, stuff doesn't like just push down. And it's kind of hard to imagine that we'd sit around here, but we'll see. Maybe it's because it had such a big drop. Check back on this one. It's pretty wild. Like, we don't want to get like stuck under. Things can happen if we drop far enough, right? You have a trend you already exist on to try to push back up when you test. So in that same sense, I don't know. I don't want to say something similar would happen because I feel like it could be way worse. Let's Google. They have a split sometime recently. 20-1. Wow. I didn't know Google had a split. Doesn't mean anything to me, but I just didn't know Google had a split. And we had here September 12th on Google. Man, that was pretty straightforward on Google also as well. I didn't see this. Not that I cared, but same thing as that. It was the same exact thing as Apple. So nothing really here. Doesn't really come back up either. August 17th. That's interesting. You could see it on August 17th. There's quite a bit of them you couldn't see it on August 17th for. Okay. See what we're doing with the good old boys. 1561. I think it's 157.40, I believe is where. I'm gonna be honest.
Not honestly, that I should say it's a bad phrase to start anything with. Let me start a phrase with something that indicates I haven't been doing this, but now I am willing to. That's how it feels like. Um, yeah, I mean, out of everything on the day, I mean, I think this is the strongest area to get a put at easily. We'll see what happens, but like these fours are fours, but for me, like the day, this is the biggest area. I, I will like no joke. I will be 100% surprised if we push through here with any sort of significance, like anything past like here. I will be incredibly surprised. I don't see this happening. I don't know. I might see what like far outputs are because we might be so far away from what we could possibly collapse to, and if this might be, we haven't seen the 4 hour yet. But my thing is, if we start this high on the 4 hour, I believe there's going to be a fairly high chance that we at least want to come down to test to these things, and it could have a lot of trouble at these areas. So this really, if we do push down, this could easily be the highest point, and if we're going to push down something to like possibly 146.50 or 146. That stuff's got to be super cheap, so I think it can do it by the week. So let me see what some of these options cost. Whoops, not orders, positions, trade, options. I wonder what Tesla's doing too, actually. I'm really interested to see that. $60.50. What I'll do is I'm going to wait till the 4 hour. I already see what the price tomorrow is. So I still am not a huge fan of it like right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and we'll see what happens on the 4 hour. If we end the 4 hours somewhere around up here, then I'll just get a bunch of probably 147s, I think, something like that. They're out of money. I might just get like $300-400 worth of that. So has easy like 10x potential if we turn around. So depending on what happens tomorrow. It looks bad from the FOMC thing. That Russia thing looked really bad too. That Russia thing looked horrible. Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, that is. I'm not saying like I'm trading off of that, but that is bad. Or like I am, but not really. But like, I mean, it doesn't markedly change my feeling on anything. It just. Like, I already believe we're not going to get it past the day today. And I still think, like, it's probably a bull trap that turns around. Like, the TA will kind of convince me of that. And the VIX hasn't let up. The VIX is still at 2660. When I last mentioned the VIX, like 30 minutes ago, the VIX was at 2645. So we're up 15 cents. So it's still not down. Which makes sense. Realistically, with everything kind of going on, it makes sense that it would be staying up there just because of the possibility. But this is that's definitely pretty sketchy. I don't even care from like a TA perspective. Like from a TA perspective, I mean, or like a chart perspective or a trade perspective, I think it has a lot of weight, but it's that's pretty scary, right? Full war mobilization. I mean, poor people, Ukraine, and then on top of that, geez, who knows, right? Because I don't know, like, I don't know the extent or what they're really going to be going for. Because they want to liberate those. Most likely, it just starts out them saying they want to liberate those areas, and then their people move to other areas and say, "Oh, hey, you don't have infrastructure, things to support these people either. We'll give you what you want, be part of us." And like, you know what I mean? I feel like it's just one big annexation. But we'll see. Like, if they don't have as many ground troops, and they actually don't, I don't know. I've always been of the thinking that if they really wanted to screw over certain places of Ukraine, they definitely could. They just aren't because that's not their goal. And I'm not like saying, "Oh, Russia, Russia." It's just like, I mean, Ukraine's not really that well built up. And then Russia is also going to say if Ukraine gets too much help, they're going to be like, "Hey, why are you helping Ukraine so much? What's going on? Blah, 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 blah." It's like, "Hey, we're bullying this guy. How dare you?"
How dare you intervene? This is my fight. Those would be pretty sketchy. We'll see what happens. I mean, this hit almost all the way up at the worst place. Actually, pretty wild. What's 122? 122 from 50, 156 is what? 34? Okay. Just thinking about something. What does it look like on the short term? It can't be like... Oh, okay, so for the 2 hour, we have this all the way up here. Okay, so we actually hit the 2s and the 1s. Okay, wow. Yeah, I don't see why not. I'll at least get some for a little bit farther down. So we've actually have like some significant resistance. I don't care about the 30s down here. But we finally, I didn't realize we came so far up. We actually had a 1 and a 2 hour at the same time on the last 1 hour change over here. So we might start trending down really for the rest of the day. That's what I would imagine. It could keep pushing up here though, but this is the first like real resistance. And we're pretty close to the day. I don't know, I don't really specifically think it matters if we hit the day. This is probably the best spot, actually, so far that's been presented. Because anything else is just like really sketchy. Because anything else that pushes up through the day doesn't necessarily seem like a short spot. If it actually did push through the day, that's more of like a what's going on here. I really want to wait for this 4 hour change. It kind of sucks. But the 4 hours are under us. The 1 and the 2 seem pretty strong and pretty together. Maybe I don't need to worry about just hitting something perfectly. Like, the question is 1 or a 2 hour. The nice thing is, like, I'm thinking, so like, there's a couple different things. I think up here is like, it's the best spot all day. And if stuff's really going to turn around, I really believe in this spot. My other thinking though is if we're this high up and we do have something like that's really bad tomorrow, the VIX starts in a bad or like a really good place to shoot up, pull things down. If we are somewhere around here, we should see a start around here, which indicates that we'll drop really hard, and then you kind of get the most value for it as opposed to taking the risk here. Because we do have the 1 and the 2, but we have the 4 unders, so I could see like a 4 coming down on the 4 hour, finding somewhat relative support and trying to push back up to this area. And that's kind of my big concern, because I'm not thinking about shorting, I'm thinking about puts. And it's like, the lower that, like, I'm thinking like way out of the money puts. So it's one of those things where they're worth, I think 147s are worth, if I remember correctly, like $30 or 30 cents a contract. But if we do, like, it's just, we'll see what happens. But it's like, if we do sit around here, or we even do come down and do this, those should be worth at least 50% less, or they should be worth about 50 to 20 cents instead of 30 near the end of the day. So I'm just a little hesitant. Like, I want to see that 4 hour change, but if we're this high up, I might as well either wait for the day to turn over, like either a small position here, well, not there. It would have been here. Well, technically, we can like look at this on the shorter term. We can kind of see what. That's right. This was the week time frame. This is where we started. So possible. I mean, this was like okay. I wasn't a huge fan because we didn't see the 4 hour until somewhere over here. And then we can also see this on the day. So besides these, or actually we could see the 4 hour. There's one more. And then it was a 4 hour switch over right here. But this was purely copium, assuming that, you know, it would push up. So really like today and then the other day at the beginning. But besides that, I don't, and even those were a little sketchy. So, but yeah, let's get this 4 hour change. I'd really like to see a 4 hour change up here, to be honest. I'll definitely get a couple positions if we have a 4 hour change somewhere up here. I believe. Yeah. I mean, what are the chances? Because like I said, where I really want to stag on is a 4-hour starting down here. So, which I think easily, I really do think is more and more likely. Or like the idea of being able to get in here easily for a quick drop makes a lot of sense. The higher up we are, because like the VIX starts in the morning, right? And this doesn't seem like it's super letting up anytime soon, especially if we can end the 1 hour back up here. But I mean, if this thing keeps staying somewhat on an uptrend, easily could aim for up here. This will have the market down a little bit in the morning, and there should be a correlation with that, the market being down and Apple starting somewhere around here, and then it's just like instant money without having to worry about losing anything in put. So play it safe. Play it safe. I think I need to take a quick break though in a second. We have what? 12, 30, 42, hour and 42 minutes left. So let's see. These people are quite literally animals. I wonder if Ford's recovering whatsoever at all, or GM. SPY's still down. SPY hasn't reacted to any of this stuff. Nasdaq's reacted a little bit. Dow Jones hasn't reacted. I mean, it makes sense with the Dow. I'm pretty sure Ford and GM are on SPY, I already know they're on the Dow, so that probably explains why those aren't moving too much. But it's interesting to see them not moving too much at all. I think the SPY was down 1.2%, so it's gone up, I guess, 21% or 21 basis points since a little bit earlier. I'm going to take like a quick 10-minute break though. I'm going to get some food real quick and then I'll be right back. Let me see. I need to touch grass real quick. 12:15, 12:10, wait, 12:10, 12:05. We'll do this. 12:05 the latest. Let me hide this. Let's see. We'll get something else up here on the side. Let's do here. Do we want to keep the VIX? 4.2. I can show it too. It's not a huge deal. We could leave it 12 hour for it. I don't really care. It shows a little bit more like depth kind of on it, without making it look too sketchy, because the 2 makes it look sketchy, but it doesn't look bad on like a 4 or 12, so I don't know if I really want to leave up a 2, because then it makes all these other ones look really sketchy. Like, I'm not trying to say it looks sketchy, or that it looks like amazing. I don't think this makes it look amazing, but I don't think it makes it look sketchy either. But I do think this makes it look better than it does in the 2R. I have zero idea what these are. 375. I have to adjust this. Let's do that real quick. Let's go here. Was supposed to be at 27. 31. There we go. Oh, I see what the intention was here. I don't mind that. Okay. It's more evened out, so I'm just taking it so when I look at the older data, it's easy to see where it lined up, so I can see it like that. Okay, so this is 3500. What are we talking about? 375. There we go. Whoops. I need my creatine too. I don't have my alarms anymore. I need to reset my alarms so that I'm doing stuff more regularly. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to leave this here. I'll be back at like 12:05 at the latest. See you guys in a little bit. Boy. we got going on here? The VIX is barely down anything. We still have Apple skyrocketing back up, or skyrocketing up. Wild. To me, it seems very similar to what we had on September 12th. So, I mean, from a perspective, I can see why people don't want to sell it down. I'm waiting for a 4-hour. I think that seems to be the safest kind of thing. We did come back into a 2 and a 1. So if I want to really like fight for this, I want to see a day start above here. But besides that, I think, you know, so many people bought up top and they just want to push it up. I haven't seen anything that I want to really enter, because what I was saying I wanted to see when we were around the 4 hours is I wanted to see around the 4 hours something around here start and then do something around there. I think I'll get into some shorts. If I lose money, I lose money, or get into some puts. Whatchamacallit, on the 4-hour change is what I'm still waiting for. So, but am I unmuted? Yeah, I'm unmuted. All right. Whatchamacallit. But I mean, to me, it's just dropped so much, and I haven't seen a specific reason to super sell it, or like short or enter anything. I haven't seen a short signal, and they just kind of keep pushing it up. So I kind of see it as why not in that kind of sense, to be honest. Let me get rid of this off the screen too. I forgot it's up here. So I don't know if it's as much that it's like bullish as it's not super bearish yet. Whoops, my bad. At the end of the day, it seems a lot of similarities. So it's not the exact same, obviously, because this was pretty straightforward to see. We had Friday, Monday, Tuesday for September 13th. And then today we have this bouncing up off here with like a low, higher low right here. So it's a little bit similar where if the market didn't get sold down by everything else, or if we just compare it to Apple, one's going up when the other one's also going up more or less. Now we can see it's having probably a little bit of trouble with something on the 1 hour, I think. I mean, it's still up here on the 1 hour, so we'll see this in 5 minutes, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I mean, it seems like the VIX is still just trending up. And God, there's a lot of bad things that could happen, but the big thing would be like if we start up here. So I still think it's worth it for me personally. I'll see on the 4 hour, most likely I'll take a position. We're already really high extended. Like from a 4 hour perspective, maybe we use the day, but I'd expect it to try to push all the way back down here. And then from down here at 155, 60, somewhere around here, then try to push back up comparatively, to wherever it is when it ends. So, but whoops, my bad. I keep forgetting I'm muted or not, and then I eat something. I'm so sorry for that. I got food, I didn't eat anything. The SPY and the Dow are down so much more than everything else because FedEx got ripped. I think Ford dropped. Well, technically Ford went up. Ugh, 1 second. Or I should just add Ford. What's that? God dang it. Okay, give me like 30 seconds or I'm going to keep eating in the microphone, and I don't mean to. Ford bounced? I thought Ford was down 23%. Was it GM? Maybe not. I mean, I thought one of them was down more. I thought I saw something down. Maybe it wasn't the change itself. Yeah, it said Ford was down 19%. I don't know why it says it's down 19%. I don't know what the hell this change means. I'm going to be honest. I don't know why this says 19%. So 9%, I guess. I don't know what the heck. Their stock thing is like weird as hell. I don't know what changed. I'm going to be honest. I have zero idea what changed percent. What does this mean, 19%? What's the relative time frame, or what's the basis point for this? Um, whatchamacallit. But anyway, it's down like 9%, but this guy hit pretty hard. Though, in all fairness, during July, this got pushed up pretty hard. Whoops. Like Ford got super juiced in July. But they topped off here, came down. They got super juiced. I mean, this is, I think, 50% when I was looking at earlier. That's like almost 50%, 35% to here. So 10% down isn't really that much. So now it looks pretty sketchy and everything looks everything. Okay, I'm not muted. Good. Everything looks kind of sketchy from that standpoint. So we'll see. It feels somewhat similar to what we had up here. So we did have the day and the week up here. I think what I'd be looking for is I'll probably get a little bit of a position, something pretty far down out of the money, because all that stuff should get wrecked. So it should be pretty easy on implied volatility if we go down. Like I imagine that we will, and if not, it's just a loss and it's not a big of a deal. But depending where we end, if we start the day under here, if we start a 4 hour under here, we should expect to push down, So, but even on this 4 hour, I'm not really sure how to quantify this. If we'll like switch over here and bounce, I'd expect more so that we'd come down to the 4 hour time frame itself as opposed to the day, because what we want is to end above here. So it makes sense that people want to push it so we don't end. We start somewhere down here and then it looks bad and we'll push down. But with the VIX, I think that's kind of the biggest thing about most of this is where it's still just in this range. So it makes sense that it wouldn't just push up today. But as long as it can maintain up here and there's anything bad tomorrow, I think a start above would be the best. But we'll just kind of have to see play by ear. It's not a big deal though. Give me a second. It's certainly wild how it seems like the biggest thing for the VIX isn't the week time frame, but the day time frame. It's always interesting. And for what it's worth, I don't know how much it really matters. Excuse me. On the VIX, we do have our new 1 hour on the VIX, every 110. So it would be interesting to see if we use this. I mean, it seemed to respect it here, and it seemed to respect it over here. I don't know if we want to call that. Some okay stuff here, nothing really amazing. Well, it is just a 1 hour. Market Wizards audiobook. That sounds pretty good. I like audiobooks. I haven't listened to one in a while though. But we might expect to see a little difficulty here with some of the stuff that we try to push up. I think anything that ends around here has a huge chance to just start here tomorrow and wreck everything down. Apparently there's some Russia stuff going on too, where they might do some war mobilization soon. We'll see. Stupid seeds. Yeah, I see Bitcoin's at 19.2. I don't know what it was at before. Oh, excuse me. When the market open? 9:30. Where are we again? 4 hour. Oh, okay. We're back up here. Where's the day? Okay, it's right there. Okay. Yeah, this will be really sketchy in tomorrow. Like I'll pre-position for it. I'm not worried about it, but there's no way to technically pre-position. But I would definitely expect the VIX to start above both of the days, and that's for us to shoot down, and Bitcoin ends under here. Because we start above, we do get a little bit of a push. Looks ugly. Easy targets, right, to break and have this collapse down. So that makes sense. But if this is like more, it's like say, hey, and then all we have to do is break this and push through here, and then, this also lines up here. So I think we'll we'll see what happens. It looks like it's shaping up to be a September 13th all over again. That's the feeling I'm getting, is that it's going to be September 13th all over again. Too much buying. We have no foundation. The VIX is going up while the market's going up. Most of the market, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Dow, and I feel like they'd be up. Stupid seeds. I feel like the Dow and the SPY would probably be up if the stuff like GME and Ford wasn't like wrecked. But in relation to Apple, it's like ridiculous buying. We have no foundation. A lot of other things are going down. Apple's going up. So if Apple turns down, everything else already looks bad. Should, because it's so heavily weighted, it should destroy everything else on its way down. Bitcoin looks like it's set to end in a bad spot, or start the new day in a bad spot. So if we start anywhere like around here, we should be encouraged to push down. Most likely this will make the VIX start in a pretty bad spot also as well. And if the VIX does manage to start above here tomorrow, I almost guarantee it's going to shoot up. I can almost guarantee that. Well, the guarantee is that sounds like a word that has to do with money. Your money's your money. But I'm very confident it'll just push up if we do that. I mean, we're so damn high on Apple too. Like, we pushed it all day. Now, if it starts the day here, then hey, Gucci, man. Okay, let's go for it. I'm all for that. So if they want to do something like that, and we want to start the day somewhere around here tomorrow, then I'll join the ride. It doesn't really matter to me. But they need to be doing something up here. They need to make sure it can start up here. With the VIX, I think, depending what happens, it looks less likely. If we start under here, we should be pushing back down also as well. And then we'll see stuff on the 4 hours. So 4 hour crack back down here should also push us down to here. We have no support, so coming back down to here should wreck us down here. So it kind of depends. We'll have to see what it does, but that's what I would expect to do kind of in that recession. This is just all buying. There's no 4 hour change. We haven't seen any reason to kind of like have it get super sold down. Yeah, or the wreckage Wednesday, I guess, in a sense. So, I mean, we already had somewhat of an uptrend. We already had a reason for stuff to push up. I don't know, so anyone that's like a long-term bear, I think all of this is great because we're pushing up without any real foundation. So anything that turns this around, I think if we can't manage to hold here is great. So from that perspective, I think it's pretty decent, but we also have the weak time frame here, so I don't know if bears necessarily care. So now like shorter term people, but like longer term people are looking at this on like a longer term time frame. So we have no confirmation on a 4 here. We have no confirmation on these 4s here. So if we can't hold the day, it should collapse. Also, an interesting kind of thing is, even though the VIX didn't really start in an ideal place for the week, it looks pretty reasonable if we can start here to push up, and at the same time, it's been such a big thing. Like, this area has been such a big thing, and it looks decent now that we've hit the weak candle here. If it could turn around. Especially with everything going on, it looks pretty nice. So, see what happens. But, if it gets up above here. Well, I think, considering on the week time frame, if we look at it from here, we start the week under. So, if we ever push back under here, it's going to fall through here. Right? And then we head to our 146.80, which maybe it holds at that point. I think it would just fall through. But if we fail to maintain the day that we pushed all the way up to, right? If we start down here, pretty much it'll be starting down here. It has to start above or under, right? One of those two. So if we do start down here, it looks bad, and that should push us down. Then we have to come. It depends what happens also with the 4 hours too. Maybe it's a little bit better if we do switch over on a 4 hour, come back up, and then do something here. I think that would be better for this because this would be a little bit more of a checkpoint in a sense. and then I'd be more expected to not necessarily worry as much on that day. So, I mean, it could be business as usual, could be priced in, but stuff like Ford and all that is like horrible, right? And then we saw, like we saw earlier with the Russia Ukraine or Russia mobilization possibly and all that kind of stuff, and the liberation of a couple of those areas that they pretty much want to annex. So, like, to me, if it was business as usual, we wouldn't be going up this much. That's how I kind of interpret it, because what we're doing right now is not business as usual. This, like, here was not business as usual to me anyway. So, like, to me, it's easier to see this because we have the day gap, but I feel very similar to the 4-hour, what this is doing here. Now, of course, we're never going to really see a gap on a 4-hour because it's not intraday, so there's no, like, whole pre and post market, or post and pre-market leading up to it. But it just seems very, very weak for what it's done. Like, we have this line here, but, like, let's get rid of this trend line, even though I like this trend line. I really do. Worse over the day than the week, but let me get rid of this trend line. I have no idea where it is, to be honest. Oh, my God. Maybe probably group 1? Where's group 1? Oh, my God, I'm so annoyed. Okay, you know what the issue is? It's because I'm frickin' not on the right side. Alright, so if we look at it from this perspective, we can kind of see what I'm talking about. Once we get rid of that trend line cutting down, cutting through things. Right? Like, we're all the way up here. At this point, we've hit the day. We've even extended a little bit above it. It's not good if we start under the day tomorrow. I imagine it would push down almost immediately. So from this perspective, I believe we have to hold here at the top of the day for the rest of the day. And this is like the biggest area. This, like, continuing to, like, push up would just be incredibly weird to me. I guess it's possible, but, like, I really, it's going to be weird. We'll see with the 4-hour. I think we'll have a change in direction there, but we can kind of see from this perspective. Like, right, we didn't come back down to here at all. We haven't come back down to here yet. We didn't start anything here. We didn't start anything here. We've just been pushing through. And this isn't like an error. I mean, we were just at these things where we pushed up and then it kept us down, right? And it kept us down, then pushed it. Like, so considering not just like looking at this, but just also comparing it to what we just went through all last week, it seems a little odd not to come down here, not to sit in this area or not to sit around here. It feels very, it just feels just like last week very closely. I mean, we also have the VIX with a really nice start, right? We have our low, higher, low, higher, low. I don't know how much it matters that this is higher than this, but, you know, we do have that kind of trend. So any weakness, Bitcoin, other stuff overnight, especially if it starts there, it's just going to probably wreck everything. So that's kind of my concern what I'm thinking right now. I mean, I just don't see how this thing can afford to turn around. So at most, I personally think this is a great spot. I don't understand the reasoning, especially when this is past this area that we just made. I don't see the reason to just shoot up through this whatsoever at all. Personally, I'd love to just sit here. I think that I don't think if the price sits here, I think this is better to go up than what it's doing right now. So I mean, if they can, like I said, on the next day, if they can force it up here, great. But I still don't understand why we wouldn't just be sitting at this level that we sat through for so much time, just to try to accumulate, right? Because to get the price to go up, we're buying, or to get any price to ever go up or the price to go down, you have to buy on sells or sell on buys. You can't be a market maker. You have to be a market taker to have the price go up or down. So, like, everyone's a market taker here. And I just don't know why you'd want to push it away from a strong spot. Like, to me, it just makes sense. Like, if we just held here and had this 4-hour, I would be much more inclined to see that we would push up to here for the rest of the day. I don't see it falling really through this. And then I would expect the next day to start here and then go up. This is the way I would have liked to have seen it get to this area. Not this pushing past here, pushing through the 2-hour that we just that we had issues here. not just pushing through like the 1 hours that it has an issue here also as well. So it's just really ugly. So I mean, it does what it does. It's not a huge deal, but it's just incredibly ugly. In the manner that it's pushing up is really ugly also as well. So long story short, it's fine that it's up here. Don't let it drop. If they let it drop, we're dropping. So we can't maintain this day. Most likely we're turning around. We can't maintain the day after we push up. Like, so here, it's kind of like we look at some of these things I'm talking about in reverse in a sense. So you see how we have an extension and we hit the line and push up. You see how we kind of have an extension under and we hit the line and we push up. So it really in that same kind of manner, if we just were to flip this around and just do like inverse go. The same thing on this day, I'm really not a huge fan of. Now that we have an extension down, if we start here on the day, it like if we start slightly under here on the day, I don't see why we don't just push in this direction, which is down. It's just inverted just to kind of show the same concept of what I was talking about before. So it's fine that they're doing this, but they got to be able to maintain it here. They got to be able to maintain it, and this is the strongest area out of all of them. So, and we'll have the 4-hour change too, and it usually seems like we have a decent amount of inflection in the market with the 4 hours. So we'll see what happens. But those are just the concerns that I have about what it's currently doing and where it currently is. And we all, like I said, we also have the 2s and the 1s here. So go up if you're gonna go up, but don't like just do not fail back down. I cannot afford to fail back down whatsoever at all. Ugh, freaking forearm, man. Whatever. Forearm is in pain. Excuse me. Ooh. Good. My fingerprint. Ooh. Okay. I'm about to loosen this thing in a second. The top button. This shirt seems to be a little bit better than the other one I was wearing. I don't think I put any weight, so maybe the collar of the other one is just a little tight. Oh, excuse me. Jesus. Oi, oi. So we got a base 155 where we're at. Okay. Alright. We still have 2660 over on the VIX. It's pretty much unmoving. I think it's gone up like 5 cents, but more or less unmoving. So. What a shame. I would have preferred Bar to be up more. Obviously, like most things are just ugly. But I would have preferred for Mar to be up. Ooh, Tesla's at 312. I was interested to see this. Where did this end yesterday? It's only up a percent. It's up here. So where did this end at? 3.09. Okay, wow. Somehow I don't feel like if we have everything like trudged down, this will really push through. It'd be interesting to see. It looks so good though for what it is. Like from I mean the biggest issue is we haven't touched here on the week, but it's not like if it comes down, we haven't touched here. It's not a huge. I don't think it's like a huge deal though. Comparatively to like everything else. Gosh, does it look pretty? It does. Tesla on the daytime frame look pretty also as well. So But I would have said those look fairly pretty too. Nah, I mean, I don't know where the week was over here. I could check real quick, but on the day, this looks pretty decent. On the day, this looks decent. I mean, this looks ugly, this looks ugly. It's obvious to get out, but this also looks really nice. Yeah, I don't think a lot of the market's moving much. I mean, personally, I don't think any of this stuff looks good. Apple's getting pushed up way too much. It could also be another thing with Apple. It is always possible that what's kind of going on is, what do we call it? It's possible what's also going on is like a flight to something like Apple. I kind of don't really necessarily see it though. So it's possible people are selling out with some of the growth stocks, whatnot, rotating to Apple. I don't think the dividends are incredibly high, but if you want to go for something fundamental-wise, I suppose I can see what they're talking about, where they're coming from, you know. I'm going to do 157.21. Why don't we switch to the 4-hour? I'm just going to be greedy. I mean, I'm not going to be greedy. So there's 146 puts that I was looking for. They're down. That I was looking at earlier. They're at 30 cents. They're at 25 cents a pop now. I think this still. I actually think this is a pretty decent chance for me to get in. I'd still like to see the 4-hour, but I just feel like it's overall like very greedy. As we trend down, if this is where the top is, the VIX should just be trending up for the rest of the day, which just makes things very, very, very sketchy. But it's like, as long as we do something up here, the two big short spots are like here and here, breaking these. Because it, like, obviously, just for context, the 4 is up here. Well, we see the day, but the day's right above us. The 4 is here, the 2 is right there. So obviously the 2 and the 1 we're going to be breaking through, down through before anything. So we're not going to see that under us. There's a 30 and that's it. But we have a decent space between here and here. The worst thing would be if it like just started down here, but I don't. If it ended up here, but I don't think it would do that. I think it'd be more likely to start down. If it was to be bearish, somewhere like 1.5, maybe like 2%. So. Alright. We'll see what happens. I mean, nothing there yet. I'm interested in taking one of those aggressive puts because at most tomorrow, if nothing changes, those puts are going to go like I get 10 of those for 250, and if we did really go down, it's like 2,500. And then whatchamacallit. But it's just like at the end of the day, the IV on everything's going to shoot up as we go down. So it's I don't know. On other things, I could definitely see it. On Apple, because it's pushed up, I don't know if it matters. Because if we had the day above, it's a loss. And if we start right under the day, which I somehow doubt it, based on everything where the VIX is, it's because the VIX opens so early, it's hard to imagine the VIX would start in a bad place. It's kind of like, kind of referring to this. Now we did see it in pre-market, but we started 2% down, 2.46. So even if we assume something similar, if we ended here, 2.46 still puts us like right here, so it's not horrible. Still like $300 on something. Well, not $300. You got to get it out of the money, but it also might not be that bad, depending on where we end the day. I might consider some at the money also as well, depending where we end the day, or in the money. Can't do at the money. It's 57.50, I think. So. I think 157.50. I think it's from 150 up. I think it's in intervals of $2.2.50, and I think everything under 150, if I remember correctly, is intervals of $1. So yeah, they need to keep it around this range on the day time frame. So, and on the 4-hour, I imagine we could push all the way back down to 155.80 or 155.50. And I can imagine it pushing back up from there, though. If we do switch under on the 4-hour, I could definitely see it pushing down here and trying to push back up. So I don't think just because it ends under the 4-hour under the daytime frame, if it does, that it's like, oh. Now, like for an entry point, it's probably going to be one of the best in the day if it's that fortunate to present itself like that. But we'll have to see. So. I'm not really not too worried whatsoever at all. everything seems sketchy, so there's nothing wrong with being a little defensive. But I mean, they pushed this back to the day and 2 days. Crazy. Ugh, I think I might loosen this a little bit. Oof. It's a little too much for me. I mean, I don't need to have my things up, you know what I mean? I'm one of those dudes that, whatchamacallit, my collar, you know what I mean? I'll roll up my sleeves or whatever, and my collar roll up my sleeves, so it's not like I'm here in a, all the way down to my wrists or whatever. I don't have any, I'm not cuffed. I don't know what you call it, but. So yeah. The geniuses managed to push this way high. I'll probably make a video on this. I'll make a video on it later, though, talking about some like the specific spots and what might seem decent here and there. But like, just keep in mind also, at the same time, VIX is still like pushing up, right? 87. This is only 27.30. If the VIX even does manage to end in here, it looks really easy for the VIX to start the day here. And if we look at these past days on the VIX, like every day that we've started above here has been bad. This was at the end of the week, but we needed to sit down here because we wanted to start the new week here, so we could start above and get some push off of the new week. Nice push off. We started way too high, shot up first. Made sense, but not really. So it blew its low a little too quick. And then we did the same thing on this week, but now we actually are above the week we started. We hit it, and it looks like it's moving up nicely as opposed to this. So this is 26. This is a Monday. It pushes up here in pre-market, and then it starts somewhere around here, and then it has its issues, right? So we can already kind of see this hitting up here, and then it's like kind of why. So for me, this is really the best push-up that the VIX has had. Even though it's not the best, the most preferable thing would have been us just starting down here instead of starting down here on Tuesday. We have our higher lows, and we do have our week time frame bounce. So, from that perspective, right, it's pretty attractive. And for this last week, we didn't push up. I mean, technically we started above, so there's nothing like push up into, but we didn't really push up. We just pretty much came down. So just a whole bunch of selling, and now we're attacking that same exact spot. So it looks really nice. I still think starting up here, we hit like 31, 32 in a couple days, maybe by the end of the week on the VIX. Also, just the VIX itself, too, to be honest. I'm not sure like how the VIX is necessarily traded and things like that, or like I'm not sure about the there's so many derivatives of it. I don't know what the totality of like the put call spreads or anything like that are on it, but I can tell here that this is actually insane just looking at the VIX itself. So even if it's not reflective of the market itself, this is actually insane. This is like actually insane. Just having something nice here, pushing up and starting above this. Not starting above it with nothing nice to push us up, but actually start pushing up from a nice place of support into this. So it would be really, really great. So, and I think one thing I really didn't like about this starting up so high also as well is because last week this was 15th, 16th. So when we look at Apple also from like the last week on a week time frame, we think 15th, 16th. We go 15th, 16th. Now we see on the 16th we start at 51.08. This is all the way down here at 150 pretty much. So we don't really want to push down, right? We want to start the next week, and then we want the VIX to be nice because like you're only going to extend through these areas so much depending where you start and where you go through. That's just usually how it is. So depending on how much time is left, so it's hard to expect like where the VIX was set up on the top of that day, like the possibilities of it are like market crashing kind of possibilities, or like 10-15% crash possibilities. So from that perspective, it's like, are we on that last day really gonna push 5, 10, 15%? Like, you know what I mean? So it just seems a lot more unlikely. And today it's one of those things where with the buying up and just, I don't know, just everything I've already mentioned, it just seems like it all is lining up fairly well. it's kind of crazy. They wanted to push it up to the day, but we'll see what happens because nothing's like super set in stone. And I do actually, in one sense, while I don't like the wick that is this high, I do as the day because we're already up here. We already hit the day. So the next target, really, what any bulls want, for my opinion, to try to save this is want Apple to start the day above 150. I don't know. It's going to be 157, maybe like 15 or something like that. So from this one perspective, I do think it pushing down and ending or starting the next 4 hour as close as possible to around 155.50 somewhere in this area will be nice to try to push us back up and kind of give us that trend to, maybe encourage it to start in the day over here. Now, there is also that speech that Putin's giving, and there's like a whole bunch of crap that could affect this after hours and pre-market before it actually opens. So that is something there. I think one of the worst things it could do is start a 4 hour somewhere up here. So the more it pushes down into this area and the closer a 4 hour starts towards its support down here, and what we can just clearly see is the obvious support levels. Like, even if we just hide everything, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that, hey, we're a little too far extended here. We want to come back down to these levels, right? And then it looks really great to push up. So, like, even without looking at anything, it's just a really excessive push up, and it makes a lot of sense to want to see it come back down. Whether we look at the averages or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, this adds a little bit more to it, but even someone looking at nothing can see this. Excuse me. God, Jesus Christ. Always something here and there. Like, pain will go away. I always have some pain somewhere, and then it ends up going away, and then I have pain somewhere else. I got something like my finger right here. So I'm glad I don't play games anymore. Jeez. I think that's probably the main reason I messed up my left hand. Well, gardening the other day, but still. Gardening after working out wasn't smart, but besides too much, this thing right there. Too many WASD, 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 WASD. Ugh. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm interested to see what these puts have changed. Not that it matters whatsoever at all. Like, the ones I'm looking at are so far out of the money. I'm just curious to see how much it would have changed. 3 cents. Which I guess is almost, it's like 15%. It's nothing, though. I don't really care. Because there wouldn't be anything that I would sell out until tomorrow if we started above the day 375. If I did, I'm not in anything right now, so I still think the day is still the best time frame for anything. So, like, for me, I really still think this out of the whole day right here is the best time frame. Just because if we do see, and I do think this still can get challenged, just because it's the best out of the day doesn't mean it can't get challenged. Like, if we really push down here in the next 45 minutes and start around here, I do think that we can push up and it will challenge anything here. So if I actually was in anything here right now, like, if the farther down we move, start the 4 hour, if we started like here, I would just get out of the position personally. Because I just see a high chance of something like this pushing back up towards the end of the day. So, like 4 hour usually shows a change of direction, but it doesn't mean from here, right? If we push down and we have something to regain, it doesn't mean we're going to push down. Because current direction, in a sense, is down, so it makes sense for it to turn over and push up. And, we have the 4 hour averages over here. All that good stuff. So I'm going to check some of the other ones, see what's kind of going on with that. Let me bring this back up to my display picture. There we go. And then we'll get rid of, where's browser? We'll get rid of image. We'll bring Biden back into the works. Did we hit? Oh my gosh. Come on, man. I mean, I guess, I feel like recently oil's been going with the market, so maybe that's why it's been a little hesitant, but I don't know. I don't feel as good about the oil play anymore. We'll see what happens. I still feel bad about it though. Like I said before, the nice thing is if we do have a bounce here, we do have this day 200. So I have zero doubt in my mind that if we do come above here, we will see something as an entry point to, then signal pushing up. I'm very sketchy about this. What is it, like 79 to like 80, 50, I think? I don't even know. I thought it was 80, 50. Am I crazy? Maybe not. It says 80. 79 to 80. I don't know why I thought it was 80, 50 for something. I thought this was 80, 50, but it's clearly at 79.99, so 80, whatever. Let's see what's happening to the rest of the market. Boeing's pushing up. I think Boeing, yeah, it looked okay on the day. It's still interesting to see with this stuff. Oh, this looked ugly yesterday. I'm actually surprised that it opened here. I actually spoke before I saw it. For some reason I thought this was like ended here. Not that it mattered, but where it starts okay. I don't think any of this matters, so depending on what happens. Let's see. Look like an exit. We're back under again, okay. 17, 16. Let's say someone's saying 13. I can see that. Let's see. What did Nifty do? Somehow. Okay, but we haven't fallen under this, so it's not like that concerning. The Nifty, like the last thing we talked about was this, like the hole seems sketchy more than anything. So the safest place, personally, I think for the Nifty is really something under here, or like that comes back down to here, or here, just because they seem so unreliable with no support. Now, boom, 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 right? We can see that we start and we push down. Hey, just ignore the line, who cares? Then we come up, right? So, and then we never came back down here. We came back down here, but even, I mean, I don't know if you call us coming back down, but it got sold back down, but, there's never any confirmation here again, so still think Nifty needs to be weighted, or like the best place for Nifty is at the holes, for some like bearish expectations. It's been doing so well, it's kind of crazy. DAX looks pretty ugly on the day time frames. I could see this getting set up also as well. Yeah, we better try to break out there. It was looking on the week though. Okay. 12. Okay, we have a month. We do have a month. I don't remember the last time I looked at DAX in a month. Might have forgotten. I don't mess with DAX, so it doesn't matter, but interesting. So how many days do we have? We have like one more week. Yeah, so we have one more trading week after this. So with any sort of extended push down on the month, I guess we pushed here and then we probably came up to here and then they pushed it down. Oh my gosh, my eyes. So this does look pretty reasonable. We've already hit the top of the month time frame. If we can push it under, or if it falls under on the month, that'll look really. I'm not saying it'll do that, but it'll definitely look pretty bad for it. As long as it doesn't move too far away and have like a wick down and end. Anything that can give it like a lower trend always gives it the possibility. Like the farther, obviously, we come away from something, more likely it has a chance to contest it. So this does look quite a bit different than what I would say anything here, or even this when I had issues there, just because, like, Jesus, we have 3 months, like, right in the middle of this thing. So let's actually, I'm interested to see. Oh, is my thing messed up again? Come on. There we go. I don't know why it comes out of focus every once in a while. I wonder here. I'm interested. This doesn't mean anything for anything, but I'm interested. What is 6350? literally don't remember when it was. Let's just say May. I should have done it that way. I should have just hit the replay button. That would have been the smartest move, and then it would have taken me automatically. I mean, it's only a day time frame. I wonder, let me do this. There we go. Now I can do this and not get moved away. Okay, so when the month did form, okay, so we did push down, and then we did have a rejection at least on the week time frame once we came under. Yeah, and we can also see this move into it. I was just interested to see because it looked like it just fell through on the month, so I'm always interested to see how that time frame actually reacted, right? Because there's like 30 days possibly on the month, so it's always nice to give a little bit more credence to some of these levels in that kind of same sense. What's gold doing? It really gets in a similar kind of situation. Why can I never find gold? Oh, whoops. Am I crazy? Oh, no. Okay. I was like, is the Lofi still on? Okay. 1 second. South Korea asked Interpol to help in locating Terra Labs founder Do Kwon. Bro, what? What the heck? Check this out. Alright, 1 second. Let me just like click on the market again, just so we can look at these real quickly. They're pushing back out. These dudes are crazy. It'd be nice to hear this 4-hour starts. Hopefully we can get something right here. I don't know why they pushed it up so much. Anyway, we got what? We got another 41 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes until we get to 4 hours. So let's see what happens with it. Then I can take one of my positions finally. So that's how I felt up here, like all straight up and on, like straight up, just being frank. When I got in at 164.10, I didn't know it was going to go down. It looked more likely that it was going to go down. We can see a day and a week time frame, like we could probably expect it to go down. The nice thing is like my expectations are we're not going to start up here, right? So any in the money put that I get at like 165, I don't expect to get wrecked because at most I'd lose like, I don't know, at most I lose like 20% depending on where it starts somewhere based on what I put in the initial amount that I put in for the puts. So I feel like similar kind of thing here where it's like, okay, we're just looking for the other side. If I lose money there, I lose money there. I just flip the trade. It's not a big deal. But let's go. Also, another thing to note is like the VIX is also like still right all the way up here at 26.98. So this is what I was interested about because we could see here we had this 1 hour start above. I wasn't too sure about this, but I remember I was talking about this a little bit earlier when we started at 12:10 with a new 1 hour. I was interested to see. It's nice to see that it came down. I mean, that's really good, good movement anyway for what it is. So all the thing has to do is end here. It doesn't have to end up here. And if it ends here, it should start up here. We'll see. But I mean, it's not like that. It has a much higher chance. So anyway, I just kind of want to get those out of the way because I'm going to go look at like an article or two for a second, just in case anyone was kind of curious about those things. So let me just do this. We'll do this. So we'll just, I mean, I don't know which one matters. We do have 2 hours near us. We have 1 hour near us. So I'll just leave it with the daytime frame. Kind of just leave it over here. Like, I'm not worried about the VIX going crazy today. If anything, I think it's going to do it tomorrow, but just not today. So I'm not going to leave the VIX up. Dope Quan. Oh! More like Dope Quan. Alright, let's do this. Whoops. Oh, not that one. Let's do this. And then let's do... There we go. I thought this was an interesting utility-scale battery fire at a PG&E facility in Moss Landing, an area located in Monterey County, California. Oh, part of Highway 1. I just want to see pictures of it. Tesla battery fire? Isn't that like a whole bunch of lithium and all that kind of crap? So, I mean, like, I've seen a Tesla. I've seen those things right here. We could probably find one. Like, let me see. I mean, I'm pretty sure those things take a lot to put out, right? So, like, I mean, I'm laughing, but like, it's a serious thing. I'm thinking like the implications of, depending on how widespread the fire is there. I mean, that can't be a good thing. It's got to be so freaking horrible. Oh, they put out pretty quickly. That's pretty nice. Oh, never mind. It's still going. Okay. Maybe they got it out now. Okay. I've never seen these videos, but I've heard that they're incredibly hard to put out. They have this ominous music. It's like, geez. Gosh dang. That's insane. Okay, they put it out, but Jesus. So I'm just wondering, like, what happens in a battery factory to these things? That was a weird cameo. Or like a cameo, but Jesus Christ. Woo! Oh dang. Bro, why would this guy rubberneck? Like literally. Look at it. So he speeds up and then slows down next to it. It's like, bro, what? It's like there's an explosion here. You're going by and you're like, oh, let me get a closer look. Oh my gosh. Okay. Twice in a day? Jeez. Okay. So it seems like they're able to put these out fairly easily, I think. That's good. Anyway, let's see if there's like battery footage. That's what I'm interested in. I want to see if someone has footage of it on fire. It's too far away. Holy crap, old dude crashed into a Trader Joe's. Oh man. Okay, let's click on this. So he has one like, no replies, so I don't care. There's probably just 0 headers responding. Gordon Ramsay on cocaine. Okay, I thought 65 retweets, 17 tweet quotes, right? I was wondering if anybody had. Wait, what? Oh, more tweets. Yeah, there's no one. I was wondering if someone else had any, but it looks like no. Looks like there isn't any of that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff. Not at all. I don't need to get the comments. Wait, what? What the heck? What the heck? The COO? Bro, how can you be a CEO? Bro. OO? What is this dude What is this dude in charge of? How is this dude in charge of operations? If you have a lot of lack of management in your own life, if you're gonna bite someone else's nose, like what? Bro, what? Bruh, this is true. Punch through the back windshield of the Subaru? God dang, man. Bruh, that's crazy. Bro, what a dumbass. Why would you get out of your car, bro? I'm not getting out of my car without a knife. And I'm not getting out of my car, like, at all with my knife because that's going to escalate stuff. And it's just like, why would you do this? Right? Like, if I get out of my car to confront someone with a knife and they come at me, I have no choice but to stab them. And I'm going to get manslaughter or some stupid ass crap. You know what I mean? If I put myself in that situation, I get out of the car. So, like, unless you're trapped, like, bro, don't get out of your car. If you're gonna get out of your car and you're trapped, at least have some sort of weapon on you. But, bro, like, what? Like, Jesus Christ. Crazy, man. Oh, I don't care about the rest of this. Oh, jeez. Everything else seems to be the same. How much time do we have to 1:30? 30 minutes. It feels like such a long day. Maybe it's just like the pure pumping through everything. And like the lack of actually respecting any level. I mean, it's kind of respecting the day, I think, still, right? Where are we at? Yeah, I mean, it's respecting the day time frame so far, but it's just like any like lack of respect. It's kind of wild. Not like insane, but it's totally wild. I mean, it feels like last week, but it's like whatever. Oh, I was like, what are they talking about here? And then I realized, oh, the new $1 bill design looks pretty cool. I'm like, wait, what's changed? And it's like, oh, wait, okay, I see what they're talking about. Good lord. I have a, I don't think I've. I don't have 100 on me. I don't know why I would, but. I need to go to the bank and get twos. True. Wait, what? Oh. That's crazy. When was this? I don't know what 9 months ago means. When was NVIDIA 328? Jesus. This is why I don't like with these things when they don't add technicals, because it's like I don't disagree with why this guy would be with why Kramer would be short at one point if it's 130. You know, at some point the technical is going to come in and he's going to be like, okay, it doesn't make sense. But like you just tell people it's good or long term. You don't give them anything actionable. It's like what? I ain't leaving. YOLO. Bed Bath and Beyond. One call. I imagine these are calls. Oh, so we had stock. My bad, stock. So one odd. Okay. One share of Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, so he's got 200 GME. Okay, 200 GME. I didn't understand the one of Bed Bath and Beyond, but depending on the app that he's using, maybe it's just to track the price more easily, so he doesn't have to find it every time, and it'll just tell him every day. I know people that do that. So what, 220? Because he has like a lot of calls in it, I imagine. And again, you have calls in it, or you have options, so probably knows what it is. So what did he get? Let's see. He got 250 January 2023 calls for, what is that? Dollars with 100, so that's like, wait, am I crazy? No. No, it's probably so cheap, so it's like $7. Am I crazy? That's the one thing I hate about these right now. So it's 143, it's $143. And if it's 74, I guess it's 74, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, yeah, because it's 700. Okay, yeah. Like, I don't know why, like, I was like mixing something up anyway. It's not important anyway because it tells me everything right there, but first 59. I wish I knew when he got them. Not like it matters, but GME 35. Wait, but what? A Bed Bath would be an 80 call? No wonder they're so cheap, but like at $80? What the hell? I mean, this is pretty reasonable. I still think that maybe he's the guy from the 45. I mean, if I wasn't looking at anything else, I could see this. This is somewhat reasonable, even though it's a sketch. Here, like, I mean, it's been oh my gosh, what's with my face? Focus. Jesus Christ. Wow. Talk about coming out of focus. DXY probably should be pumping. I mean, the longer, in my opinion, the longer they keep it up here, like, it makes sense for bears to not. I mean, a 4-hour above here could push up. So I don't know if it would, but I could definitely see a 4-hour from here pushing up. So I think there's a big. Yeah, it's definitely interesting from Apple up, market down from that perspective. I'm not really sure why. Like, the one thing about Apple up is it hasn't been respecting anything. Like, it's just been blowing past stuff. Like, the issue with Apple up is we're kind of like a 4-hour on the day, right? Where we start above the 4 and we push up, but then we have this big gap we never closed. And so my issue with Apple essentially is a similar kind of thing. We never came down to here, which we touched here, right? We've been respecting these lines. We haven't come down to here either. So, I mean, like I said earlier, I still think things could be pretty good. Also, the VIX is all the way up here also as well. So it's in between both daytime, the day time frame. So, you know, VIX is like left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We start the day up here. It's not going to be a shoulder anymore, and it'll just be a continuation. You know, so we are seeing like in the same kind of thing, because we have to remember with the VIX last week on Monday. Sorry, wrong day. Let's just do it this way so I don't get confused where I'm looking. All right. So we have to remember, like on the 12th, we also had like the VIX moving up, and we got Apple. This was Apple on the 12th right here, and then we also had the VIX on the 12th start right here, and then start the next day here and shoot up. So I expect something similar to this. We just see this kind of divergence between the two. The reason why the SPY and the Dow are having so much trouble is because Ford's down like 10%, probably more than that now, maybe 10, 11%. GM is down, I think, 6% right now. So there's a lot of these bigger players that are down. And Ford said something about, I don't know if they had earnings or what, but there was some announcement, or I saw an article anywhere where Ford said that because of like inflation and the supply chain issues, one of their negotiations with one of their suppliers was going to cost them, is going to cost them $1 billion more, and just in quarter three, right? So that's just one quarter, not even, not anything anywhere farther down than that. So, it's fine that they push it up in Apple. Like I said before, they got to maintain it. I think the more they push down right here, the better. The worst probably thing for it would be if it pushed an end and started a 4-hour here in 20 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen, though. The second worst is like maybe probably a 4-hour starting over right here, because there already seems to be a reason to here to not let it pass during the daytime frame. And then the 4, we want to come down to test, so it makes sense to just, if it starts up here, come down, right? The closer it comes down to test. So we haven't confirmed here, so we should just rip through here if we ever fall through 152 or 150, 188. We haven't even confirmed here whatsoever at all, right? So, I mean, we can see all this stuff over here. So it's just really sketchy for what it is. Anywhere starting around here could be good to push up. At the end of the day, it looks really bad for a lot of stuff anyway, and most likely stuff will get wrecked pretty far in pre-market. So hopefully, if it ends somewhere in this area, we see either a start here or a start here, because this is a really easy short tomorrow. Our put, easy short, but also should be incredibly easy put if we do end somewhere up here and then start here. The worst case would be we start here, which is pretty far away, so it's kind of hard to see that, to be honest, but I mean, anything's possible. It's 3.3%. What we had here yesterday, like if I didn't get in at 164.10, like from where we ended, it was down about 2.13%, so, right, so it's kind of like, we could have something like that again, but there's not a lot of chance. We'll see with this 4-hour. I think it'll be a lot better. We'll get a good picture about this. I think there's a decent reason, no matter what, to be in a position, a bearish position, before the market ends, though. Also for tomorrow, it just kind of depends. I think at least like a smaller position, smaller bearish position, because a lot of this up, we have to remember the 2 hours up here, right? So we have the 2 hour here, so we end the 2 hour down here also, that could be bad as well. We have the 1 hour here as well, so we'll see. The 2 hour and the 1 hour also going to end at the same time, or the new one's going to start at the same time. We have our 4 hour at 1:30, and we'll kind of just see from there. So I'm going to come down here and try to push up. Everything looks really bad. The VIX looks like it's set up to try to do something pretty crazy. And then the world's going to hell in a handbasket, or whatever the saying is. So we'll see. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's like divergence, I think, more than anything. I'm not really sure why. Like, I can think of maybe rotating to, like, I don't think, like, Apple's Apple, but I don't really, Apple's got good fundamentals and all that. I guess I can't really knock it. I feel like Microsoft's probably not doing as well. I haven't checked it recently. Yeah, Microsoft's not doing well. I feel like Microsoft's another value stock, just like Apple. So it is interesting from that perspective. But everything looks horrible. So to me, it's like more so than anything. It's scary to me, because Apple, obviously, we already know Apple's so heavily weighted in everything. And if Apple's all the way up here with no real support or legs to what it's doing, then, and the market's already down, what happens then when Apple comes down and stuff looks bad, right? It's just really scary at that point. Really, really, really scary at that point. Because the market's going down without Apple coming down. Apple's the most weighted thing. And if Apple can come down, because I could see by the end of the week, it being all the way down here, so that's like a 6% on like the most, possibly 6% down from where it currently is on the most heavily weighted stock on, like, in every ETF practically, and maybe not ETFs, but it's in some of the ETFs, and it's pretty much most heavily weighted in S&P and the other indices as well. The DACR. So, long story short, it seems like divergence that we saw on Tuesday, just of a different kind. Because this divergence requires us to end up to start the next day up here, which I think is likely. And then the other one was like right here. So we just needed to maintain the position. So it doesn't seem too different though, because we already have such a nice trend coming, right, with the lower highs. So Oh gosh, dang it. Okay, good. Oh, I thought I thought I had my browser up or something like that. That would have scared me. Okay, let me get the old Biden here because we don't need to see that. I feel like this kind of is taxing on people after a while. There we go. The FBI. Thanks, Biden. The best. I couldn't have asked for a better president than you. How did he know I wanted the world to go to go to crap? How did he know I wanted everyone to suffer indiscriminately? He gave me my wish. Santa couldn't even do it. I'm just joking. I don't want to see that happen. But that's what it feels like. We hate Russia, but we rely on them. We have no energy stability, and we want to move to renewables that aren't nuclear. Like what? Like what is going on? It's actually Bizarro World. Or it's not Bizarro World. It's just like I said, these people are no more than me, so they're either stupid or they're evil or intentionally doing it. It's one of the three. And evil, probably they're intentionally doing it. So keep my back straight. Look, I sit up with the right posture. It's kind of nice. It's like kind of nice. Look at that back. This is how I usually am. It's so hard to keep good posture throughout the day. It really is. So the last thing I'll show before I'm going to go look at a little more Wall Street bets in a second. But I think the most interesting thing is I do think if we do, everything looks horrible. I do think if we can start the 4-hour round here, this was the best position throughout the whole day. We'll still see this position can be challenged though. The closer we get in the 4-hour here, the more likely I think this can push up. Will this probably push up through it? I don't think it will whatsoever at all, especially with the VIX. Its trend seems unbreakable at this point, and it's at the area. Its own TA looks good on its own time frames. The trend looks good. It looks like it's going to do what it wants to do. And we just came from like 2 weeks that not only is it like, oh, we start above a line, but it's like we're literally above, right? We're like literally after all of this, and we can even see the two lines coming together, so it's like wedging a little bit. But we're like literally on a good trend now above all of this. Like that's pretty significant to me. It's pretty significant. Now this doesn't look like anything, but we can still see the low. But when we look at the week, it makes more sense, right? So we'll see what happens. But okay, time to go to Wall Street bets. See what's kind of going on over there, and we'll leave this. I guess on the 4 hours. So we have what, 15 minutes left. Bro, what? It's got. When I see things like this nowadays, I don't know if this has to be from like a TV show or something, right? I knew people back in the day that would do something like this in real life. I had to question everything. It's got to be a TV show. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh yeah, I wonder. I looked at we saw this earlier. What is it called again? Up Beyond Me, BYND. Let's see. Should be right here. 4%. It's nothing really that big. Okay. Oh, what? There's a lot of GameStop cope on here. It's pretty wild. I haven't seen the Matrix in a while. That's actually tight. Now, obviously, it's not holding a lightsaber. It's probably just holding a pole, but that's actually really cool. I don't think I've seen the Matrix in the year it came out. I don't know. Reloaded came out like 2002, 2004 maybe. Anyway. No way, dude. This guy has to be memeing. There's no way they put this. There's no way they put this in. Like, I know places are trying to hire, but there's no way that they would have put that in. There's no way they would have put that in someone's bag. No way. Huh? I feel like I'm missing something. I think this guy's not saying. He said he received 50K for free, but he confused me with this sentence here. But data has to hold its price, right? If this is anything like the other one, he got a loan and like his loan is essentially tied to the price of data. Or am I wrong? Because now I think about it. Oh, excuse me. Because there used to be something else they used to do with Bitcoin. When I remember that back in the day, I don't know. Someone tell me if you. I don't mess with these things. There was like a point back in the day, and I think you would get. I don't remember the specifics, but like if the price of Bitcoin went up, I'm pretty sure you owed them more money. So maybe this is a good thing for drops. I'm not really sure. I don't really understand exactly what he's doing. I probably read the comments because there's no like right. There's no way. In 3 years, there has to be some sort of stipulation, right? True. What time is it? Okay, we got 9 minutes. Okay, so this guy essentially sold puts. Is that what he did? Ford Taurus or EBT? Jesus Christ. Some of these people are actually just, I think the word just wild. Actually wild. Oh, that's so cool. Obviously, he's probably done it multiple times to get it like that. Oh my god. Wait, what? Who's this guy supposed to be? TA Bros? Wait, so they're the same. I guess it just turns to red. Interesting. It's kind of funny to fun to watch though. Oh my god, is that Kramer? Holy crap. I didn't know that's what his hair looked like. No wonder he went bald. What did this guy do? We have 5 minutes. Call 35, call 30, call 2750, call. Jesus, this is a lot of money, right? When does it expire? So 2022, 10/21, so October 21st. Let me make sure. Let's do that. That seems right. Yep. Okay. October 21st. Well, it doesn't say where he got in. He's got a lot of GameStop. Jesus. It's not a Cope here. 896 just recently. Yeah, OpEx position. Yeah. So you probably just recently did this. I'm glad someone did the math. Yeah, this dude's messed it. I mean, it probably won't, but yeah, jeez. It makes no sense. Like, I don't, wait, what? Huh? This is so stupid. This is like what that's the quote I say, where it's the opportunity comes to those who position. Now imagine, this is so stupid, because imagine one guy saves his paycheck for 5 years. 3 years in or 4 years in, he wants to invest into Bitcoin. Person 2 is zero, because everything they get, they barely save it, and then just throw it into the market. So this dude is like 3 years worth of saving to throw into Bitcoin before it pops up, like back in the day. And then this person, like, has nothing. What? I mean, this obviously is just dumb, but it's fine. Yeah, you belong here. True. Wow. How's everyone? Oh. We at 30? Okay, let's go back since we have 2 minutes left. I have to go to the bathroom though really quick. Like, I personally don't really care too much about any of this. So it'll be interesting to kind of see, because we'll probably get some sort of doji maybe. If they push it down enough, let's see, like, I really doubt that we get pushed into here. I really doubt that we get pushed into here. I think the VIX might almost be on top of the day. And we didn't start up here, so I don't think it's that huge of a deal. Yeah, it's fighting. It's slightly above right now. The top line's at 2731. It's at 2738. Right, so it's already in a great spot to just start somewhere up here. And we've already hit the week, so we can now engage the day because, you know, we have a nice trend upwards. And we hit the week on right. Finally. Alright, we start all the way up here. Come down. Nice. Right, we don't do this ugly thing where we don't do anything at the base and just shoot up. So, I don't think this will end here. I have a really low feeling that this will end here. Yeah, so we have it right here. So pushing down at this spot I think is perfectly fine. Oh, do I still have it up? My bad. Okay, no, I don't. Yeah, I mean, that stuff's crazy, man. I didn't know that stuff was going on. I mean, I kind of an idea, but assuming these people aren't lying, like, geez, they're insane. They're insane. They're just actually insane. So, I mean, this still looks more bearish than it looks bullish. I don't know if we'll see something. Obviously, I still think this is probably the best spot. This probably will be the best spot for entry for the whole day. I don't know if we'll ever come back. So we do start here. We do have such a high wick all the way here. So I still think we have a decent chance of bouncing here and like ending the day up around here. I think this is actually really nice for Apple, even if it wants to go down, because being up here and having the VIX shoot up, and we'll see, the VIX could try to rip it down. Hopefully the VIX doesn't try to go up too much. But anything that starts here on Apple tomorrow, if it starts anywhere in like this range, almost 100% is literally going to send us tomorrow all the way down to 146. That's how I feel about it right now. It definitely feels like it. The more we stay up here, I think the better it is. So I'm hoping that what we see here is a bounce on Apple right around this area. I'm hoping that they get a little bit more buying, and then we'll see the VIX lower off. I don't want to see the VIX get too far up. I don't want to see like too high of an extension from it. So hopefully we can get some stability here. Now, this was the best place of the day. They hit the daytime frame. So in a sense, the whole goal of having a 4-hour end here is to be able to push and have it start above the day, or have a chance for tomorrow to start above the day. It looks like that's essentially not going to happen. Like, it's pretty much almost impossible to happen at this point. So that might take away a little bit of strength from here. But I'm hoping that we will see this just maintain. Maybe if we end with any sort of like doji, I don't really care. But just like maintain this area, and I'm hoping that the VIX will pull back a little bit from this, and we won't get too ahead of ourselves with the VIX, because all it has to do is just sit here, right? We have this low high, lower high, lower high, please, right? And if we can start here, we already have a higher high, or we already have like a trend break from the highs anyway, where we have something that's higher than the day before, or like in this area. And then on top of that, there's a lot of stuff to gain. We break this, then our target's up here. We break this, our target's somewhere all the way up there. So it looks really good so far on a lot of this stuff. From a greedy standpoint, I hate when I delete the thing. So from like a greedy standpoint, I'd like to see this push up a little bit more, but there's a high chance that we don't recover a lot of this stuff. So I don't know how much of a reason there is. From what I usually look at, I don't know how much of a reason there is to really push this down. We do have the 4 here, so like having a 4-hour start on or end under here doesn't really do anything. So I already think everything's kind of set up to be the most bearish position that it could be in, and I actually think it's pretty nice to sit around here. TWM, a newish, okay, one second. I'll read that in like a split second. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. My desk. Oh, I'm right back. I have to go to the bathroom like really, really bad. I liked oil and gas a little bit before. I don't like any of that stuff anymore. Where is it right now? My issue is just it's just been spending so much on top. So this is kind of how I look at oil and gas, essentially. We can look at gas futures in a little bit because they greatly vary from oil futures. But I can just kind of knock this out real quick. So the month time frames here, we have our fib, here's the week, just to kind of conceptualize it for you, because I do like seeing it this way also as well. It's a little bit nicer. So, yeah, what's up, Boldy? It's good to see you in here. Is it a little bit past your lunchtime? I thought you'd come in here during lunch. Yeah, you like it? You like it? I got the tie on, man. Trying to. I won't tell them that you're here off your lunch break, so. But yeah, I've been working out too and a lot of other stuff. I've just been improving a lot of stuff in my life outside of, like, everything in general. I got a Discord up if you're ever interested too, if you want to hop in. I can give you the link of it. So yeah, I mean, I have a pretty good memory on a lot of these things. So as long as it's around trading, like if you come in and I'm streaming, I usually remember. So, and you aren't one of those people that changes your profile, so it's a lot easier to remember. I'm gonna be honest, if you came in here and said something with a different profile pic, I might not actually recognize you at first, to be honest. So, yeah, let me see real quick. But it's like I do daily updates and things like that, but I also like sometimes mention things, so it's, and also just trying to build a community too. So let me just do this. So let's do this just in case. New link. And hopefully one day, I'm hoping like you like there's a couple things. Yeah, I mean we just chill. We don't. There's a lot of the time I don't think there's anything like too super serious. At most I just say I'm live or whatchamacallit. Well, I don't know if it's something on my side. I changed my delay to 1 second, so I'm not exactly sure. Let me see. Before, like when I change the delay to 1 second on my time, it usually manages to be about a 20-second delay. But I've changed my OBS settings, and my upload and download speed is my upload speed. I think it's like 240 megabits or something like that. So it's definitely more substantial than what I think. You know, and we can see over here, like right. So I got the nice files, all that. So yeah, there was something also I wasn't sure, but I'm not gonna bring it up because I don't think it's on your side. Yeah, 20 seconds is the best I can get, sadly. But like on my thing, it's like you see if I bring this over here, you should be able to see. Like see, my delay is set to 1 second. So maybe if I upgrade this, but I'm not really sure, or I can't change this, but maybe I don't know, like upstream or something. But it seems like, and I don't have any drop frames or anything like that either. So I'm not really sure. It's not like a huge deal to me. So, oh, I thought you were in the Discord already in Vertigo. Jeez, I find out that people aren't in it that I thought were in it. That explains a lot. Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, to be honest, it's not too bad. I'm on Twitch and the other one, but I think those also have a delay. I don't really know. It could. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. To me, 20 seconds is fine. I can deal with a 20-second delay. I think that's okay, right? And a lot of the stuff where I'm looking for like a 4-hour change or at some period of time, so it's not like, you know, it's not too bad. So. Yeah, one thing that I would bring up to you that actually bugs me, that's not like a huge thing, and I don't think it used to be like this. So you can see this is obviously you can see on the bottom right of my screen. So while I have you see how I'm clicking on my screen? You see how like I'm clicking on stuff and stuff comes up? But you see on the bottom right? Yeah, you're talking about so let me finish this first. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that stuff looks sketchy. The market looks set up to get wrecked anyway. It looks like a crazy bull trap. If we manage to like just start low tomorrow, even just like a percent under on Apple, I mean everything else looks bad. And Apple, to me is the only thing that's kind of keeping the market up from falling off a cliff, which is already arguably on a cliff. But yeah, the possible mobilization. I mean, to me, it makes sense for a couple of reasons. Like they want to, of course. I'm not saying it like they're in the right. It just makes sense from the perspective of they already want to try to get these independence for these places. But I remember hearing even from like the Ukrainian officials is that they were very questionable about the ability to keep the territory that they got recently in that kind of like blitzkrieg rush that they did. So I could see this possibly as a way for Russia to be like, oh crap, we need to really put some extra pressure out there to maintain these places, or we could really start, they could really start, you know, digging their heels in and protecting these areas. But yeah, it looks, I saw that a little bit earlier. It's definitely crazy. Yeah, I don't know what, it's like that one meme though, you know? Um, or like, maybe not a meme, but it's like, I feel like there's memes before out there. It's like it's a picture with the caption, "This is what winning looks like." Oh well, that was the Iraq Afghanistan documentary or whatever, or the Iraq one, where it's like this is what winning looks like, I believe. But it's just like, what does winning look like for them at this point? Um, you know, so I don't. And my other issue is with Ukraine is they don't. At the end of the day, Ukraine wants Crimea. There's no way that either side gets anything that they want. There's no way this ends nice. And then we're going into the whole Europe thing with the whole like gas and oil producers over here are already doing everything that they possibly can within legal limits. You have the crazy crisis over there. I hope, man. I hope we're still here. I hope a year later you're still coming into my stream and you know, like, you have a job, I have a market to trade, because sometimes I wonder, you know, we'll see, but I'm not saying like everything's going to crap or whatever, but some of these things seem so real, right? And then the China-Taiwan thing, that always kind of scares me. The worse the economic situation gets, and the more resources that like a country needs, and the more discontent people are, I usually see a relationship with that, or a correlation between that and trying to mobilize people, get them in. So, I mean, I suppose, but, you know, I mean, my big issue with a lot of this stuff is, trading view will still be here, I guess, but, yeah, but my thing is, like, we haven't really, so I'm not doomsaying, and to me, it only matters for what's on the chart, right? Um, but, well, to me, I kind of look at it this way. To have a functioning market, you need normal people buying it and selling. You need people willing to invest. Because at the end of the day, I'm not saying that's what makes the market run specifically, but under this kind of condition of where people that don't necessarily know what they're doing are willing to invest at places for the long term, provide the necessary liquidity for the traders and especially bots. And my kind of concern is if we really see a drying up of liquidity of that portion of the market, what is it going to look like when it's just bots trading? You know, like if a bot was trading like this, I could see them just shooting it down and wrecking everybody. And so I wonder how much our current TA will really keep going and existing, because in my mind, it's always been a result of people willing to just throw money and invest it, and people willing to trade. And if we see a pullback on that because, you know, just real life issues that pull normal retail people away from these things, I think it's like bots trading against bots, and bots aren't used to trading against other bots. They're usually, you know, you deleverage at the top, but what happens when nobody's really buying up here, you know? So, I mean, there is always a market, but I need a stable market. I'm not trying to trade an unstable market, to me. So, yeah. It is. So, but that's my thing. It's been bad. Like with the algorithms and everything, it's worse and worse. Or bot trading, but I just don't see it getting any better. So at the end of the day, I'll say it like this. Also, at the end of the day, I'm like I'm that kind of guy that says I think things could go to crap, but unless there's something actionable that I can do something on, I'm I'm not either going to tell anybody to do something or decide to do anything on my own, right? Like, I think the outlook for the future looks really bad, but I would never tell anyone, like, well, first of all, it's financial advice. We don't do that on this website. No, but, like, really, I don't anyway. But I would never, even if I was going to tell someone, like, hey, everything looks horrible a year down the line, 2 years, sell everything now, right? That makes zero sense. So. Yeah, it's been some pretty crazy stuff recently. I mean, at least the market, from my perspective, has been pretty normal. Um, hey, man, I don't give people financial advice. I say I actually don't. Not a single time have I ever given someone out here financial advice. And and I'll tell people what I do. Like, I'm actually, like, serious about it. I do not. And for, like, a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to get wrapped up in anything. And two, a lot of my stuff is based off of, like, moving averages on different time frames. And so, like, unless people understand what I'm looking at, they're not going to conceptualize when I think something's bad. And so it's like a perfect example the other day. Oh, and also, if you like this, check out. I put all my stuff up here. I also have key information, some good things about the, TradingView subscription. This looks like this could be an editor's pick. Looks like it could be an editor's pick. There's one thing that I put in here I didn't like, but I talked about a workaround for it, and that's only for the premium. And I wish that it would be addressed, but it's not a huge deal because you guys do allow us to restream to YouTube, and so my stuff gets saved on YouTube. But I'm not happy that it's not a big deal. It really isn't. I'm not going to complain about it because I already got over it. But I mean, this is pretty much an editor's pick right here. But anyway, it was like the other day, right? There's some nuances always. So it's like here where, right, we get our start above. Where's Bitcoin? Right, we get but what? Where's Bitcoin stop? Is it the 4 hour? No, the day. Maybe I made one before and made one after. But anyway, like I said, like usually I have something with the holes that I like when it starts above on the day time frame. Where is it? Here we go. Like this usually looks nice, but I had to put out an update like 30 minutes after, or like 9:30 or something, saying this looks crap, right? So it's like there's too much nuance with what I look at. I think, in a sense, there's too much nuance in a sense for me to ever want to give financial advice. Because unless someone's willing to like look at this, and this, like in the order that I do and keep these things in mind, I can't help anybody at the end of the day. Unless they're like literally getting what I get in and like pay attention to getting what I get out. Otherwise, it's not possible. But the nice thing is, at least on Apple, we have our first actual kind of confirmation in this area. We never got one down here, so we have weak legs here. But I really like this confirmation here on Apple in the 4 hour finally. Of course, we have the day with the issues up there, and we could look at the 2 hour and the 1 hour and blah, 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 all that kind of crap. But it is nice that we have this confirmation on the day now, because if we do push down tomorrow, which I think is very likely, this is like an incredibly straightforward put spot or a short spot if it's generous to start under these 4 hours right here. Depending on how bad stuff is with the VIX, it definitely looks like we could just shoot up. EP trigger finger itching? What's the EP trigger finger? Oh, editor's pick. Editor's pick. It's some good stuff. I would actually take if you ever, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but I like it because I put out 20 minutes videos, and like I kind of explain this. So like I go over it again and again, but it's all like everything's happened almost exactly how, right? And then we have like our where's Mother Mouse? Let me see. I forgot real quick. Let me see. Where is it? Gosh dang it, man. Hard to find this stuff after I have too many videos. But it's like we even have, right, like September 12th. And I think this was before. This might have been after the market, really. Well, go figure. Go figure. Someone else in trading is trying to hold me back real quick. I can't show you. I think all of it's going to be messed up if one of them is. It's usually, that's how it happened the other day, I think. All right, maybe we can show this one. Let me try doing this actually. I just want to show it real quick. It's not a huge thing. I just wanted to show it real quick. I don't want to spend this much time. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pull it up. It's not really a big deal. Huh? Oh, I'm not in Albany. My family's from Albany though. That's just where the thing's from. I'm in Maryland, but I have family up in Albany. I don't know if it's Albany. It could be like I think it's like a Schenectady or something like that. But I have family up there. It's where my grandma lived. Rest in peace. Beautiful woman. She's an idiot, though. I mean, she was a really smart person, great person, but like an idiot in the sense of like just take your blood pressure medicine. You know, when I look back at it, like she had a heart attack. It's like, man, I wish she just took her blood pressure medicine. Unrelated, but still, you know, she was like one of the most important people in my life. So it's as an older person looking back on it, it's really unfortunate. If I could go back in time, I'd just like smack her back the side of the head and say, hey, take your damn medicine. So, but it is what it is. I wish. Maybe none of these come up. How did this come up? Found sabotage. Here we go. No problem. Thank you for coming in. Peace out. See you around, Bonnie. Take a look at it if you like it. Regardless of the editor pick, I put all my daily updates in here. Peace out, man. And also, it's her own fault. She should have taken her own medicine. She was like a 65-year-old woman. She's a grown woman. So, I had high blood pressure and I had to get over it. So, it is what it is. What's up? Yeah, so what I've been doing is I didn't want to hit people with it. No, this isn't a private video. What this is so this is the thing I'm talking about, not the specific video. The daily market updates centralized. And so what I've been doing is I didn't want to. Yo, what's up, Tori? Thanks for dropping by, man. It's good. I hope to see you soon. Those calls that you have should be crazy. But these aren't private. So the recent ones I have are private, but I'm linking them to here. So I'm not talking about these. I'm talking about the updated channel, the centralized ones. Yeah. So like every one I'm making I put in here. So I figured I'd make it private instead of every time I come out with I wasn't sure how to do it. I don't know how it functions. I'm not sure if I update an idea, it gets sent out to people that I update my idea, or I'm not sure if it's that, like, I just didn't want to spam people. So I thought if I didn't update it, like main intention is I just want people to come to this idea and then go through it to find September 19th, right? And then you can kind of just find it like this. So that was the intention of me putting everything together. Because they're like 20-minute videos, and the intention of it isn't, I say every single thing I think, and so the intention of it is also like help people show what I'm looking at, how I'm looking at all these things, and how they all piece together. And the overall idea is like for most of this, I'm just looking to see where this starts and where this starts, and I have a general idea of where we're going to go for most of the day. Now, there's more nuance to it, but the overall goal is just to get people to have one place that they could look for stuff and then not feel the need. And then also the other thing is like within that day, we have another one, right? So within this day, I'll do further updates on that day. So there could be further updates. So people have to check within that day. So that way it's a little bit more boom, you know. That's pretty smart. I like that also. I think that's pretty good. I'll actually do that month by month. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's actually a really good idea. Even split it up by month. That's really smart. And that's actually perfect because it starts for September. September 7th is where I start doing the regular updates. But anyway, get to your pad thai. I appreciate you coming in, Wilney. I noticed there's no donation today. What's going on? Is it going to the pad? I'm just messing with you. Don't. It's all good. I just had to mess with you. It looks like the day might end perfectly, though, guys. I'm really liking this so far. Hopefully the VIX doesn't keep going crazy, and then hopefully we can just end around here on Apple. I think any kind of long-term put, or like any kind of put seems pretty decent. I'm like getting some now. Get a couple though, just for the sake of it. Farther down ones. No, 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 don't throw any money this way. Actually, I was just joking, like 100% purely. Like, no, it's actually fine. No. Okay. Well, I don't know if that gives it through TradingView. I was gonna go to your profile, find one of your ideas, and then I was actually gonna re-give you the 500 coins. But now I feel like you'd get in trouble now because it didn't come from your account. I was just messing around now. I appreciate it. I was just messing around. It's more than enough to see you come in here. It's always fun talking to you. The delay. The delay. Jeez. Good lord. It's pretty crazy from the top. Those 146 puts they were like 25 cents and they're now 40 cents a pop. Looking really nice. I might just get something. Let's see. What are we talking about? 155s. We're on the put side. I don't know. I don't mind it for a short spot. I feel like the VIX is overbought right now, and I really feel like it could just bring everything down. Like it's already pulling on things, obviously. I feel like it's a little too quick. No problem. Take care, Wilney. This is just me being greedy, though, at this point. We should have an easy any put down here tomorrow, but like for today, we're pushing like so. If we're expecting to end somewhere up here, so I kind of look at it like this: if we push down, we're probably just going to bounce here. And so I don't know how much more of a reason from an Apple perspective there really is to push this down right now. But everything looks horrible, so it could. But we started so low. And if I want to see the VIX pull back a little bit, I would expect this to push up. Either way, I think it's fine. This is one of those tough issues. This is one of those tough times where it's like we don't have anything like super engaging, but I can see more than enough reason for this to push up. And actually, I think there's a great incentive for this to push up from here. More or less, it feels like the base for the day, just because if we do continue pushing down, it's just like how much farther down do we expect to go? But tomorrow it opens up a huge possibility of like actual like drop. Like on Apple, from this perspective, if we dropped here, I have a hard time. Like we still need to see a 4-hour start under, so I could see it come all the way down here and bounce back up. So it's like, what target do we really have as bears here? But a day that starts here, specifically also because we touched up here on the day, just looks a lot more attractive for the next day to start under all of this. And then we'd also have a day. We'd also have a day with the fib, right, starting here and then pushing down. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I feel like more bearish on it than anything, but excuse me. I don't see any reason for it not to come down. It's just better if it doesn't. Like it doesn't look. It looks worse if it stays in this area as opposed to pushing down. And like if I can get a little bit more money out of stuff, I mean, I should have just taken some here. I was thinking about getting 10, but it only would put me up 150, which really doesn't mean anything. Because the kind of intent with here is the idea that it's going to go, especially with 146s, all the way down here, and that stuff should be around like 200 if it just drops through. But that's the intention of dropping through. Like if getting in here, like it's the intention of doing something tomorrow, not really something happening today. So I don't know. I feel like it's on the short term it's bullish because there's not really much of a reason for this to push down anymore for the rest of the day. And it reversing, just things pushing down would be really great. Also with the, like I was saying earlier with the VIX, it's pretty high for what it is right now. So I think it's better if we don't get above this. So I'm hoping that we don't get above 27.94 on the VIX. This looks perfect. We still have, even if it's a trend down here, we still have a high, lower high, lower high. And so anything that starts here still looks really strong. Breakthrough, 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 right? Kind of in succession, which would look pretty nice there. We can see even on like a 2 or like a 1 hour time frame. Right, so this is kind of like what I'd like to see in a sense. So we're holding on Apple, which is pretty nice. That's what I'd like to see. I think we got to, like, it's what expected just because, we have this and this. So it does make sense even from a shorter term. Someone messing with the VIX is going to say, okay, we don't want to push it up here. And this is what we hope to see. And there's nothing really to gain too much by Apple pushing up from here. There's not like a whole range, or like, because really what Apple needs is any day starting under here is relatively, in my opinion, bad, because on the daytime frame, this is right here. And any kind of rejection here that pushes back up, if it did tomorrow on another day, if it pushes down from here, and then it pushes down, we could have a 4 hour push, and then it just drops all the way. That also could make some sense too. I don't remember when the CPR or the FOMC stuff works or comes out, but if that was like midday, I would be a lot more likely to expect that to also be the case. Because a day just like starting here isn't inherently bad. A day, because it kind of keeps the trend, a day starting here, right under it, is like there's nowhere to go but down. So that makes sense. So we'll kind of see what happens. It's going the way that I like, which is what I enjoy. And I did like I said before, anything here, so I want to be aggressive, the sell point, if we do start around here, just sticking to what I said, that it kind of is right here, regardless of whether it pushes, so, or at least like some deleveraging, because there is a possibility of this trying to push back up. So overall, it still looks pretty weak though, to have anything kind of continue to have a day start above. And, the VIX is doing what it is, and the VIX hasn't come above here, which is great. So there's not like some break in trend that we're going to see, because it's not like this came above and then, like if this came above here, then okay, we have to beat here. But if we did come back down, like we are pushing back down now, right, then we'll push back down under here, and then this gives us, gives them another range to attack to stop it from coming up. As opposed to where it is right now, all we have to do is like start somewhere in this area. Possibly it could be higher, to be honest. Doesn't have to start down here. And it's 310, so it could do a whole bunch of stuff before the market opens. But just from that perspective, it gives us, target, instead of this being the ultimate target and this being something that people are going to try to attack, because we've already beaten it and then fallen under it. So I don't want to create a difference in the kind of trend. I don't want to create a higher. I don't want a high, lower high, and then have a higher low. I'm sorry, a higher high in that local time frame, like 1, 2, 3. I don't want 4 to be I don't want 3 to then be higher than that, because if we do come back down, right, to make this 4, it's just not as good. I don't know if that's a good explanation. I'm pretty sure you guys understand what I'm saying though. Like, don't break the trend until we're ready to break the trend. That's essentially what I'm talking about. So. Also, I'm pretty sure everything's on a cliff right now. Pretty sure everything's on a cliff. No. So, interestingly enough, I haven't checked NASDAQ. It's hit its 4 hour again. It looks like it's bouncing. Don't expect, well, 1 second. The overall trend makes me expect a lot of this stuff to not hold. Makes me expect a lot of this stuff to not hold. What was I going to say? Yeah, it's kind of like Bitcoin. Even though it bounces here, like everything looks pretty bad, and this trend right here technically is already kind of broken. And once we if we ever do have something start under here tomorrow, it's like blap, right, easy. But just kind of remember to keep in mind the 4 hours under us, 2 hours above us, 1 hour above us, 30 minutes above us, 15 above us, 5 is technically right now. We're at the 5. But what does that mean? The 4 hours under the day and the week, everything else is above. So we're at the cliff more or less, but with I think substantial price action to kind of show that we easily could push down from here. So, I mean, depending where we end, I'm getting put positions today anyway. I'll get some more tomorrow also, but I'm going to get some by the end of the day. My ultimate hope is that we trend up, or we slightly hold and trend up, and it just wrecks the price of some of those puts a little bit more. So the safest thing would have been to get in at the day. Kind of is what it is. I wanted to see a 4-hour change up there. We didn't. We saw it a little bit low. So I don't expect the 4-hour to really push through this stuff, and I expect it to kind of trend and push up. And so I'm hoping that it'll wreck some of these puts back down a little bit, and then I can get in at an advantageous position. Right, because we have an upwards trend going, screwing some of these far out of the money puts quite a bit. And, just the fade on it, right? They only have 3 days left and some change that we have for today. It's always nice to see normalcy come back to the market. Okay. I don't know if there's really much anything else left to do or really kind of see it at this point. It's definitely possible that stuff breaks down. I still hope that things trend up. I think it's more of a reason to keep it up here. It's kind of my hope. I'll get puts tomorrow anyway, but I'm going to get puts at the end of the day anyway. So I'm currently looking at 146 because I think that's where the most reasonable place that will go down to is. But anything out of the money I think is also fine as well. It's just less of a multiple, but it's a lot safer. But with the amount of time that we have left on these things and the possible change in direction, it seems fairly unlikely that we'll see some of that stuff. Well, we'll see, even if it turns around, it feels really hard for any of these puts to actually lose a substantial amount of money. A lot of stuff's going to be sketchy. Man, these guys are not in a good shape. Like GME's sketchy. Like I don't know. This is why I don't know why they were messing with it. Like I don't understand. Like we started here on the week. We had this is kind of the issue I'm also talking about. Like I've talked about before, right? We have this extension up, so it makes more of a sense just for them to stop it around here just for a lower high, even if people aren't looking at that average. So the next range down is like $16 for GME. Now it's going to be kind of ugly depending on how it pushes because the market will be pushing it, and once it wrecks here, it'll probably come down. Maybe it'll hold around here. But just from the averages I have, it looks the most likely. And the other thing that's actually a little bit different to what we have is huge wick down, starts on a trend. Huge wick down. That keeps this up a little bit. I mean, I don't know. This was probably. I feel like was this something? This was the March rise up, right? So that's what this was. I remember checking this the other day. I don't remember May. I don't think May was that crazy. I'd have to see it on a shorter term. When we have spikes down like this, it definitely can keep stuff lasting. But the market's really pushing this down right now. So the main thing is I just don't think this is the same. And we even in any of these places, obviously the market pushes up. But, I mean, we really see it coming back up and actually failing this time as opposed to pushing through. And, even if this did push through, it just feels completely different. This is, 2 candles? This is 3 candles. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're already, 4 candles. So it's already a little bit of a divergence. 2, 3, 4, which is kind of interesting. Seems to always take longer to come back up, pass through here. What was I going to look at again? I feel like I was going to get natural gas or something at one point. Does this ever come back up? Oh, wow. It actually came back up. That's not a huge deal though. Never touched, but came kind of close. We'll see what happens. I would have preferred for it to come a little bit closer. Would have preferred it to touch. I wasn't looking at it anyway, so maybe it's better this way. Maybe it'll keep. To me, it can keep trending up. I don't see why not. So, I mean, it is lower than this side, but I don't think that's a big deal. I didn't see it on a shorter term, but ew, that's ugly as hell. What happened there? I mean, it's possible, but what the heck is this? Jeez, this might just come down from here. It looks ugly. Not something I really want to mess with or care about. But, and it's not like, oh, we hit here. It's like, oh, we got sold down because we came up and hit here. It's just, why did we push up like this on this? It's just a weird candle. Out of all these other candles for it to push up on. Yo, what's up, Persifine? It's good to see you in here. That was just Wolney. It's not actual, like, trading view. Or, like, I guess technically it's the same thing. I guess that makes sense. They are trading view. So trading view talks to you. I guess you just don't know who it is. It's a mystery. What am I looking at? Tattooed chef? Good lord. Poor thing. Oh man, USD JPY looks crazy to go up. Obviously with the dollar, but man, this might just keep it rolling. This is another big issue. Well, that's for Japan to worry about, though. Interestingly enough, it looks like the aggregate to the Japanese yen is down. I guess everything's just getting hit so hard to the dollar, maybe. I think actually we talked about oil before. I forgot. Maybe Wolney came in and I completely forgot to mention oil. I feel bad about that. I think I talked about oil for a second. Yeah, it looks really bad. I mean, things don't just look bearish, but things look absolutely horrible. It's done almost some of the worst things it could have done. Easily some of the worst things it could have done. Yeah, it looks really good too. Yeah, like Apple pushing up right now is like everything's doing just about almost the worst it can do. All the bears barely have to do anything. And if Bitcoin ends in a bad place, that should end down, and that should also keep the VIX where it is. And the VIX is actually going to get a day start above. It's pretty wild. Yeah, yeah, that looks about right. That looks way better. That's actually wild. I mean, the way I look at this, a lot of the times also, is we have our top range agreed upon. Like we have people willing to buy here. We have a bottom range agreed upon, and then we have like the middle. So I've seen definitely like a lot, right? Top, bottom, middle, and then just shoot up. So with perfect volatility on each of these areas. So yeah, I mean this looks really great, really great. I really like. I mean this looks about as good as it can get. Like you can see multiple things when you look at something on a larger time frame, but like on a shorter time frame, I think this is always like arguably some of the best, right? Like top, boom, boom. Like if we push back up through, right? No, like why would we come back down? You know, and that's how I kind of look at it in a sense. So it just looks wild. It definitely looks really wild. So, but it's like, I mean, it's still like the USD JPY. I mean, anyone on the long term is still, you know, decent stuff here. We come above. We have our 12-hour around here, and this is just, it's just really nice. It doesn't have to go up, but it just looks really nice. I really like this on the day specifically. I don't think we have a week or anything, but I mean, it's going to be ugly. So I'll just do this and I'll go to gas futures real quick. But so I'm really glad to see Apple's pushing up. We're actually seeing some normalcy now, which is nice. But so we pretty much have the VIX all the way up here. So today we finally had our bounce. And if we look at where we started the day, I remember seeing this and I had a feeling everything was going to be like this. Besides Apple pushing up, like there wasn't anything really super to sell it. They could have chosen at the 4 hours, I think, just as much as they did the day. I think them letting it push up to the day at 157.40 makes Apple 10 times worse than if they just did it at the 4 hours. Yeah, so Apple up and Nasdaq down. So imagine if and when Apple turns tomorrow, and if Apple has another like it's like 146.40, so like $9, so it's like 5% something around there. So that's pretty wild. So if Apple drops 5-6%, what's the rest of the market doing? It's everything's already on a cliff. So, but we can see with the VIX yesterday or today, I mean, how we just started above, and we've just been trending up from here. So I mean, this is what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see the day start up here yet. We wanted cup. We didn't see the day start. We want to see the day start up here on the week, but we got our week time frame bounce. We have a nice trend up. All that has to do is maintain here. Boom. I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be effing insane. It could be crazy even before the meeting. I don't know. Maybe something happens and wrecks it around in the other direction. But they're not setting it up for that, so, you know. Well, apparently there's some Ukraine stuff too, and it could be even tonight there could be some news impacting this. It's possible that in Ukraine, or not Ukraine, Russia news that they might be doing some military mobilization and they might really ramp up their effort, something like 200,000 troops or something like that. Um, I don't know, just some crazy stuff. And then they're also like going to do some vote. They're talking about referendums on like Donetsk and I don't know, long, some other places. So, the places that already had like overwhelming amount of Republicans that they Russians that they already wanted to annex anyway. So, seems like they want to move forward with that and then try to regain as much territory as they want or they can. I think they're doing that tonight, but technically that would be about around now, I think. I mean, it looks like they will. And then the last thing, and my bad, just because you came in. Like this is the SPY, right? Our fives here, 15. Like nothing is under us, and for the Nasdaq, we could see a little bit of a bounce here, right? But if and when the Nasdaq comes under here, right? So the Nasdaq pushes down just even a little bit farther or starts low tomorrow. There's the only thing under it from my averages anyway. I'm not saying that's where it'll bounce, but it's all the way down here at 9,200. Right, so I mean, saying maybe we stop here, and I think stopping in this area, I'm pretty sure if we do, it's very sketchy. But it's highly possible if we do stop in this area, it'll correlate something with Apple at like 146 maybe. But my big issue about this is that even if we do kind of come down to that area, this is 3% down. If Apple comes down to that 146, I think it's like 5% at this point. Let me see, what is it? Yeah, it's like 6% to come if it comes down to there. So I don't even know if any of these things are going to hold, and I know a lot of people expect them to. Where is it? Like a lot of people, I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of places. A lot of people expect us to stop here. So it's like it's actually insane in a sense because if they do expect it to stop here, but with Apple where that target is, it's so low. I mean, it could put this on the brink, and it could just even push it over. Like if we assume Apple comes down 6% on the week and everything follows Apple down 6%, then the SPY comes down 6% at least, right? So if we assume that, then I mean we're already pushing to new lows. So we'll see what happens for it, but I mean we already came under, we got our support, we bounced here. So if we want a lower low, this is really low. I don't know if it'll do it, but I mean around here it looks reasonable. I'd have to put a fib on some of these. I don't really care too much because I just look at Apple. I think that's your way for some of it. But actually, I mean, I think it's really lazy not to have a fib on some of these also as well, personally. It would be lazy of me not to put one up on it. So, I mean, the Dow I do. I'm not changing this one. I love this one it's just from here, 2016 to 18. But I liked what it did when I was back, what it did in the COVID crash. So, so we could see maybe a bounce around here. Maybe somewhere. I mean, we could have a bounce anywhere here, depending. If we do see something similar. Yeah, nice. 164.40 now. We got a little bit of a push out. Hey, what's up, Ellen? It's good to see see you in here. I don't think I've seen you in here before. Welcome on in. It feels like a giant fake out. Prices are getting pushed down, causing panic with retail buyers, letting whales feast at the lower prices and rallying it back. So retail comes in and makes them giant rips on the money. It's possible. I personally, from my perspective, well, it's not that old. A 6-year-old fib isn't that old, and I'll respond to that in a second. I mean, technically, like when I do it from Apple or whatever, this is supposed to be up the. What is this? Which side are we on? Maybe it's Apple over here. It's supposed to be 6 cents. Did it not get changed? That would explain why this is 150 again. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this really quick. It's supposed to be. Oh, it is 6 cents over here. Okay, so it is over here. Over here it's on 6 cents. Right. So I mean, it just depends. For me, well, it's not 6. I guess it's like 4, right? Because I wasn't looking at charts then. I just did it from that time frame. Right. So I take Apple all the way back from here. So when I'm looking at this all the way up here, it's like it's only so long, I guess, but that's from the start of Apple to 2015. I like to take old data. So technically, the other one's not that old. But it's possible. I just don't think that right now. I see what you're saying, Elliot, but I just don't believe it right now because for me, there's a lot of bad buying personally. First of all, I think things are horrible. I think people with a lot of big money aren't in stuff, and I think they're more than okay to have stuff drop. We've seen FedEx and a lot of these other ones get wrecked. Ford's been getting wrecked. People that, like, I just don't see retail pushing these things down that far. It just doesn't seem right to me. But we'll see what happens anyway. I mean, it kind of is what it is, more or less. We could see, like, a reversal. It's hard to see because everything's on the edge. I need Apple to start up here to have any sort of expectations of it's going up. And then anything at any point that we have that starts under here, I expect to just shoot back down. So, like, my biggest issue with this is that on these rises up, I usually look at Apple as a determinant. It hasn't been that great. Like, we can see what's happening here. Like, I mean, we can see what's happening with this line. We get a bounce and we get a push up, right? This is what I was saying. This is great. But my issue is we didn't do this down here. So I don't, like, why, we respect it all over here, but we don't respect it here. So to me, it just seems like a 4-hour perspective of what we had up here that led us to, you know, coming up here on the day and essentially within the first day of the week coming up here. So my kind of concern with this is, like, Apple anyway is getting bought up. That's why it's a determinant. But for the overall sentiment of what I think is going to happen, and I see a lot of weak buying here. So it can keep going up, but it can't. A 50% discount membership? What's that? Are you talking about Costco or something? But whatchamacallit? That's such a weird question. That's such a weird question. Oh, are you talking about, like, are you making a joke if we drop or something? I'm not exactly sure, my bad. But my thing is, like, it's pushing up on weak stuff. We also started under here. I don't like it. Like, we've been ranging. Looks pretty nice. This was look really great. Like, everything looked great before. And so now I just see a break in stuff looking good. And they pushed it up. So if they can enter into this range, maybe the market gets saved. But otherwise, I kind of just go with TA more than anything else. And it's just been looking pretty sketchy for a lot of it. So, prayer hands. Preach. So I look at we have some normalcy now. I'm really glad that we actually have some normalcy, but why couldn't we have it down here? So for me, I look at it same perspective. We have a weak support here because we have a big opening, easy target. If they can manage to turn this around, the first thing would be for me the biggest thing is the VIX, where that starts tomorrow. But also at the same time, they need to get it above the day. If we start the day. If we have like this and the day starts here, we have nowhere to go but down. And if we do push down here, all they have to really do is end the 4 hour, start the 4 hour somewhere around 1:30 here, and this should collapse. And if we attack this place again, we should come down through. And we start trading view never fails to surprise you. And then we enter. The issue is that if we collapse, it's like collapse, and then if we come through here, we have one thing here at 146.40 on a day time frame that's fairly weak, and this is just going to look really bad. So this position itself, we also have this to easily push down through from last week's low to break that trend. So there's a lot of stuff that what this has been built on looks really, really, just really, really ugly. So considering what we've been doing pushing up this week, I think even more so specifically. So. Oh, take it easy. Take it easy. It's your comments are so random. Oh my gosh. Uh, Good Lord. Anyway, let me get back to this. Alright, let's see what's kind of going on here in a second, because it's like 10 years later someone asked me about this. What happened? We started on there pushing up through. What is this? Week. This is from forever ago. Let me adjust these. Week. Yeah, it's not call people names, preferably, please. In chat. There's no need for that. I don't even know how that's a response. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. It doesn't make any sense to me. You could have said he had coleslaw in the morning, and that would have made as much sense to me as the response to what he said. Not like tagging you. I'm just saying I don't understand what's going on. Oh, so you're talking about him. So he said who needs a 50% membership discount. I'm so confused. So is there like a... I'm so confused. 50... Oh! I honestly, I don't know. I get my membership once a year and I don't pay attention, so I feel like it's a joke I missed or something like that. I feel like you guys are on a similar page and I have zero idea what's going on. That's how it feels anyway. Okay, we got the 4s, the 2s. We probably know the 4s, the 2s, the 1s. I'm lazy. I'll be honest, if he just joined recently and he gets like a cheaper membership, I don't know how it works. I think Virex's thing messed up. I was thinking about doing a contest with some of these things and just giving away some of the coin arenas for a contest. I wasn't sure what to make the contest though. So this looks sketchy. We'll see what happens, but yeah. So like we have a whole bunch here. Honestly, I'm just really lazy right now. Otherwise, I'd be labeling these. Like I'm just really lazy and don't care right now. Because it's like oil or gas futures. It looks bad overall. Like the easiest thing I'd say on the week time frame, I want to see at least a week start above here because we haven't seen anything since we've seen the week start under here. I mean, this is already crazy because it's like down, up, down. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Some of this could have to do with us getting towards that 80 spot. With oil, I don't trust the 80 spot anymore. And like, so for oil, like the easiest way, I think I said it before, I don't remember, but the most straightforward thing for me with oil is I actually don't like this spot anymore where most of the support is. I mean, it kind of sounds weird to say that way, but I don't like most of the, oh my gosh. Oh, we're up here. I don't like this spot. It really sketches me how we moved into here and everything that we've done above. So for me, I almost feel like it's a little bit safer to just wait for it to do its thing here if it's going to do just that shift to the moving average. What does that mean? I was wondering if there was like a Pine script thing that I could have done so it just updated every time. Then again, I don't know if I always want it moved every time. Anyway, before I forget what I was saying, like I feel like it's dangerous to even buy here, and I feel like it makes more sense to just let it do its thing back here, and then just wait for it to come back above the day 200, where we've already been messing with. And then this looks like a really great spot. And if it can bounce here, it's just taking like your lion's share, right? So I don't care what this would be or whatever, but we can just have like impulse kind of thing. How do I do that? That would be really cool. Is that like, how would I do that? That would be really cool for some places because I get tired of drawing lines sometimes. Like for me, it doesn't matter so much, but there's every once in a while where it's like handy when I'm trying to show stuff to people or whatever. It might be on like other moving averages, maybe not this one. I'm not sure if they have it for this one. Is it on something that's like on a normal one? I don't see it on MA either though. Maybe it's like built in. Technically all I have to do is look at, try clicking MA200 and close 0. Yeah, I'm on this one right now. True. Okay. Is it on this one? I just missed it maybe. This one doesn't have offset. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. What the heck? I don't know about that one. What the heck? It seems to just moves it. That's so weird. What a weird thingamajig. What a weird function. It's very odd. I know there's some, I've seen people's charts where it just has stuff like, I've seen the ones where it's just like it tries to predict stuff here and there. I'm just gonna get some puts, man, for tomorrow. I'm not gonna wait any longer. I'm just kind of just like whatever. And then I'll get some more tomorrow also as well, depending where we are. What's the first drop to? I'm trying to think. So what's better, 146 for 37 or 148 for 60? I mean, it feels like it's a lot more expensive. We'd be expecting that. How much time do we have left in the day? About an hour and 30 minutes. I'll just get some now. Let's do this. 55, 38. Buy, oh god, make sure I don't fucking have it set default frickin' buy to open, I mean sell to open, Jesus Christ. That'll drive me crazy. Okay, let me just look at this on the short term real quick. Yeah, I mean, let me get this out of the way. Overall looks really bad. I don't know if it'll even push up for the rest of the day. It definitely could though. But that's not my problem, to be honest. God, please be okay. Anytime I mess with a put on whatever this thing is called, it always effing freaks me out. Always makes me think like I'm always so afraid I'm gonna sell to open on something. And not that I'm like gonna sell to open, just the idea that like if I'm not trying to sell, like that's actually like the worst possible thing that could happen, right? Alright, so let me look at something else that's going on. Let's see what since I don't really care about that anymore. It just does what it does now. To me, it looks pretty ugly. This actually could push up maybe for the rest of the day. We do have something down here. Could trend back up. But if we're looking somewhere around 4, if it pushes back up, I'm just going to get more puts. My kind of concern is that this doesn't hold here for the rest of the day. It doesn't have to, but I would prefer it to come back up and then I could just get more puts, and then like tomorrow it doesn't matter to me, right? Because already be in the money, and at the same time, whatchamacallit, this is what I'm really looking for. Because we already have the day, so we don't start above the day, we have an issue. And if we start under the 4, it's a huge issue as well. Technically, the worst thing I think we could do tomorrow is starting around here. Maybe the Fed thing is midday, I don't remember. But if we start around here and then push down, struggle here, and then start here, I mean, that's a collapse. That's a full collapse on Wednesday, where we could easily see 146. Yeah, put's pretty much a short. Yeah. It's like the option to sell at a certain price. It's not the same thing as like a short, but yeah. Like with a short, you're not getting wrecked. So like if like I don't care because like I already have an idea based on the time frame and what I'm looking for, but you could have if you're not sure about the time frame, like a short, you're not losing money if it doesn't go down. You're not losing much really at all. But whatchamacallit, with a put, you're getting wrecked depending on because you have your theta and all the other kind of things that go into it, and then based on where you're going, I think you have like your delta or whatever, which determines how much on average you're going to make per dollar it moves until it hits a certain point. So there's like more components to it, and it's a lot safer, I think. I don't know, it kind of depends, to be honest. I personally think it's safer to short, but puts aren't bad. Long puts, shorting puts aren't bad. It's selling. Selling's a bad thing. Or if you have a spread, you get wrecked. Because a lot of people, they'll like play spreads, and then it's like you have a allowed limit based on the difference of it. So you already know what your max loss is going to be, but you need it to end pretty much in between something. Otherwise, maybe you just do a spread, and then you wait for a signal, and then you sell one of the other ones. Honestly, I think it's possible that we go down to like, we get wrecked. Oh, if you're talking about today, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see like huge down today. I don't think it's worth it if that's your thing. But like my main point here is if we start the day under this, like we could be going down like, I don't know, 5% or something just tomorrow. I could see stuff dropping like 5. I could see stuff dropping down to like 11 too. Somewhere in this range, possibly. Maybe it was somewhere here. Yeah, I could see it dropping even somewhere around here. Like the big issue we have now is that most of the market, and the difference that we have now between today, if we do drop, and this is why I like out of the monies for certain things. If we do drop tomorrow, the way Apple's set up, it actually had a huge amount up. It really hasn't come down, right? So everything else is pretty much coming down. So when Apple, the most heavily weighted one, if it does come down, that's really going to rip a lot of stuff down. And Apple has like 5% it could come down before the end of the week. It could do it Wednesday. It could do it all Wednesday, and it could do it Wednesday into Thursday. It depends kind of what we see. So, you know. So that's why I think at least like last time we were up here, I didn't know that we were going to go down. Right? I don't know what we're going to do at all. You know, I don't know. But at least I think it's great odds that it's going to come down. So especially based on like this, right? Because once we lose this, we need to come to support. We have no legs. And so we don't really have that on the day time frame, but we do have it down here. So there is this target. And that's why my main thing is if it starts above the day, I'm getting out of any position no matter what. No matter what it is practically, and we should see a similarity between the VIX and Apple too. Expecting the VIX to start under the days is crazy. Bitcoin would probably have to go up like 10-15% after hours. I just don't see why. And then maybe the VIX would open in the morning under where it would look good for bulls. Otherwise, I don't see anything changing. Uh, 11.2 somewhere around here, and if you're willing to hold it, 22%. I mean, it could be somewhere less than that, but like we have really bad stuff here. So like to me, this is one of those things. I look at it like this, and this is how I look at these things. If we're buying something on the cliff, we don't have to worry about so much, right? Because if we buy it on the cliff, even if it comes back, we can get out for like a no loss. So I'm not worried about it. So in that same sense, is the bottom's kind of endless. Like we have to remember on like from the SPY and stuff, you can't see it as well here because it didn't come all the way up. But like on the SPY, we've already hit here. So if we break down here, like we've already boom found support. So if we can't go up from here and we can't get above any of these days, which are under everything, I think it's much more likely that we could bounce here, but probably to fail again. So the same thing, this could go down to like 367, maybe 372. And if it comes up, it'll probably still fail. That's what I believe. Like the way everything's been set up this week is much worse than the other one than last week because last week everything went up. This week only really Apple has gone up so far and everything else has been coming down. And we also have a great setup for the VIX, right? Like we've been waiting for something, and so this got redeemed. But right, we started here, pushed up in the morning. We kept hitting the days. So we started too high here without any sort of foundation or without any sort of structure. Right, started too high, hit the day support. Started too low, we started in the middle, hit the day support. And then here we finally started too high, but we did come down and touch. Right, so if we just look at the VIX in this sense, if this is going to keep pushing up, if like you know what I mean, like you can kind of determine your own thing. But if we can start up here now and quantifying this, yo, what's up, Matu? It's good to see you in here. I think it's the first time seeing you in here. It's good to see you. It's always good to have new people in. But like if we do start the next day up here, it finally looks good, and we finally have targets. We have a high, lower high, lower high. So if we do start up here as our base, which looks nice, especially looking at a 4-hour, right? We can easily attack this. This gives us a chance to attack these. That's people knocked out. That's people knocked out. Everyone that's shorted here or whatever, doing whatever with their VIX on their derivatives, you know, they can also cause it to go up greatly. So, I mean, this could be what we see before possibly going down at 9,200. So when you ask me like how low it could go down 22%, will it do it one go? I don't know. There's just not a lot of information under those. So things do bounce at places. But it seems like a relatively safe entry point based on what we could see. And it's like, you know, so we'll just have to see what happens. So things aren't all off the cliff yet. Like I said, for Apple, for this to get wrecked, a day starting here would be pretty nice. A day starting here would also be a pretty decent also as well. It's possible if we start the day here, we want to come back up to test tomorrow maybe. So like if there's an FOMC thing, maybe. But the VIX is going to kind of be roaring already tomorrow if it starts in a decent place. So we'll see. We've seen a little bit of divergence with the VIX and the Apple today. But once Apple's structure breaks, it should just collapse because we don't have any, like, right? We don't have any. We have a huge gap right here. Just straight selling, just buying, and we don't have any confirmation like we're doing here. So for me, it wouldn't be surprising if we start down here and push. If it starts up here under the day, it should also just then push down because there's no room on the day. So we've already hit up here. So I think it's likely even if we do push up, we'll just hit the line and then come under to push down. So that's how I kind of feel about it right now. Like I really feel like Apple can go from here to 146 before like within 1 to 2 days. So that's what it seems like it's set up as. Because they pushed all the way up to the day time frame. They could have just left it. They could have just made this have some resistance here. But now anybody that was selling here at this day average, you know, which is a good average from what we've seen for a lot of it, right? I mean, these are good averages, right? If it comes under some sketchy stuff, pushes up. I mean, technically we're going into other things, so it is what it is. But more or less, like when we have normal data, not what's been going on with this wild, hectic stuff. But generally with the averages, you know, we come under, boom, boom. So it's, you know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It just feels pretty bad if it does turn around this area. The structure, like I said, here is really weak. So everyone in this area that on Apple that wanted to sell has had a chance to sell. So I'm not saying we will go down, but if it does want to go down, the way things seem lined up, it seems very easy to go down from here. Like very easy. So we'll see what happens. So I mean, if it starts above the day, then I'll just sell out, reverse, and I'll just try to play around for here. I don't care. But I think it's a lot more likely. And like we saw in the week time frame, if we remember where, I don't know where it is. 1 second. But it's like if we remember the week time frame, we could see something similar, right? So that's where our week time frame was, and I mean they respect these lines, so. And then, oh man, I'm gonna have to adjust it again. So annoying. Whatever. Right. So we still respected these. So it's kind of hard to see that. It feels a little bit harder to see that they'll push it up, but it's still possible if they want to. But there's a lot more work that they have to do, and I just rather play on whichever side seems like it has more work. So, higher this comes up, I'm still going to do the same thing. Everything I want, I will want when the price is around here, preferably. So this would have been the best area for it. I didn't even see this on the 5 minutes. Interesting to kind of see it now on the 5 minute right here. So, but if we do something up here, I'll just get more puts. I don't really care. So, and then if we do start above here tomorrow by some chance, which seems really unlikely just because of how the VIX is, whatchamacallit, then I'll just flip, and I'll flip my position, and then I guess we're gonna try to push back up. But that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. It looks less likely to me that that'll happen. So, mainly just because of where the VIX is. So, we have this nice trend up on it. Why do I have two lines here? Let me see what these lines are. Get rid of that. Interesting. Okay, I was like, what the heck is going on? I was like, man, the VIX looks way worse than I thought it did. Because, like, I remember there was two lines, and I thought it was like, and I was like, wait a second, but there's like a decent amount of space between these. Anyway, I thought it was like down here again. I was like, wait, things haven't turned around that much. So, excuse me. So we'll see what happens. But all this thing needs to do, more or less, in my opinion, is end around here. It is a little bit sketchy if it does end here. Bitcoin could drop in after hours, though, and that easily could be something that pushes it up in whatever happens in the other markets. Hang Seng looks pretty ugly, too. But any VIX that just starts right here, like ending here is great because it's not too high. I don't want to see this push up. That's why I'm glad Apple's kind of fighting here. Because I want lower high, lower high, lower high. I want that trend to break so we have targets to push up. But I'd like to see something end here, and I would expect it to start here tomorrow if it looks like it's going to end, if it ends here, in that kind of sense. So that's kind of the rundown. We'll see. We're on a cliff, but actual bad selling. Like when we were on the cliff last time, we started like here, right? So we were still in the range. We technically started this week out of the range. So I could also see this just pushing down from that perspective as well. As the point of like this is like we're looking for something to either start in or start out, right? And then I think this would have been short, but or put. But the issue is the VIX looked bad because the VIX started too high, and that's kind of where all this started from. Was like, okay, we started under, we already have a lower low, so it looks like we could have a trend that's going to hold. So we'd expect it to come up to test here at least at the line. At the same time, the VIX looks bad, so we expect Apple, which is usually determined in the market direction, is gonna at least come back up to test, and any sort of kind of weakness is going to move the VIX down. Then we can kind of imagine the VIX is going to continue down. That's what happened because we started at like 27 something. Right, like if we go, right, because Monday was right here. Like way, like well, this is way too high right there. This is way too high to start off. So compared to where we started here, the VIX is almost just as high, and now Apple's all the way up here, as opposed to Monday when we opened. I think the VIX was like right above here still. Let me actually see in the shorter term. I don't remember specifically. Yeah, so somewhere around here, like 910, 920, somewhere around here we would have had the VIX. So here's like the 2-day averages. We can see these two lines are the two rays. So we can like see it fall under and all that. But so 930 is going to be somewhere in between here. And so when we were around this place, Apple was all the way down here. So the VIX has gone up. It has maintained its price. Pretty much the same amount, but Apple's now up like 5%, you know? So, and it has a weak structure with it. So those are kind of like the things I'm looking at right now, I'm thinking about. So. Let me go on my other account too, since it's pushing up. Let's see. Robinhood. Oh, geez, what did I click? No. With margin investing, access to more bank power. Wait, what? I have to see what this is. They have some, like, it looks like, can you short on Robinhood now? Or, like, lend out your, I mean, not like, I mean, are you a bit be the lender? I'm not clicking on it, I don't really care. What am I doing? I don't remember what I'm doing. Oh, yeah. Apple. Where are we now? How close are we into the day? Can we push up more? I'm wondering. Looks like it on the 4. I think we can continue a little bit higher. Because my main concern here is, like, the longer I wait till the close, and the higher this pushes up, the cheaper it's going to be. I mean, if it starts above, it starts above. I don't really care, but I don't, like, my big thing is, like I said before, I don't know if there's a reason for anybody to want to push it out of this range. Because this might be the best. Because, I mean, we could end somewhere down here also, right? It doesn't really matter at this point, honestly. I don't know. With the date on, like, end of the weeks, it kind of does, but not really. Dang, they're selling a lot. Let's buy these up, sub boys. High fill likelihood. Let's get 20. Alright, 640, that's not bad. Oh, because I got 5 earlier on one account, and that was only like 200. Those are down like 20%. I don't care, because I just wanted to get it in case. And then, like, I want to get 20 of the same ones. I mean, it's just being greedy, to be honest. Like, how much could this push up? And even if it does push up like another 40 cents, how much would these outlet monies even really come out? It doesn't matter. Let's see. Okay, let me make sure. Okay, on Robinhood is so much nicer. One thing I hand TD Ameritrade, when I get out, it leaves it at sell out. Like on Robinhood, I know I'm never, whatchamacallit. I know I'm never, selling something. You know, like I know oh, see what I'm saying? Like they jumped up like 2 cents. It's not, honestly, now it's like 6.80 instead of what, 6.40. There we go. Now it's down 20 cents. Do I care? No. Let's just get in. Yoinkers. Thank you. 33 cents. Okay. And I'll get more later in the day. I'll probably just get more tomorrow, just depending. But that's more than enough. Each of those, if we can hit 146, if we can hit like 147 tomorrow or Thursday, each of those should be at least $1.50, just with the volatility and the drop. So I'll take it. Should be like a 2 to 3K. And if not, like the max loss should be somewhere around like $300, something like that. So, I don't know. I keep getting confused with my charts. I'm like looking over here. I'm like, wait, we're on top of the day for Apple? What's going on? So So what would actually be pretty smart here also in a sense too to do is like I'm looking at Apple and Apple is going to kind of crack down, but the smarter thing to do here really and what I might do for some other stuff, it's annoying to kind of like manage them all, but the smarter thing here wouldn't really be to get them on Apple. That's like the safest thing to do, but like without the monies and things like that, the safest thing that can be done. Interesting, this is turning around. Oh, never mind. This isn't turning around at all. The safest thing to do is like what, shop. I don't know. I have to figure this out to be honest. So it's like looking at anything else that might be off the cliff or might fall off of a cliff. I mean, I think it's very reasonable that shop bounces down here, but at the same time, it takes a lot. At 16%, it's definitely possible. Well, it looks like it's on a cliff. I remember it was on a cliff. I don't think this is on a cliff. Not really. Norton LifeLock. Ah, I forgot GME. What is GME? 20? 20? Just despite the boys? There's no way. What's a GME at the money? I don't like this though. Like, I wouldn't get a GME at the money here. That's like my big issue. Because I mean, it'll break through this pretty easily, and I think it could end somewhere down here. But I don't know if it's really max paying. My issue with this is like it's like this is where the week is. So, and we also have an extension on the previous week, so I don't know. It feels like a little late to mess with that. And at the end of the day, I can stack stuff tomorrow, so I don't want to like worry too much about some of the stuff. Like I don't want to be too heavy of a position before I really see it take a direction. I just want to get into something before because everything looks like it's set up pretty ugly. God damn. Poor Meta. At the end of the day, like when I look at Apple, it's the most safe because that's what I'm looking at. So like, there's an expectation that Apple drives the rest of the market, but if it doesn't, oh man, look at that in a month time frame. Look at that for gold, Jesus. But sometimes it always doesn't happen that way. Everything looks pretty sketchy though, but we'll see. What am I looking for? Something on a cliff, something on a cliff. And the really nice thing too I like about this is like worst case if we do actually somehow start up here. Maybe that's not the worst case, but like second worst case or like okay case we do start up here. It's like this does look like it would be pretty easy gains for the rest of the week with relatively low with like cheap options, right? Because we have 3 days left. I remember what I was saying for a second. Oh yeah, what's going on with the not indices, the high downwards? The fund's gone up so much. Jesus. Insane. I mean, it's not surprising from the... Oh, okay, so we hit up here. But it's still insane. Like, 102 isn't surprising. But, gosh, talk about balls to hold it through this. Like, if I bought this here, I would have sold it here. I never imagined... I think it was on this last put-up. I definitely never imagined. Yeah, like this one. Crazy. Like, I get the concept of it, but it's crazy that it actually pushes through and comes all the way up here. Activision. Yeah. No. Amazon looks really bad. They do have something down here though, 116. Really bad day for Amazon though, to start right under the day hole when it ends right above. It looks like the first couple starts it's had in a long time. Start under, hit, okay. God damn it. This looks bad, don't I have? Huh. I guess I haven't looked at it in so long. Wait, no, definitely wasn't. What? Wasn't looking at last year. Probably somewhere here. I haven't looked at this maybe since May. I think I'm thinking of Confluence where I already had the other one for. Yeah, no, this doesn't look that. Doesn't look horrible either though, because it has stuff down here. Now it looks bad, but like, does it look like it's gonna fall through and try to find a new low? What do we have left? 59 minutes in the market. God, it looks so bad. Let's do this. Home Depot's not terrible. It's not amazing. I hate how we have this all up here and some like okay stuff here. So I like the bottom, I like the top, but like I don't like that we didn't come up a little bit higher. Maybe that's asking too much on Monday for this to come up a little bit more. Makes it a little bit sketched. I do like this though, because this looks pretty close to a cliff. Because if we lose this and this at the same time, and all we have is this. I could definitely see Home Depot coming down like that though. I don't know what the time frame on it would be. That's the only issue. And for something like this, I don't know if something like this, I don't know if it'd be worth it for me to mess with today, because we already have targets where we are expecting, like if we do get bear tomorrow, that we should be able to anticipate. So like, let's say worst is if we like, not like worst, but like let's say things don't go up tomorrow and we do go down, then let's say like if we break this area, I mean we should have a pretty decent understanding we're going to target somewhere down here relatively soon. Right? Does that line up with anything? We do have this here. It's not horrible. It's at 247. I really like this spot. I almost like a little bit higher. I like this 235. Like if we just draw a line through. Let's see what it looks like on, not that this like changes too much, visible fixed. Yeah, I really like this area. You see how like just picks up immensely right here? This one seems pretty decent too. I mean, we do have this drop all the way down here. So I could see it trying to do something at 247, but I like areas like this. I don't give a crap about 232. Well, technically 232 is where it is, but I still like this area more. I just do. Like this is the max weighted. But I like this 238 a lot more. A lot more. It just looks stronger. Looks a lot stronger. So we'll see, but that's more something. So I'll keep this in mind. We'll put this up. This one looks fairly desirable. Okay, I might get some more too if we're going to push up. So this is nice. The more we push up, the nicer. Just a little bit more. Because this is still 2707. So I'm not exactly sure what the goal is here for the end of the day. Excuse me. But we'll see. There's always a possible chance of losing money, so it kind of is what it is. I mean, they're going to have this start to end down here, and then they're going to have Bitcoin be pretty decent. Bitcoin's going to have to push back up like 2% and end, and then maybe the VIX won't look horrible. Otherwise, it probably just starts back up here and pushes up. So we'll see what happens. I've been wrong 2 months, so hopefully we are still right about this one. What do we got anyway on the short term? nice. Makes sense. They want to target it the day. They want it as close as possible. Like if bull wants it to start up here, right? Bear doesn't. Bear wants it to be. Well, technically, this doesn't really get anything out of it because at the end of the day, well, we'll see. But it still matters where it starts. If it starts here, it's going to look pretty ugly with everything else. Let's see. PayPal, what are we doing? Thinking. Poor OGN. Sundial? Poor Sundial. Tesla's still doing its thing. Honestly, it's going to be interesting to see what Tesla does. I feel like it'll get ripped down if everything else does, but it's just been such a value stock recently, which is really weird. Like, talk about holding your money almost better than anything else. You're literally just in Tesla. 44 now we're down for Cardano, jeez. PSX, Phillips, I think. Not horrible. Interesting, Western Digital. I guess because it has so much support under it. It's kind of in a different place than everything else. It's got a month there that's been pushing on. Whoops. And it's got its weeks under. One hell of a range. Let's see. Norton by Norton. I've fallen and I cannot get up. Still like Shopify. Hopefully it doesn't get striked. Not like that, but like hopefully it doesn't like just super drop. This does concern me though. I don't know. It's not that bad, but otherwise, I mean, when I look at this and I eyeball this, I really feel like once we fall off a cliff, I mean, Shopify is like really should be at 15. That's how I really do feel about Shopify. Shopify. Oh, excuse me. Going on with the normal ones. Adobe. There we go. Let's go left side. Man, what the hell? When that happened a couple days ago? I must have missed this. Oh, damn. This isn't surprising. This is definitely surprising, though, from here to here. Applied materials. A little sketchy. I don't think it's horrible. It's definitely a little bit sketchy. I could see how if it goes down, it could easily get wrecked through a whole lot of stuff just because that's the similar. Like it wrecks through here and it goes immediately to here and it needs to maintain. Kind of what it's doing here makes it look sketch maybe to come back down or just push down through everything. It's also on the edge, but things on the edge don't usually just turn around. Usually they hold for a second and then turn around. They usually don't turn around like one day, right? So, what am I doing? To be honest, I forget what I'm doing a lot. Blah, blah, blah. When I look at Bed Bath & Beyond, it looks bad. Everything about it was so nice. Like what it did here with the bounce and everything. And like there's a fly in here or a gnat, my bad, then I don't care, but there's fruit in the other room, but I certainly hope it's not a mosquito. Just flew around me. I need to wash my other shirt too. Ugh. Okay. Look at like it's nothing huge. Like just one kind of quick thing about Bath and Beyond. Like I look at this and it has a lot of nice things to it. When I look at this, like it doesn't feel like something that's just gonna fall through. And obviously it's not representative of the market. And it'll probably just get ripped through. Something like that does happen. What do you mean, like the market? Yeah, yeah. It's definitely scary. I got some of my put positions already. And then I'm gonna stack on tomorrow. What's up, D Coombs? I feel like I saw you in here before. I'm pretty sure. Good to see you again. Yeah, it looks bad, and like everything's just super sketch. Like, I mean, I think for me personally, I think there's a big reason to leave it here. I imagine like a up or above, or I don't have just the standard smooth, so I'm not really sure where it is. But like to me, I like that we're actually bound. We're up here, and we actually had something end under 179 gap fill. 379. What do you mean for you're talking about like on the VIX itself? Are you talking about? Or what are you talking about? Gap fill on what for 379? My bad. It might have been a delay before, like when I was looking at something else. But yeah, I've noticed it too. It's definitely really sketchy. I like this here that we finally have something here. So like tomorrow, if we do rack down through this, I imagine we'll just break and then target this and break, and then everything should probably collapse with it. So we'll see. And then also starting here looks pretty bad under the day. I think starting here looks the best for the market. It's going to be pretty tough though. Hopefully we don't have some crap on Apple. Everything's been going straight forward. So hopefully we don't have Apple start here somewhere and then get pushed down. So hopefully everything lines up and everything kind of just happens as it kind of should expected. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about with the 379 the other stuff, but huh? Yeah, we're on Apple. Oh, there might be a higher delay. I think there's probably a delay, so I'm gonna whatchamacallit, look at something. But I actually think Bed Bath and Beyond for what it is, just like to be honest, I don't like it. It might be a meme stock, and one thing I will say, kind of that, it might be a meme stock, but for what it did, it actually had some really nice places. Like this coming down on the 4 looks great. We can see this here. We can see a bounce here. So like, and the same thing for GME and some of these other ones. It's 5379. Yeah, I'm 100% with you there. My biggest kind of concern with that would be, let me see. And like, just give me a second. Like, yeah, I'm delayed. There's nothing I can do about it. Here, check it out. I think it's on TradingView side. See. Let me see. Whoops. God damn it, can I get it? There we go. Right, so like my delay is 1 second on my side, so I think it's something for TradingView. I don't think it's something I can control, which is sad. Yeah, I think it's like 20 seconds. Sometimes for people it can be up to a minute. But there's nothing I can do on my side to try to fix it, which is kind of upsetting. So, 3? That might be something. That's definitely something on TradingView. Let me check it again. Because usually when I check it, it's not that long. Let me check on my side. But there's nothing I can do on my side to try to fix it, which is kind of upsetting. 314.11. I might try to not check it on the browser. Try checking it on their website. Because it seems like on the website, at least when I check it, or let me try to check it on the browser too. I will tell you one thing I have noticed is one of the regulars that comes in, Tori, he's noticed that when he was at work once, it was like 2 to 3 minutes, and when he went home, it was a minute. So I don't really understand, to be honest, why, or like what changes the thing for it. But I just checked on, like whatchamacallit, where is it? Like when I go onto here, if I go live, we can see the.
Three?
Wait, does it not upload me too? Maybe this is another issue. How do I? Okay. So like on YouTube, right? You click live. So this actually, it doesn't seem to be an update button. That's interesting. So I might actually, if you're on, I might actually like get out of the tab or close the stream and then reopen it maybe. Because it looks like you see what I'm saying? When I pause it and continue it, is there a way to? It seems like I can't hit the live button like I do on YouTube to go to the live point. So it could be something like that. Like here, do you see it doesn't refresh? Wait, did it? And we're like 316 right now. But if I refresh it, it should say like it's only like 20 seconds behind now. So it could be something like that. I think possibly. That's what I would imagine. Maybe I'm hoping that's what it is, so that you can fix it. That's still something they need to fix on their side. It's a beta stream, I suppose. But I would try that because it looks like at least for sure, if you pause it or if it's paused at any time, it does not speed you back up, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't know. Let's see if we see something similar with here. I wonder. Let's do this. I wonder if okay, this is actually going to be, I don't think I can do that because if I do this, I think that's going to mess you guys up. I think we're going to see an infinite loop. Here, let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Let me do it on my side. I just want you guys to see like that infinite loop or whatever. And then let me see. Let's see. Well, just what I would say, Z-Coons, if you really care, I would actually appreciate this. Let me see real quick. What I would say is 100% complain. Put in a ticket with TradingView if you could. Because I have like over 200 megabits upload download speed and my delay set to 1 second. So the more people that complain, the more. So not just the more people that complain, but the more people that they know are using it, because this is all like stream beta. The more they have an incentive to work on it. So I personally also, as like a streamer, live Discord idea. It's TradingView issue. Well, I am also, if you guys want to, as well. So I think, yeah, the same thing on this also. So you have to close it and reopen it. Yeah, it's definitely something that they need to fix. But one thing you can also do is, I have to get so I'm on a TV, and if I set my monitor up, I have to take my HD off my TV, so I don't like to, but I will. But you can also, let me see if the audio is fixed. The other day it was kind of messed up. But I do restream, so you can go, I'm on YouTube. If you go to YouTube, I restream here, or it streams through them. It's restreamed. It's not mirrored. So I don't know why this guy took my thing. This isn't me, sadly. So it kind of is what it is. If you could also, I don't care. Subscribe would be awesome too, because my things go here. But also, if you could report this guy for impersonation, because this isn't me. But this is me right here. But no, the audio doesn't work. Okay, so there's a restreaming audio issue for some reason now to YouTube. So we can go to Twitch. It's wild. It's wild. Like when I restream, the only way I can do it that I found is I have to restream through them to Twitch and to YouTube. I can't use Streamlabs OBS to mirror it on my own, to like have my own separate stream from where I am, which is kind of unfortunate. But we should be able to see it here. Stream from where I am, which is yeah. So if you want, what I would recommend is check this. I'll make sure to check this more. But I'm also on Twitch. So if you want. Oh wow, this is like the delay on here is insane. It's almost nothing. Oh wow, this is like the delay on here. You hear that? It's not even a 20-second delay to Twitch. That's insane. It's actually whatchamacallit. This is actually like a 1 second delay just about. That's actually crazy. Let me see what time it is. So why is it not playing? So 3:20:20. Yeah, this is a 5 second delay. So on Twitch, it's only a 5 second delay. So I think I'll put something out there just to let people know. Oh gosh, infinite screen. Okay, let me get off of that. Or like infinite loop or whatever. But you can pretty much see. So if you want Twitch would be a better thing, I'll make sure I look at my Twitch chat moving forward, and hopefully they fix it. But if you want, you can always check it there. Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah. Oh, geez, you really are 3 minutes behind. It is actually blows my mind. For most people, I guess there's a lot of lurkers too, so I only hear about it here and there. But I haven't heard it being anything like that crazy recently, so it's just wild to kind of see it. Like I feel like I can't say anything in a second because I know in like 2 seconds you're gonna see me say on Twitch that it's a 5 second delay, which kind of negates the mobile app streaming because it's not a mobile app thing. It's a trading view thing at this point. I don't even get it though. How am I streaming to trading view and through trading view it's going to YouTube and Twitch? I'm not sending a separate stream to Twitch. They're, I guess, doing it their side. But it's interesting that there would be such a delay on their platform, but not one of the other platforms that they're then restreaming it to. It's definitely pretty weird. So, for what it is. Yeah, these people are pretty wild right now. I might get a couple more positions. We have 30 minutes left till the close. I would be very surprised if this like pushes up and ends up here. It technically doesn't matter. It depends where it starts. Let me see what I can get. Oh, where are the old ones I had? Oh my god. There we go. They're not really down that much, to be honest. Yeah, the easiest way to kind of see is like I'm at 3. You can't see it there, but I'm at 3:20, 3:13. But I just checked on Twitch. But Twitch is like immediate. It's literally 5 seconds when I look at it on Twitch. It's like my time is obviously like 3:20. It was like 3:20, 3:30, and on Twitch it was 3:23, 25. So. And meanwhile, the VIX is still at 27.22. Actually wild. Like I'm actually starting to wonder. Like I don't think this is really going to go up too much crazier than before. Actually, let me do this too. Let me actually keep my Twitch up in case you're over there, or you do go over there. Okay, how do I pull my chat out? I think if I go, let me see. I think it's Creator Dashboard. It's been a while. Stream Manager. Pop out. There we go. Now I got my chat popped up. Okay, so let's do. Okay. 250 is way too high. Whoops. Oh yeah. Oh, I know exactly. Yeah, you're talking about Netflix. Yeah, I'm on the same. Actually, like I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm looking at other stuff, but I know exactly what you're talking about Netflix. I saw it the other day, and I'm like, this is way too high. Like, how are we doing this? I didn't see it today. Where is it, dude? What the heck? Whatever. Maybe I don't have it on this one. 1 second. Whatever. Oh, is it up here? Yeah, I just didn't move it down to the appropriate spot. Oh well. Yeah, that's pretty wow. That's a really good catch. Like, we'll have to see what happens. Nothing's for sure, but geez, that actually looks wild. I can't believe it pushed up there today. Like, when I looked at this the other day, I couldn't believe that this pushed up there the other day. Like, that's actually insane. Like over these, like, okay, so this looks really good, so I'm not surprised about this. I can kind of see this. The fact this held here, when we bounced really nicely here and here, definitely really sketchy. So, like, this whole time from here, I don't know how. Like, I don't, like, what are they? Like, not like I couldn't do it, but geez, it's really something. It's really something. I mean, I don't get it. Don't really care too much, but we'll see. Day, week, where's the week go? We're still, this will be pretty, no, I don't want to mention Foot Locker. Screw Foot Locker. I'm never making money on Foot Locker again. I'm never losing money on Foot Locker again, because I'm never trading Foot Locker again. So, Foot Locker can burn a fire for all I care. Screw you, Foot Locker. Fight, Apple, fight. I like how Apple's slowly pushing up, and it's like, meanwhile, we still have the VIX at 27.11. There's no way. Maybe. I hate saying that. Yeah, exactly. The way I always look at it is like, you know what? I'm going to lose money, I'll lose money, right? I'd rather at least lose money where it makes sense to lose money. You know, because then I can at least, like, there's no regrets. Because if it goes up, like, if things go up, I mean, we'll probably be able to see tomorrow pretty easily with stuff. Like, a lot has to happen in tandem. I feel like a lot. What? What am I talking about? For me personally, the real fight kind of starts once the market closes, and more specifically, like in pre-market, depending where the VIX starts, especially in pre-market. Because for me, the way I kind of look at it is the goal here to make this look nice, kind of in the sense of what we had up here, even though this was like a really nice hit. Because we do have this extension, to me, I think anything that starts under here could come up a little bit and then just end up pushing down. So we're pretty close to where it is on Apple. Nothing else has been going up either, really, besides Apple trying to pull everything up. So that's the same thing up here. I didn't know it was going to happen. What do you ask for in the barbers? The last time I got my haircut was a couple of months ago, and I got a buzz cut number 2, I think. So I used to get buzz cuts all the time, and then I just grew my hair out for like 4 or 5 years. My hair is not that long now; it's just curly, right? So it's like this long, but my hair before I got it cut was, instead of like to here, my hair used to be, I used to be able to take it all the way down to here if I would stretch it. So I just usually let it grow out, and it's naturally curly, so I don't go to the barbers unless it's to get a buzz cut, pretty much. You know. So there's pretty much nothing for me to do. The more this gets up, the more likely I think I am just to grab like a couple more puts. So I'm just waiting until the end of the day, and maybe I'll be able to get a couple more puts. So at worst for the day, we just kind of push down from here, and I don't get really that chance, but kind of is what it is. Yeah, Apple's way too high, I think. I mean, to me, it's like we're up here, down. Now we're up here, down. We'll see, but like I feel the same way over here. If we get above here, I'm all game. I guess the other difference is the week time frame was up here, but besides that, I don't mind hair loss. Not hair loss without having facial hair sucks. Hair loss and having facial hair, I think, is fine. Or you have to be buff. But what sucks more than hair loss is using something like Keeps or minoxidil or finasteride that's going to lower your T levels or whatnot. I'm not messing with that. I'm not going to have my T levels drop or whatever that is just to keep some of my hair back. Now, what you can do that makes it not that bad. But you really do have to go with like a minoxidil or finasteride treatment following it. Is total hair loss sucks. But as long as you have one of the standard Norwoods, like the one or the twos, just in the kind of the beginning of your hair, you can always, once you have more money later in life, get a hair transplant. Now you do have to support it with like finasteride or minoxidil, which kind of sucks because they have those side effects. I think they have some other possible side effects too. Like if you've ever seen Keeps or anything for hair loss I've seen so far, are those two products. So I thought about getting a hair transplant, maybe like in the future. I don't know. I think I'm like a 4 or something. Let me bring it up. Let me see if I can find it. What am I doing? So like right now, all I know is that I'm either like a 2 or a 3, but maybe this one's a little bit better. I don't mind this. So what does suck? Well, I don't even know why this guy shaved his hair. I feel like this guy doesn't have any hair loss whatsoever. I have zero idea why this guy shaved his hair. I don't know what this guy's doing at all. This guy's really weird. This guy's really, really, really weird. He's actually like super kind of weird. Like he looks fine because he has like a full beard and mustache and all that. But like this is just weird. I don't know why his head shaved. And it's not like he's weird. Like the thing that makes him weird is that when you shave your head, you have to shave it multiple times a week. So unless he has like one of these, something in the back, I don't understand why he would want to do the extra maintenance to look bald. When he's not really bald, he's just shaved his head. You can see some of them are much worse. Like if we look, I don't remember Kramer. I saw Kramer before, and he looked like he was one of these Norwoods, like a 7 or a 6. But you can see it's not really like, you know, some people get it differently, and it happens at different places. So. Yeah, I think facial complexions do a lot. Um, yeah, hair loss with no facial hair has to be pretty tough. I mean, I have a little bit. Like, you can see my hair loss. And now that I'm, like, exercising, because I'm pretty sure when you exercise, it produces testosterone. I'm also taking the creatine. But you can even see for me, I have hair loss. And the same thing. Like, my hair is curly, but you can kind of see over here. I also have some hair loss here with some weaker hairs. And then also, like, here as well. So if I do, like, kind of this, you can see, right? So like my hair is curly, and then like as it gets longer, it's not as bad. But you see what I'm saying? I do have some hair loss also on my own. See, I'm like maybe a Norwood 2, something like that, or a 3. It doesn't bother me though. Like I don't care. So getting facial hair growing in, and at the end of the day, I think I look fine. So I'm not really worried about it. Now when my hair was long, it was really bad. Because what would happen is when my hair was like really long, is I was like it was just really noticeable. So just become 6'11" with trend. Yeah, I'll get some leg extensions that'll get me there. And we'll be good to go. But what was I gonna say? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that plays into it. I've just never been that worried about it. So, but like I said, I mean, like you said too, facial helps, and like people that are also just more. Someone put it in a good way, I think. I don't remember where I saw it in some comment section, or maybe you said it or something. But I think the easiest way to put it is being bald is easier the more masculine you look. Whether that's like a jawline, facial hair, or what are we talking about? Jawline, facial hair, or like just build, right? Yeah, I've seen people talk about that. I've never looked into them. I don't really get why people would want to do that. It seems kind of dangerous. I mean, I do get that most females want guys that are taller than 6'10". I mean, 6 foot, or like 5'10". Usually girls will say they want someone taller than 6 foot, or generally they want someone taller than themselves. Um, and I get that, but and so I get why a lot of people, because the average height I think in America for the average man is 5'10". I'm 6'1", so I can get how that is what it is. I can get why they're like kind of picky like that, but it's kind of like yeah. I can get why people would want to get surgeries for it, but I feel like it has to be pretty bad for your bones. It just feels like it has to be really bad for your bones, so I just don't see how it's like a good thing to do. So, oh wow, they're trying to boost up. And it's actually pretty wild how effing hard they're pushing this right now. Be interesting to see what happens. Really effing wild what they're doing right now. Don't really get why. Yeah, I used to have decent hair growth too. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I feel like it was okay. Yeah, these people are wild. I'm definitely gonna let's see what that at the end of the day looks like. 25. Break even price that low. It's fine. Pretty crazy. The same price they were, I think, when we were about here. These things went from, I think around here, maybe it was here, it went from 25 to 40 back to 25. Pretty wild. But that doesn't really matter. It just depends where we start tomorrow. It would look a little bit worse if we did end under 157.27. See what they do. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the VIX is like still here. It'll be a little bit annoying. We'll see what happens. If I have to flip the trade tomorrow, I have to flip it. I would be a little bit pissed, but we'll see what happens. I mean, depending where we start tomorrow, I don't know if things are really going to like go down. I'll be honest. It depends. We'll see. There's a lot of stuff that could happen. I think most of the day is just stuff getting bought up way farther than it really needs to. But I don't think it's that bad where it's getting bought today. Like when I look at Apple, just from the perspective of like the target goal for tomorrow is arguably easier for the Bulls right now than it is for the Bears. And kind of the issue here is yeah, I mean, I pretty much, I'm going to be honest, I might just switch those. I might just take a loss really quick on that. I don't know if I want to. We'll see what happens. It's fine. We'll hold them. That's the intention. It's not a big deal. We'll see. I mean, they're doing what they need to do. The most likely thing is, we'll see, because everything shot up. So I think there's a decent chance if we end down here, things could trend up most likely. If we do start on the VIX, it doesn't matter. The way everything's set up. So, we'll see. And we'll see where like stuff ends kind of in a sense. I think if the VIX ends in here, it's almost undeniably going to be here tomorrow. I think it makes it less likely if we do end somewhere here for it to push all the way up here tomorrow. But I don't think it really necessarily matters. I mean, this started from here all the way up here, and this started from here. This started from here and went up, then this started from here and went up. So, but it does feel a little like they're pushing it a little bit much, which is like, why are we kind of pushing so much? Wait, what does this represent? Okay. So we'll see what happens here. And if it does end here, like it looks like it's going to end here in the last couple minutes, I'll stack on more at the last second. But I'm not like a huge fan. I'm 100% not a huge fan of like the extra push up. So Apple under 157.27 could easily like have this push up quite a bit though from the VIX. Like I can see them both moving together. Speech until then. 2. We'll see. I think it depends where we start. I'm gonna be honest. I actually like for a continuation upwards and all that. Like, I don't think the VIX can really fail here. If the VIX fails on this week, or well, I mean, it's a while away. It's a while away, and so it's like everything lines up a lot of the time. Oh yeah, I'll check it out in like 2 seconds, grab. But everything usually like follows. So all we have to do really is end in here. It seems pretty likely. But God forbid, and this is a while away, but we ever like kind of fail this and get a week back down. I think it kind of depends. We'll see where we start. I could see stuff like sitting around here. It depends where we start. I think that's kind of the easiest thing for me to kind of to look at from that perspective. But the VIX only has to hold. So a couple things. If the VIX can kind of hold right in the channel where it is right now, between these two like support and resistance levels, it should almost start above tomorrow, which honestly will probably make Apple start somewhere down here. It's possible if it starts at 2 and we have Apple start somewhere down here, we could push back up to test, and most likely will fail later in the day. Then that'll kind of send us down. I still think if we do start the day under here, somewhere like here, we're more likely to just keep pushing down even before they have the power put. And I could see something like that kind of correlating with like a push down here, and then we end the 4 hour at 1:30 before, and then it looks horrible. Let me see. Oh, you just looked it in here. Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens. It looks fairly reasonable. The right has a couple above the left whatsoever at all, but we have to see where that shoulder would be on the right. So, I mean, everything's pretty closely lined up to where it needs to be. They're just teetering this stupid line. Like Apple's teetering the line of which is here at 157.27, and then we can also see here that the VIX is teetering the line in between these two things. So they just need to maintain this for another 18 minutes, and I think it's fine. So, but we can see like how when Apple pushes past the 157.27, you know, we start messing around somewhere down here on the VIX, right? So all it has to do is hold. It has a lower low here, so maybe it just holds in this area. We'll kind of see. I feel markedly worse though, if it does start above. But what I can also do in a sense, I don't really want to mess with something all the way up here. The worst and most annoying thing would be we start here. I don't think something like that would happen if it was going to be bullish. I feel like it would be fought for here because there's no reason to have it just shoot up. But I don't like what I'm seeing now personally. Short is what you said. Is that like an inverse thing? No, it's not inverse. I want to see what it does. I mean, they're pushing up through this. Like I said, I've put a lot of value on where we end today, and I really do feel like we'll see. Like I feel like I have to like deleverage a little bit. Let me see what it's worth. I just don't like sitting in these where they currently are. Let me see. Do options. Dude, what is this issue? The hell? Dude, it's been a while since I messed with this account. Dude, trade. Oh, it's on the exact same thing. So we'll see where this is, and I'll see where it is near the end. So I'm pretty particular about this, and it's not like a huge thing, but we'll see what happens with it. It's pretty wild that they managed to strike all the way back up here. Because for me, when they're this bullish on it, it doesn't. No, it's whatchamacallit. For me, oh, I see. I got you guys mixed up because you both had a green thing. I was like, what's going on? But for me, the thing I don't like about this is depending where they can end it, for me, for like a short for tomorrow, I get wrecked on theta on these out of the monies if they don't move. And then, because it's kind of a pre-position, if we end somewhere like here, the VIX doesn't necessarily end like slightly under where it should. The market at like worst probably will start somewhere here, which then we push down, but then I just get into the puts then. So for me, on that perspective, I kind of almost don't see a reason. I almost don't see a reason to let it in this overnight. That's my kind of thing. Like, honestly, that I feel about this. So we'll see where it ends, and we'll see what it does with this fight right here. Because it's really fighting. I just really don't like what it's doing, what they're pushing up. Like, I see what they're trying to do, and I really don't like it. So it's whatever. I'll just get out of 10. Whatever, I'll just get out of it. It's whatever. I had 20 on this account, so it's not a big deal. It's actually, like, a little annoying, though. Actually pisses me off a little bit. Like, I see exactly what the fuck they're trying to do. It's whatever. We'll see. Because I just want a pre-position tomorrow, but the VIX is holding, so we'll see. But I don't want to hold the full thing. Like, there's no point in me holding puts that are super out of money. Now, if I had 157.50s, I don't give a crap what this does right here. But I don't have 157.50s. Like, that's my kind of current thinking on this, is I don't have 157.50, so. So we'll see what happens on it. Because there's no reason for me to sit in out of the monies if I can just get in right around here tomorrow. I'm still holding half of the position, so. And we are holding on here, which is nice, so. Yeah, I mean, the speech is still, I don't really have value on the speech, though. That's the thing. Like, for me personally, I'm more about the structure of everything itself. And then there's like the Russia stuff, maybe if I was going to look at fundamentals. So, you close 90% of shorts. Yeah, that's a good call. I think that's a really good call, personally. Renko. Doing. Oh yeah. It says Apple's at 153. Renko's so weird. I don't understand Renko, to be honest. Like, all the ones that go down seem to have a wick that extends super high up with the base there. I mean, I don't think it actually looks like that, though. Like, there's no, like, super high wick that came up here. Yeah, that's how I feel about a lot of this, pretty much. So they're still setting this up. Like, honestly, I'm glad I didn't get out of all of it, because I still have a lot of belief in this. So, like, because to me, I'm not too, like, so for me, there's two kind of things that crack this down. One, we have the day here, so if we actually do start the next day somewhere around here, we should push. And then around 1:30, if we do end or start under here, we should push down. And, like, this is the big, like, to me, this is the most heavily weighted area to kind of have it just push down. So, like, for me to, like, tomorrow here, so we'll see what happens with it. The VIX is still holding. I think it could be bloody before, essentially, is kind of what I'm saying. I definitely think it could be bloody before. But it just depends. It's possible that there's such a big divergence in the VIX that it won't matter. It seems pretty strong, though. And it's holding 27.60. We'll see where sub ends. So we have another 20 minutes till the VIX closes. I'm tired. I need food. But another 20 minutes till the VIX closes. And at the same time, we have 10 minutes till the market closes. So this is markedly better if they can just have this start under or end under here. Which isn't a huge deal, but it still looks a lot better if it ends under also. And then here we just push down. 4 hour 130. Set up in a really bad place. 2 o'clock meeting comes out. Should just push it through everything. So we're seeing. I just hate the fact that they're fighting it on. Like here, like it's like chilling, right? And it doesn't matter because a lot of it happens after hours. But it's just annoying seeing them fight at this area, at this level. Like I see them fighting here, and I know it's seen. I eat food, make food, do my 20-minute video of a market recap, maybe watch some YouTube a little bit later, run an errand or two, have meetings every once in a while. Probably look at charts, maybe stream a little bit later than night, stuff like that. I don't really do too much, to be honest, right now. Work out. Yeah, now they push it all the way down. What a bunch of losers. God damn, dude. Whatever. It doesn't bother me. That's why I'm glad I didn't get out of my position. We'll see what happens, though. We still got another 5 minutes left, or another 10 minutes left. Everything's setting up. Honestly, like, everything's setting up to look horrible even before they come out. So I really have a strong feeling of like starting a day here, resistance right above, pushing us down, and then something at the 4 hour, starting under the 4 hour, and then pushing down, which like obviously is 130, we'll go to 2, and then Powell says something. Because that would just work with the technicals in a sense when I kind of look at it like that. So. Yeah, I'm happy that we're ending down and not up. So. Yeah, they're showing this 5 foot. Oh yeah, it's down almost like 400. Must have been down more than that at one point. Look at a 5 minute, I can't tell anything that's going on. This is down 4. Oh, from yesterday, I imagine. Okay, from yesterday. No, where were we at the bottom? Oh, 381. Oh, okay. I haven't looked at these all day, so it kind of like confuses me. Okay, I see. Thank the Lord we're ending down. Thank the Lord we're ending down. BFLX? What's that? Whoops. I feel like, is that like another thing? So is that another acronym for something? Oh, Netflix. Okay. I was like, what the heck? Okay. I was like, what are you... I was like, what? That makes sense. B's next to N. Okay. You said FLX. At first, I was like, is that a crypto? Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty assured that we're going to get wrecked tomorrow. If we end down in this area, we'll see. But the easiest thing is when the VIX starts, but like depending on where we end, anywhere in this area gives me a lot of confidence that we'll start somewhere down here tomorrow. Maybe even somewhere here, but we'll start under the day and then collapse. Definitely looks really sketchy. Alright, and then we'll see where are these. Still 28, where are these then? Okay. Okay. These guys, they just try. Alright, what do we got? Only 5 minutes left. Please just end the market. Yeah, I mean, this looks really nice. Really, really nice. Ay. But this is, I do like this a lot more because to me this looks like it's a pretty sketchy note. I don't think Bitcoin's going to get anything fixed. Everything should kind of end up in the same, like in the expected manner for tomorrow. I don't, it's hard to see a deviation. Like I mean, I don't know. Like anything can happen, but it seems very unlikely. The only saving grace for Apple is it starts above the day. Seems very tough for that to happen at this point. And that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see bad technicals into what already people expect to be bad news. Ugh, my wrist. I want to work out today, but I don't know. Let me see. But yeah, I mean, that's so much is under. On like a day time frame, so much of this stuff looks bad. So I hate they did this juke out. I'd still be in my position. Now it's not like a huge deal because I still have it. Like I have that position on the other account. I have that, and I already know where I need to add depending on what happens. So it's not like really a big deal to me. I didn't like this other time because I didn't know how to quantify what was going to happen here. So I didn't hold it through all this. Ah, fuck, man. My bad. Dude, I really messed up something with my forearm the other day. I gotta do my wrist stretches. I don't use my left arm at all. It hurts like right here. For, like, I use it when I used to play games, but Jesus. And I don't even think that's the same thing because it doesn't hurt when I do this. It does a little bit, but it's like my flexor or something. So it's not when I tense up, but when I flex. Ugh. Freaking painful, man. I mean, I really like the VIX. I think everything about this is pretty wild. It looks like it's going to go crazy. We'll see what happens, though. Anything's possible. But everything that's happened so far with where the VIX is and what the market's done at the end, not like trying to super push up, makes me feel good. Apple is king, my friend. King, 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 king. Man, the VIX is almost back above the top of the day too. Jeez, talk about thinking like, are we gonna end under or below? I mean, it looks like, I mean, I think if it did it here, ended here, it could start here. I mean, if we end here for sure, it looks like it's gonna start here. We love Powell, no, we love Biden, okay? This was all made possible because of Biden. You remember that. Biden. What do I have, 50 seconds left? So what is that? That position's like what, 10 that? That was like what, 300? God, I really wrecked myself on that. But it's really like a small position, so it's not a lot on what I did and what I got out of. But I'm thinking like we'll see what happens. If we end, what are they doing? We got 30 seconds. I think I'm fine with where I am right now. And then we'll see where we start tomorrow and just add on. I don't see any reason to be incredibly greedy here. If we did end some up here, well, we have 10 more minutes on this. But it does look like we're kind of pushing up an apple. This is pushing down, so if this isn't going to hold its niceness or whatever. It looked really nice. I mean, it still looks decent, so. Oh yeah, but I just mean like the actual trading day. I just mean like the actual market trading day or whatever, not extended hours. So there we go. Boom. I don't care whatever it does. This is post market and pre market, so whatever it does here, it does it where it starts, it starts. So I think this ended in a really good place for what it is, and I think it has a huge possibility. If it ended up here, I think I would have been more likely. Um, I don't mind this too much, so I'm not gonna be able to like my big issue is if we do go down and this starts up here and signals is going down. There's not a whole lot of time. Like this opens at 3:10, so there's not a lot of time. There's zero time actually to do anything with puts. You know, so depending on where we would start, so it's like. So just one of those things. So that's the only reason why I wanted to get some positions and stuff earlier, just in case we start here and then we open the market like a couple percent down. So, because everything looks so bad technically, we'll see if it matters what Powell says or if we necessarily have to wait till what he says. Because like, aren't they expecting also to continue increasing rates after this? Like, I don't think it's supposed to be like 100 basis points here and then they stop, right? Like, isn't their target, or what are we even at right now? 100 basis points puts us at what, 3.75? What's the Fed funds rate right now? I think we're at 2.75, right, or no? Yeah, we're at 2.5. Okay, 2.5. So this would put us at 3.5. Okay. Yeah, so this should put us at 3.5. Okay, that's all that is. It is what it was. That's crazy that it pushed up. Things pushed that Apple managed to push up as much as it did, but as long as everything comes down, it makes sense. Hopefully, it doesn't like turn around. We'll see what happens. I'm agnostic. I literally don't give a crap about anything till tomorrow, and then we'll see where Bitcoin ends. I mean, I also think like if Bitcoin fails to come above, this is just going to look pretty worse too for tomorrow. We'll have target, kind of like rip down, possibly rip down. And we do have 18K. We have the week, but it doesn't look strong. Oh, my forearm hurts, man. My bad. Oh my gosh. I've never had forearm pain like this. It's not like horrible, but just never really had forearm pain. I was just pulling weeds, doing stuff like that. Man, I was pulling pretty hard. It just didn't hurt at the time. Definitely not. I can't exercise. I might be able to do squats though. Maybe. Maybe try to cardio. This is frustrating. I wanted to work out. My biceps feel fine today. Whatever. Oh well. I'm not a big fan of this tendon pain or whatever it is. Right tendon, I think. I think I have to ice it. Anyway, I don't really know if there's really much else to look at, right? We want to see Bitcoin end above here. Maybe that says something good happens. Really, we're just looking at the VIX. I haven't done any of that stuff in a while since I went sober for everything. I don't have those urges, which is nice. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to start above here tomorrow. So with the VIX, we'll see what happens. There's nothing to really react to with this. That's the only issue because this opens 310 and right, this opens 310 and it looks really bad for the market. Then it doesn't matter. Yeah, must watch. No, gone sexual like the old days of YouTube. Prank. What is it? Prank something. Gone sexual. I think that's what they do. They used to do. I feel like that was a meme for a while. Or gone or something. I don't remember what it was. I have to look it up. That was from the prank days. Yeah, Daily Motion, summer kissing prank gone too far. Parentheses, gone sexual. Foursome prank gone sexual. Yeah, so it definitely was a thing. I see it on a video in 2018, 2015, 2016. Yeah, Francis gets pranked gone wrong. Pranks at the mall. Hood addiction. Gone sexual. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Well, this is definitely not what I want to see. Let's make sure we... Yeah, this is my streaming thing. I typed in pranks gone sexual, and it's like, you don't have a filter. Or you don't have an explicit filter. I'm like, yikes. Just, yeah. That stuff is so stupid and so fake, all that crap. The old pranking, what do you call it? Market takes it rough, but we got pal. Pal uses all of his tools to hammer the market down just as he wants. Gone sexual. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens from here. Like, anything can happen. I don't really care. Nothing really changes to me. There's nothing to do at this point until we open up. I don't really regret necessarily getting rid of what I had. I don't, like, all this looking in post-market, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me at all what it's doing. I do kind of wish I held him a little bit, but we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, like I said, Apple collapsing, if it does, is like entry here on the day, and then it's really here, and then this collapses, in my opinion, for what it currently seems like. So, whatchamacallit, what was I going to say? Graph, oh yeah, you can't link it. Ugh. Okay, 1 second. Can I do it here? Dang it, 1 second. And I'm gonna head out in a second because I'm done for the day. Pretty much, we over. Jesus Christ, man. What am I doing? Okay, trading view. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's looking pretty sketchy. I see those levels. It's definitely looking pretty sketchy for what it is. So, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin usually moves with the market. So if we break down with the market, like I honestly, personally, I don't see Bitcoin doing too much. Bitcoin had a chance to do something here, and it pushed up, and it couldn't get any farther. And this is Sunday, so before anything really horrible even came out, Bitcoin couldn't even push back its own stuff. So the idea, for me, oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. Maybe Wolney put me up there. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Wolney. Or Walney. Honestly, I don't know. I always call him Wolney. I'm pretty sure his name's Walney. No, I already checked it. I looked at it. I don't know if it might be a delay. I just checked it. I see the levels. You had one at like 29K and some of these other things. Like, I get that. I'm just saying, like, from what I see, in a sense. Like, we need a hold up here. Most likely I could see this happening. But Bitcoin usually moves with the market, and when the market's in such a like bearish kind of situation or cycle or whatever you want to call it, there's only so much Bitcoin can really do on its own. For me to really have liked Bitcoin, like I said, there's two places I like Bitcoin. One was here. Yo, what's up, Crypto Life? It's good to see you, man. And one is here. So we're not going to get this because we failed here. We needed to push up to here, in my opinion. And then somehow get to here. So maybe it does something over here. I just don't like it because this is a pretty big line. And if we ever, and these are all like from when we first came down. So my kind of thing is for Bitcoin to really look nice going up at this point to me, like even if it does pass here, if this gets wrecked, like let's say this comes, like let's say like, I don't know, this does here, and like this cannot fail back down because this just comes down. So to me, like the safest place is right here where everything kind of connects. And to me, it needed to do it on over the weekend, 17th. We needed to set up here and then try to push up. So from that perspective, like from a long-term perspective, I think Bitcoin just looks horrible, regardless of what direction it takes today. I just think it looks horrible on like a longer time frame. to me, it looks like it's just falling off. But it does just go with the market. So most of the time, pretty much, it'll go with the market. I mean, it had a lot of free space. Like this thing had such a good chance to push up from here, and it just fell over. Just went limp, did nothing. So kind of sad for what it is, really, from that perspective. But whatchamacallit, it's kind of sad for what it is from that perspective. But it kind of is what it is, and it looks nice. So we hit the 10. So we ended in between, which is really great on the VIX. So I think there's a huge chance we start up here tomorrow. That would be really nice. I think, like the bullish case, it would start here, which would be really upsetting. Just because it's worked so much to get up here, and like all last week, right? We have all of this, so it would be quite saddening to have us get rejected, and then even just from a VIX perspective, do all this work to push up and here. So there is still a question, somewhat. Does this close at 410? Is it past 410? When does this close? 310. I thought it closed at 410. One second, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, close at 615. Okay, 615. That's what it is. I don't think it's going to drop through this crap before then. So hopefully it could start up here. I think there's a big chance for it too, and everything looks pretty bad. I think Bitcoin has to push up 2%. I don't even know what it's doing in this 5. I don't care about the 5 though, but it's got a what? 3, I don't remember where the day is going to start. For it to even look acceptably okay, like here we start above and it bounced and then it just failed anyway because it was horrible. 2.7, I think, right around there, like 19,270. So it's got to go up like 1.5%. Too lazy. I think it's like 1.5%. I don't really care because where it is doesn't matter. Like, I'll just look at the line, so it doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, I mean that pretty much looks like that. And I think looks like the VIX is going to end. Did we end already? No, did it not? So yeah, it is. So it is. Okay, so it is 6:15. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, 210. Okay, I thought it was 310. Interesting to note. I thought it was 310. Because like when I go here, it's like 310. And when I go here, it says 310. I don't really get that. That's fine, I guess. I'm not sure why this says it's like from 210. This is UTC minus 5. Chicago. Okay. I don't know why it shows it as that. I get it. I guess CBOE, right? CBOE. Okay, so they're doing it from the CBOE standpoint. I would have figured that because I'm UTC minus 4, things would adjust kind of for what I'm looking at, but it seems like that's not the case. So, yeah, everything looks pretty standard. It looks like we have a high chance of starting up here. I mean, the most kind of thing would be like if we started in here. The worst thing would be start down here, but I mean, it looks pretty likely we'll start up here, and it'll push pretty hard in free markets. We'll have to see where things start. I mean, we could have a day that starts down more on a lot of stuff. We could have stuff wait for PAL. It's possible. Everything already looks horrible. So, I don't know. Like, I don't know how specifically much it matters. We'll be able to get a better idea when things start, or like right before things start. But like FedEx has dropped a huge amount, saying, okay, stuff's falling off a cliff for them. Ford's like, hey, we're gonna have to spend $1 billion in 1 quarter, $1 billion extra in 1 quarter just to meet our like supply demands. So it's like, how much does and everybody expects them to at least do 0.75. Maybe it's 1, maybe 0.75. How many people want to buy it on the cliff? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Depending where we are, I could kind of see it based off of Apple, but for some of these things, it definitely makes me feel like how many people want to actually buy this stuff on a cliff. So I don't know. Besides Kathy Woods, because so much stuff is just on a cliff, and it's just wild. It's just wild. Now, like maybe on the cliff, but or maybe like as we tumble down or whatever. But this is more like a base here, so I could definitely see something maybe trying to do it around here, but we'll have to see what happens anyway. I don't want to guess too many things. I really don't care. A lot of this is easier when we see where stuff starts. So we'll get an idea where Bitcoin starts. Not like we can trade off of that. We'll get an idea where the VIX starts. Not like we can trade off of that. And then you have pre-market in the market. So I don't think there's a recovery from here, depending on what we have for. Oh, no, so it's the supply chain disruption in general. So like if you look at let me see. So if we look at chart of shipping container prices. Let me see. So here's like kind of one example. Whatever, except cookies. So here's kind of one example in a nutshell. It's just that the price of everything is just more expensive. So like shipping containers you need to store, and this was September last year. You can just kind of see how it was going up ever since the pandemic. I'm pretty sure it's still pretty high. How this affects China or Ford specifically, I don't know, but I just know in general the macro for like shipping things and getting things is tougher and tougher. I don't know where they get all their stuff also as well. I know like some forge, some places that have furnaces, like things that require a lot of energy are also another issue. So I don't know about all this stuff specifically. We could go to Ford. Ford says Ford 1 billion. Yeah, so like here we go. Ford warns investors of an extra $1 billion in supply chain costs during the third quarter, and just the third quarter. It looks like that came out yesterday at 6:19. So it makes sense. This came out after hours that they dropped so much today. Supply problems resulted in part shortages affecting roughly 40,000 to 45,000 vehicles, primarily high-margin trucks and SUVs that haven't been able to reach dealers. So they're adjusting it for interest and taxes up $1 billion from 1.5 to 12.5. So that's like their thing right there. So everything, I mean, and then they got the FedEx stuff. So like everything already looks pretty bad. Stuff can still go up. I don't know about Ford. You have to look into it specifically. I don't know if they said anything more specific. I don't really care to like look into it. If Ford's giving that as like forward guidance, then I'm just going to take them at face value for it. Otherwise, they're lying. I don't know why they want to drop their stock price. So, and then you can look at the same stuff for FedEx. So, yeah, I mean they have orders. I mean my biggest thing right now is we're in a market where like buying just doesn't make sense. I'm going to be honest, like buying for most of this stuff doesn't make sense. If people are trying to trade it, I could understand it. But to me, a lot of this feels like trying to pick up pennies in front of a steamroller or something like that. You know, that's what I feel like a lot of this is, really. So, I mean, Apple maybe maintains. Everything else has been struggling. GM also dropped like a whole bunch as well too. So we'll see what happens with the rest of the stuff. But it's like anybody that has actual capital that doesn't have a reason to buy in, like I don't think at all there's any reason to buy anything, personally. Like cash has been king for a while, you know. So well, I don't know what they're doing specifically. I didn't see like lowering estimates. I wouldn't be surprised on that kind of stuff too. I mean, people only have so much money to spend on things. And if market, like the other thing is too, if market pulls back even 20%, there's a lot of older middle class people that have a lot of their money in the market currently, and that's going to change a lot of their spending habits, in my opinion anyway. Because just, I mean, when you're on a fixed income and you rely on dividends and stuff, you know, we'll have to see what happens with that. So, like at the end of the day, whether to short stuff, I don't know. Where to get puts, I don't know. Like I never know for sure, but I can say for sure in a lot of these places, like it's definitely like on a week time frame until I'd like for a long term, unless I saw something start above here, I wouldn't even consider this. If I was like investing someone's money and like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time of their money into it, I certainly wouldn't have gotten it in here. I don't trust this whatsoever at all. So if we start above, maybe. So like I just go to the general thing. You know, there's like standard things that just line up. So I'm not saying it's like not going to go up. I just say it from that perspective. When I always look at it, I keep it in the back of my head. Like it just doesn't look great to buy. Honestly, it hasn't looked good to be in for a while, but it hasn't looked good to buy a lot of stuff personally. I just don't think. Now, people are trying to like slightly add on stuff here and there, but I mean, I just know a decent amount of people that are like, they got their 401k or whatever, and they like switch between their government bonds, and then they switch between their like Vanguard ETF or whatever. So it's like for those people, I just could never say like, yeah, it's time to get out of your government bonds or whatnot and get into your Vanguard ETFs. Like I just never could, no matter what this does. So now, if it wants to do something nice, then sure. And we'll see. So we have this here, so possible like entry point here for like a longer term thing. I think this is a great space right here. There's a lot of volatility all the time. And then we have a day week, so I think up here is also nice. But like where it is now is still like just dangerous territory in my opinion. Yeah, I look at crypto stuff also as well. I mean, most of the crypto stuff moves off of the market, so I think it's usually good to have an understanding of like where the market direction is, and then you don't get hit by the market. Uh, yeah, the best resource you could get is like just try to find someone whose stuff you like and just copy what they do. I think that's the best thing you could do is just copy what someone else does. They have something down here where it's like they have this thing. It says paper train, but they here. So the first thing that you can do is this. I don't mess with it, but I need to here. Let me see if I log out of this. Can I show it? That'd be the easier way to log out. Okay, so you see how it says trading panel? You can click trading panel here, go here, click paper trading by trading view. Yeah, I mean if I was like investing, everything's just so sketchy, right? Like I mean if I was investing, like when I look at the double holes, you can apply the double holes also as well for investing or like swing trades. You simply just look at them on a longer time frame, right? And then you just look at it from that way. To me, day trading is just an extension or is just a more in-depth look of what's going on in a longer time frame. It doesn't make any sense to trade on a short time frame without understanding what's going on in a longer time frame. So I think on the day trade, you should there should be an understanding what's going on in a longer time frame and not just like kind of the short-term trends. But to me, I haven't seen confirmation yet. Anyway, you can hit paper trading and go to connect, and it'll set you up. Then you can do paper trading there too. But I would just say like check people that you like and just keep doing what they do. They also have a help thing up here also. You can always put in tickets, but you can always just type something up here. Whatchamacallit. And you can like find your issue, billing charts, things like that, and they'll have all this kind of stuff here. And I think there's like a hotkey one, but I honestly don't. Hotkeys and tips. So I think they adjusted it a little bit. But they have some cool things here how to do this. Do they have... So it looks like they adjusted it and they had something, unless they used to have something that would just have a whole bunch of hotkeys here that was really useful. No, I see what they're saying. But I would look through this. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff here that's good to know. Like inverting price scale is kind of cool. And there's some other ones, but I don't see there was a hotkey thing at one point in time where it would just show you like a whole bunch. Like I think Alt G is like you can use Alt G to go to a custom date. So this will take me to 2018, or well, my bad, 2008 or whatever. I don't think it exists here, so it takes me to the closest thing to it. So I would recommend this, and this is kind of cool for that. But really, besides that, if you're starting out, it only really makes sense to just find someone that does what they're doing and just look at that favorite trade to feel comfortable. There's no point in trying to come in and look at your own thing and trying to figure out your own thing for trading. I don't know. I haven't used or really looked. It's been a while since I've seen the whole suite strategy. Like we're at the buy right around here. I mean, it's a little bit lagging. It seems to keep maintaining the cells when I go to replay for there anyway. Let me see what it does here. Does it actually? Because some of the other ones I tried the other day didn't show the same spots. Let's do this. I want to wait. 1, 2. So one. So yeah. So it seems nice the fact that I don't have to do replay for it. I like this spot in general. I think this is where we have the week time frame right there. I think this was like right here on this April 11th. So I mean, from that perspective, it's pretty nice. I mean, so far it seems pretty nice. Seems like a winner. You could use this on its own. I don't think it's horrible. There's some different things about it. Like, I like it. I wouldn't use it as the main thing, but I like it. I like it a decent amount. I'm not too concerned that around here it's like sell, buy, sell, like weird stuff here. Like, obviously it'd be a loss here. But this doesn't bother me in that kind of sense because this was also a really weird time. So it just kind of, obviously it makes sense, and then it just turned from good to bad. So it's not like, looking at this, there's nothing that could have been done. Or, things could have been done, but, like, it's kind of delayed anyway, right? So, like, we saw buying here on February 28th. But, like, for what it is, or 24th, but for what it is, I think it's pretty decent. I do like it. But I don't know. It's nice for an auxiliary kind of thing, or just to maybe get a little bit more confirmation on something. It's a little bit sketchy. I mean, this probably, I don't know when this turned green anyway. Turned green really late. Not bad though, in the sense that like the support is down here for it on the week time frame anyway. A little bit late on the sell here. Does this thing have a back test thing to it or something? Feels like, yeah, it's a back test. I don't know if they're saying the back test fails on it. I'm trying to figure this out. Because it starts with plus 3457, and then it's minus 3457, and buy 33. The price, the value of it seems to be going down. Honestly, I'm not really sure. It seems kind of weird in a sense to mess with this so much On the longer time frames, I don't know. Like, I prefer just the double hole averages, but I think it's kind of fine for what it is. It's not that bad. But I also think it helps just to look at the VIX and the other things and just kind of see what those are doing. I think with that and this in mind, it might be fine. But that's kind of how I feel about it right now when I look at it. The week looks like trash, but the day and the day time frame looked pretty good for what it was. I didn't mind it. So, and it did look that when on Mara it looked like it did pretty decent also as well. So I was somewhat delighted about that. That was pretty nice. Nothing too amazing, but it was pretty nice for what it was. I'm gonna head out. I need to get food and do other stuff and all other kind of crap. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. We rode when we dropped on the 13th. We rode up in pre-market and then rode the line on or post-market. Rode the line on pre-market. We could do something similar or whatever like that, but it is kind of what it is. I mean, we'll see what happens, and then we just got an initial position in case, right? Because in case the VIX does start up here, and in case they're like F the meeting and it's just like whatever. Because if it just goes TA and not based off the meeting, and we do start up here like 310, I mean, it should be a decent, like things should be pretty off the cliff. And we have a decent amount of way, in my opinion, that's reasonable to go down without it being forced. Like last week, we pushed down so much. It's like in 1 week, you can only push down so much, right? But if you push up, that doesn't, you can lose everything you got in that week, easy. To me, the only thing that really matters that I consider in that sense is how much extending are we going to do. But we also started under the week on Apple itself. So I still easily see this stuff. I can see a couple different ways. I'm not going to go through all of them. I can just do it in a video later. But I could easily see this just getting wrecked all the way back down through here. Either 1 to 2 days. I could see this just getting sold all the way right back down to 146. So, I think a lot of people are expecting a lot of possible bad stuff from it. I don't think a lot of people are thinking good in it. I just don't like the buy-up that we had here. I think that's the only thing. Like, the only thing I've liked about this so far, I mean, you can just see we never got support here. We didn't get support here, but at least we got support here. So my big thing is, one, we have to maintain the day time frame. So we need to start above this. If we start under, it's not going to look that great, and it's going to send us down. Now, we could bounce on something, but the issue is we've already used this to bounce, so I think there's a high chance that we'll just fall through this tomorrow. And we did 130 here, so if we end down under here at 130, we could sit here maybe for like 30 minutes or something, I don't know, whatever. And then maybe the PAL speech or just in general looks bad because we'll have a start under. So if it doesn't matter about the PAL speech, we just push down from here. And if we do have to face around 158 or 151.80 or 151.90, we never did anything here. So I think there's a decent chance, like from this, that if we do come down, we could just crash right through this. And that kind of brings us back to the week time frame that we started under, and we've had such a huge extension up. So people at the end of the week only want it to like end somewhere around here so that it can hold here and push up and keep a kind of trend going. But if we do break down past this 151.80, we could easily see, since we don't have anything strong here, a push under this, and I expect an increased amount of selling if we did push down past this. And the issue is, it's like we've never had any extension under here so far, so this is all stuff that I think is perfectly acceptable for this to lose without being an overextension, because this is just buying it's done this week. And I could also see all this buying, if it collapses, easily increasing how much we extend down. I think it looks bad either way. So I've never really valued whether they sit at 0.75 or 0.1. To me, what I value is the technicals that we make on our way there. We'll see what happens with it. It's just like the way that they bought it up and the way they've done everything is really ugly. So we'll just kind of see what happens with it. And if it does reverse, it reverses. It's not like a huge thing to me. Like, I'm looking for signs tomorrow to add on. I just got a small position and I'm looking for something to happen tomorrow. So, and I think seeing it, if it does go down, will be fairly simple. Personally, we'll see what happens, but so far I feel like it'll be fairly straightforward. A lot of stuff has just followed what looks best for a lot of these, and everything's still on a cliff. So we'll kind of see with that. But for this, anyway, like, then we could easily break this coming down on the week. So all this could be used against this, and easily breaking this pushes us all the way down. We have our 140, I think it's 146.40. So maybe a day time frame stops us, but this is a lot of buying. So if this does manage to collapse down here, we could end up somewhere around 142 by the end of the week, something like that. And maybe like bounce up somewhere like down here. So we got the day right here, so it's possible that that we do something. I mean, I think if we start in, it might be decent. It's still fairly weak on the 4 hour, but like there's a couple things I'm not a big fan of. And if they really want to somehow push this on the week all the way up to here and have it like start up here, then it's like so be it. They can do that, and then whatever. It's a decent entry point up here also as well. But they have a lot more to work against, and they have a lot to work with. And if that's what they kind of want to do, then I mean that's kind of what they want to do. So there's a lot of divergence. So there's a lot of other things. At the end of the day, it just makes more sense to go down, but it could go up. So from an investing standpoint, I think things are bad when they look more likely to go down, but they could go up, but they'd still look more likely to go down. I think the best thing for an investment standpoint, especially with the holes, is to find something that can push up and continue through these kind of things. Like this is decent. Right? Struggle, finally get through. Boom. And then this was our level right there. So for this, it's just a little sketchy on what it is. Here we start all the way down, so this gives a little more credence to this. But with this, it looks pretty attractive to try to attack this and just have it drop through. So we'll see. Bitcoin is going to be a fairly big factor as well. We've already bounced on here with Bitcoin. We touched here 2020 also. If we go to BLX, it's 2015 as well. Yeah, I mean, this is another thing to contend through. So if Bitcoin does fall through, and like, especially if it ends a week, it's never ended a week under this 200 smooth average. So that's another possible thing facing Bitcoin. And then reasonably, we also have this as well. So for me, for Bitcoin, it's like I only like it here, like this here. Otherwise, I still think we're going to like 11 to 10K. I just think that's what it looks like right now. At least. I mean, we keep doing the same crap as before, where we hold the bottom of the channel, then that means we're going to frickin', it means we're going to somewhere like here, like frickin' 9K or whatever, and then hopefully it can find some support instead of doing the same crap where it seems to not do anything. Just ride the top of the channel and then come down, just treating each of these kind of fib levels of the channel instead of looking at it as like a fib. So we'll see. But like people with money that don't have to trade, I just don't see a reason. There's so much uncertainty, right? And cash looks like it's going to shoot up. And cash looks like it's going to shoot up to everything. So it's just on such a bullish trend. So like asking someone to hold something besides cash seems really dangerous to me. But it doesn't mean anything can happen, right? Not at any point, but anything can happen at some point. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's super sketchy in this sense. Also, does anyone know, I like Restream also to Twitch. So, and apparently on Twitch there's no delay. So if you ever don't like the delay, and I'll have my Twitch chat up tomorrow, just in case. So if you guys ever did want to go over to Twitch, I'll still be able to interact with you, and it's a 5-second delay on Twitch. Just to let you know, compared to what I think right now for main source is, I think it seems like it's a delay of probably like a minute or two, to be honest. But we'll see. I'm heading out, guys. Take care. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll put out an update video. We'll see kind of what happens later. I'll probably put one out before 8. I don't know if I really care. But we'll see what happens. I mean, this needs to go up 2% to be able to even kind of maintain this. It looks likely that it won't. This will give it an easy target if we do. I mean, maybe you can start here and have something like that. That's probably like best hope. But at the end of the day, the market moves with the market, so it really doesn't matter. So, oops. You think 1 minute? Oh yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, see, so it's different for everybody. The person in here before had like a 3-minute delay, or 2 to 3 minute delay. Tori's had a 2-minute delay. I don't notice that. I guess I did. Let me see. When I check it, it's like a 20-second every time. So when I go here, it seems to be a 20-second delay. I think 1 minute. So 39.56. So this is a 20-second delay the second I open it. As long as I don't pause it. When I pause it, it doesn't update, right? So if I pause this, walk away for a minute or 3 minutes, and hit the play button, I'm now behind 3 minutes. You see what I'm saying? So that is kind of one thing there. That's kind of an issue, right? So it is what it is. Like I said, I'll have the Twitch thing up. I was checking it here and there today anyway, but you know, like I said, I don't know if people would like it that way, but it's literally a 5-second delay when I checked on Twitch, and Twitch always keeps everything up to date. So if you pause it and come back, it automatically keeps it up to date for you. So that's something that people might be more interested in. Same handle under Twitch. So. Alright, but I'll see y'all later. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll put out a video later, and if I see anything like change in the middle of the night or whatever, after like 10 or between 10 and 11, I'll say something in Discord. Alright, peace out, y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.